Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I'm a bit late. I was in court all day. Got a surprise call this morning, so I just got out of court. But it looks like you had fun while Daddy was away. Shizzy.
They did. They had so
You,
much fun.
yeah. Tiri, Merv Turfs, Iris, Vinosaur, Jung is here. Tiri again. Fedorowski, hey, hey. Good morning, genitals. Danny T, Atheist and who else? Little Peanut. Boomer. Still can't. It took me 3 days before I figured out it was Boomer, not Boom Her. I'm not that smart.
I'm not either.
Carlene is here. Hello. Who else? Who else? Who else? Did I miss someone? You people, when Daddy is away, the kids play.
They're
No, I'm
having
not
fun.
powdering the biscuit. This way up just came in. Icing the muffins. Wheelhammer. Hello.
Hey, Vilhammer.
Thank you for stopping by, even though stupid work is stupid. Hey, atheist. But yeah, we'll just jump right into the. We're a couple of minutes behind, but we probably will be able to catch up. This could be the last day of the prosecution. Hopefully, they will rest by the end of the day. What I gathered from what they said, 3 more crime scene technicians and then the DNA expert is kind of what we have in store. And yay, crime scene people. We sprayed luminol and then we sprayed more luminol.
We sprayed so much
Smears.
luminol, we wiped out all the DNA evidence.
Yeah. It's uh it's an interesting case, but I really think the prosecution just keeps digging the hole because they don't provide any evidence. It's just it could have been blood. They haven't really tied all of it. Maybe the DNA expert will tie everything together. I hope for them it will. Good
Morning,
morning,
Miami.
Miami Spice. So, but let's do the thing, and hopefully Jamie will catch up because I wrote 20 minutes, but it was a little faster.
Yeah.
And then I have to do this one and that one, and it starts.
Your Honor, for the record, this is the continuation of the trial of Commonwealth versus Cara Rintala, Hampshire County Indictment number 1180CR128.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. All right, so as you may have heard, I was exposed to someone who tested positive for COVID.
Oh,
I have not tested positive. I have no symptoms, but our trial court policy dictates that I wear a mask. I don't believe that this affects any of you. And so, as always, if you wish to wear a mask, you may, but I don't believe it's required.
because all
Let the jury know this
the
as
evidence
well.
shows that it works really well. Yeah, please go and give Shizzy a little thummy thumb. He likes to be tickled on the
Is
thumb.
there anything we need to address before we bring in the jury?
Yeah, there are a couple of motions.
Maybe.
First, the motion that was filed by the defense.
Yes, I like my thumbs tickled.
Sorry, I don't have the pleading number. It was filed on September 11th. It's the defendant's motion to exclude evidence, a review of evidence for suitability of STR testing due to delayed disclosure. If you remember, this relates to DNA testimony in this case. Specifically some work that was more recently done by Brian Cunningham, who was a potential DNA witness in this case. At this point, we're not
Shut
calling
the
Brian
door.
Cunningham. Today, we are calling Tina Brzezowska, who's the original DNA analyst in this case.
I'm just gonna jump out and make a cup of coffee and have something to eat because
If that impacts this motion, and my understanding is that this is moot at this point. In other words, the Commonwealth is not planning to raise any testimony in regards to star mix. It says STR testing in the motion, but it's really about star mix, which is a new technology at the lab since 2021. And I also understand that the defendant will also not be referencing star mix in any way during the testimony of Ms. Grzalka. So I just wanted to put that on the record and make sure we're clear about that motion.
Agreed, Your Honor.
Okay, so I will take no action on that.
Now, in the second motion, I would ask to address, if we could this morning, is a motion that the Commonwealth filed this morning, which is a motion to admit into evidence the cellular telephone charts previously marked for identification as exhibits Q, S, T, and U. I'm hoping to address this morning, as I believe Your Honor knows, it's our intention or our hope to be able to rest our evidence today. So in order to have a position or understanding in terms of whether or not these would be admitted, I would hope to be able to argue it this morning. I believe counsel is ready to do so, and I do believe there's still an objection.
There is, Judge. I still have the same objection that it can be used as a chart, but it shouldn't be an exhibit.
Okay. So I've had a chance to read the motion, and I've gone through at least some of the cases, ones that I felt were the most salient. So I'll hear from the defendant.
So Judge, I understand the Commonwealth's position is that the information contained in the charts is already part of the exhibits. And that's the reason that they think that the chalk should now be exhibits. I still maintain the position that it's chalk and not an exhibit. And once it comes in as an exhibit, I think that the jury considers it much differently than the ability for the Commonwealth to, the Commonwealth can use these charts during closing. They can refer to the charts like everyone else, but the charts themselves should not come in based on the rules of evidence.
Well, I understand that you're objecting, and when this issue first arose, I asked the Commonwealth for some authority, which would allow me to, if I made certain findings, admit these charts into evidence over your objection. And so I just have a couple of questions. I assume that you've taken a look at the case or cases that they've cited. And so let me ask you first, is there any objection based on the content of these charts? In other words, is there anything on these charts that you believe was not otherwise admitted into evidence, or that these charts don't track with the testimony or evidence, or somehow distort or present the evidence in a way that's inaccurate?
Well, Judge, to the extent that they're only dealing, on some occasions, some of the charts only dealing with communications between Cara Rintala and Maria Rintala. They don't have the other phone calls that are going on in the text messages that are going on in the manner in which the underlying exhibits have been presented. But when you say are they distorted, I think there's one chart, Judge, that deals with just the communications between Maria Rintala and Cara Rintala, and that is a subset of what the jury has, but not in the same form. But the other charts, I would agree, are charts that track the information that's already in the exhibits that were introduced in this case.
Okay, perhaps we could just quickly go through the charts individually. And perhaps we should start with the one that you just referred to. I don't know which exhibit, or it's not an exhibit yet, it's which chart, just so the record's clear.
Sure, Judge, could I make a record about what the charts contain? So the chart that's marked Q for identification, which is a single page exhibit. This includes cell phone activity, and only cell phone activity between the defendant and Anna Marie on the overnight leading up to her death. So in other words, March 28, 2010, 8 p.m. to March 29th at 8 a.m. This only includes information between these two parties in this time frame. The basis of that is to show the defendant's statements, their state of mind, and this is relevant and admissible in terms of whether or not they had a hostile relationship leading up to Anne Marie's death. It's very clear that it only includes these two, and it does include all of the contact between these two. In other words, we did not pick and choose what to put on this chart. It is all of the contact between these two individuals in the time frame that's listed at the top of the chart. The other chart, which actually appears due to its length on 3 separate pages, which is S, T, and U, but it's a single chart that represents the time frame of March 29, 2010, from 8 a.m. in the morning to 8:15 p.m. at night. This chart has 2 columns. One is for Anna Marie and the other is for the defendant. It includes all of the cell phone activity for each of these individuals in that time frame. In other words, not just contact between the two of them in this time frame, but everything that Anna Marie was doing on her phone and all the activity that was observed on the defendant's phone during that time frame.
And so those, the charts you've just described are the ones that those are the ones at issue
Yes,
for the purposes of this motion.
yes, sir.
Okay.
And so the one that I have issue with is the individual one between Ann and Cara, because that's not in the way in which the chart displays it, Judge, so it is different.
I'm sorry, it's not in the way that
In
the
other words,
chart,
when the Commonwealth introduced these exhibits of the phone calls back and forth and the communications back and forth, I don't believe that there's one that just does the Cara and Ann phone calls back and forth. So that's different than the other 3, which appear to be all of the phone calls back and forth, including phone calls to people like Nancy and text messages and that. That's what those 3 different charts represent. And I'm not saying that that part of the evidence isn't already in. I am saying that the cell phone activity between Ann and Cara is different than what we have introduced, or what the Commonwealth introduced.
But if I could clarify, both of these were presented and read in full to the jury. What was seen by the jury on the screen was not this chart in terms of the actual poster board, but it was an exact replica of this chart created so that it could be viewed on a TV screen and everyone could read it simultaneously through a PowerPoint presentation. What was marked as P for identification, which is the PowerPoint presentation that was shown on the screen in full to the jury and read out loud by Trooper Swan, is the exact same content and material that appears on Q. P is marked, he testified about that, it was shown, and all of the same information appears on Q. Likewise, in the 3 charts that, the 3 that are a single chart, 3 pages.
We
The
saw these
PowerPoint
charts
presentation that Trooper Swan testified
charts
about that
and
same exact data
no,
set was marked R for identification, it's here.
they
And
don't
again,
represent it in a
is
good way.
presented here. So he did testify about each of these separate charts and explained exactly what these charts were in front of the jury. And every
It's the
entry
one
that's
where
on this was
all of a
verified.
sudden they put in a
all right, so
arrow.
I'll note the defendant's objection, but because the chart
Hey,
illustrates
jackpot.
evidence that was otherwise admitted,
Yeah.
because there's a fair
That's-
number of phone calls.
I just think
Timing
it's
and
stupid.
substance of these calls or text messages is important, and I think
Thank you so much.
it
Stressful day.
be of assistance to the jury to have them organized in this format. It will aid in their understanding of this evidence. I will admit them as exhibits.
Can we do that now, Judge, just so we don't lose track?
Sure.
So Q, formerly Q for ID, would be exhibit 147.
And
And how would you wish these to be marked?
I would like if the
Is
defense could get in Mark's
for ID,
phone
where the
activity
S, T, and U.
leading into the day. But
ST and U are now.
luckily for
148,
the
149,
prosecution, they didn't look at that. It wasn't necessary. It's not like he could have done anything wrong. Hey, Jungle Minx.
Thank you.
Oh, we got, we do have the jury.
Right. So if I could see, let's bring that Irvin.
Yeah, because it just
That's
looks.
Juror number 19 and seat 12.
It's trouble with another juror. When you put it up in a chart like that, it looks like it's organized, but what else happens? And they don't talk about that she could probably be sleeping because she sent most of those messages at 2 in the morning. I would be sleeping at 2 in the morning, and she was angry about that Mike guy being over and drinking beer with her wife, but she didn't have any problems having her own boyfriends hanging around.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury?
We almost caught up. It doesn't matter that I've been in court. You did. How's everyone doing? Is everyone doing fine? Everyone ready for another exciting day of luminol all over the placement?
Jury intern?
And Shizzy just had to do an errand. He will be back, and hopefully Jamie will be here soon. I know everyone is just here to see Jamie. Or maybe I don't even know if she might have jumped on with Dave. He's doing the Whitmer thing. It could be. You never know. No, he has Nicholas on.
Good morning. You had a nice weekend. You may have noticed I'm back to wearing a mask. I was exposed to someone who tested positive for COVID recently. I'm fine, by the way.
Who isn't here for the
I
side
don't have any
kisses?
symptoms. I haven't tested positive.
Good to hear, Squid
But
Bud.
trial court policy requires that I wear
Nick is with Dave.
a mask,
Yeah.
and I will be wearing a mask for the rest of this week. No one else here was exposed, and so it doesn't affect the parties. It doesn't affect
Yeah,
you.
we need the
You may,
lashes.
of course, wear a mask if you choose to do so, but that is entirely up to you. So before we begin,
No.
let me ask you once again.
Yeah,
if anyone had
it's just a standard blah, blah, blah.
following
You're totally right. And so far, what they have found is what could have been blood. And the whole story about her trying to clean up the basement because they could see that the shelving unit had been wiped down.
accounts concerning this
Yeah, but there
case,
was nothing on the back standing on the shelves. So was it fresh blood? Do you know that? How come that there's this little bit of space in the basement next to a big blanket filled with blood that she cleaned up? To me, it just makes the story seem way worse. Yeah, but I don't. Jamie brings the hotness. I would just have long lashes. Irish, my favorite Texas rose. Come on.
You solemnly swear the evidence which you shall give to the court and jury in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or do you so affirm? Thank you. Watch your step as you get to this.
I want one person once said, nope, I won't do that. I'm so stupid.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jurors?
My name is Tina Guzauka. My last name is spelled Gryszowka.
And
What?
where do you currently work?
I currently work for DNA Labs International in Florida.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a client experience specialist, which means I'm a liaison between the scientists in the laboratory, the investigators, detectives, and lawyers with the investigation of the incidents.
Now, prior to your employment
Well-
at that agency, where did you work before that?
I worked at the Massachusetts.
We can turn it down there, just
And how
what the
many
anger.
years did you work
Yeah,
there, and
the
what
blood
years?
and the paint would be smeared together, but
I
she had
started
this
in
little
June
bit of
2007, and
flaw
I've
that
been
she
through
cleaned up
November
really, really good.
2022, so a little-
And those shelf units cleaned
Can you
it
describe
very,
to
very
jury,
good.
please,
The rest of
various
the basement,
positions
she
that you
just let the
held
blood
over
be
the 15
everywhere.
years at the crime lab?
Why clean off the shelving unit when
I
you
started
leave
in
the rock
2007,
filled
I was a
with
DNA
blood?
analyst. During that
To me,
time, the first 6 months, I was in
that's one of
training.
the weakest parts
When I
in
completed
this
that
case is
training, I started
you're
attending
cleaning up the crime scene,
scenes
but you don't clean up
and
the
collecting
crime scene.
biological evidence from crime scenes.
And if you clean up a
In the
crime scene,
middle,
it's to
about
remove
my
the
1
body,
year
to try to
anniversary,
hide it.
I
You don't call the
started
police and
training the
sit
criminalistics
with
unit,
the body
which
when they
means
arrive.
that I was collecting biological
To me,
evidence
that
and
doesn't
DNA
make
samples
any sense
from
at all.
items that were submitted in connection with crimes.
But I might be wrong.
And then I ended in the case management unit. I was in that unit for about 4 years, from 2019 until I left in 2022. And I was, again, a liaison between the investigative agencies and the scientists at the laboratory. And I was also a supervisor while I was in the case management unit.
Going specifically to your work in the DNA unit, you spent approximately 12 years or so.
You
in
can't tell
DNA?
time of death
Just
without
under 12 years.
poking
Okay.
a dead body in the
What is
armpit.
your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Forensic Science from Bay Path College, now University in Longmeadow, Massachusetts.
Oh,
Specifically in regards to your work with the DNA unit while you were at the crime lab, have you received any specialized training in that regard?
so finally
Yes,
we'll get some
when
DNA
I
testing.
First started in 2007.
This is going to
Like I
be
said, for the
very
first 6
interesting.
months, I went
Hopefully
through
they have
training.
some really clear
That
evidence in the
training,
DNA.
was with the
Or
Massachusetts
else
State Police Crime Laboratory
We've
in
been sitting here for,
Eastern Regional
this is the
Forensic
third week we've
Institute.
just started,
And they come in,
and
they
still
teach us
I
the
have no
basics
idea
of
why she would
laboratory
kill her,
protocol,
and I have
and
no idea
all
if
of
she
the
killed her.
protocols of
And they
Massachusetts State
might be
Police program
closing as soon
to
as
develop
today.
DNA profiles.
And then we're going to do
We
the
also
poll
go through
saying,
a
what do
mixture
you believe?
interpretation course, which we learn how to
And
interpret
I know there
pictures,
won't be a direct verdict because
statistical analysis
it's the fourth
course,
trial, but still,
and in that process, we also had
this
to develop
this
DNA
case
profiles
is
from
the
mock
evidence is
samples.
ifs and buts all
In the
over the
course of
place.
your career doing DNA at the crime lab, did you engage in any competency or proficiency testing?
Yes, at the end of that training.
It
I had
could
to
be,
take a comprehensive
or it
competency
could just be
exam,
that
which I passed, and I was promoted to a independent DNA
they
analyst.
they had blood on it,
Every year
they
thereafter,
had dog
I
pee,
had
they had anything that could
proficiency
make any. I think
DNA,
some cleaning agents
one proficiency
stand out as
for
blood
crime
as
scene
well
response while I
when
was in
you use the
training,
luminol.
and
I
one
don't know, but
proficiency exam in criminalistics
I
while
think
I was
they really have
Did you
to
pass all of those exams?
tell you if there's blood on it that you can date it to
Estimate
exactly the
approximately
time
how
around
many
the death.
samples you personally performed DNA analysis methods on
Irish,
when you were at the
I
state
think you're
police
cute.
crime lab?
more than 1,000.
Are you a member of any professional organizations?
Yes, two.
What
Any
are
of those board certified?
NEEFs,
I hate that we have
which
to
is
go
the
through this with
Northwestern Association
every
of Forensic
witness.
Scientists, and AFS, which
Can't you
is the
just
American
present them as a
Academy of
DNA
Forensic Sciences.
evidence
And have you testified as an
worker?
expert in the topic of DNA in
It-
the Commonwealth previously?
Yes, I have.
The
Yeah,
jury
actually,
don't
how
know
many
what
times
she
have you
did, and they don't
More than
check it
50 times.
afterwards.
Now, specifically in regards to the DNA unit at the crime lab, does that unit follow standardized protocols and
Yeah,
procedures?
some people
Can you describe where those come
almost
from and
die
how
if they
they
have to
are?
clean. I'm one of those.
Standardized protocols and procedures are basically a
It's the
list
worst day of the week when you have to
instructions,
clean your
and it
house.
tells you how to process various types of evidence through the different steps of DNA
Blah, blah,
testing.
blah, blah, blah.
They're
Standardized
developed from
testing, and
scientific
you
research
never had a
and
mistake.
validation.
Oh, the Karen Reed case where they had many mistakes.
Does your work, or I should say, did your previous work in the DNA unit at the crime lab undergo any sort of review process?
Yes, it did.
And what was that?
There were two different types of reviews. The first type is called a technical review.
Why,
and
why
that
do you
means
have
that
to have this in?
another
The jury
analyst in the
doesn't
unit,
care.
a senior analyst,
We hear it
would
in
go through
every
my
trial,
entire
and
case file,
no one can
all
tell me the jury
processes and steps that I took to
thinks
develop
she's
the DNA
more or less
profiles,
credible
and then
because she
review
went
those
to this
DNA
and that
profiles
school,
and ensure
or
they drew the same conclusions that I did.
Yeah.
The second
I'm sorry.
review is called an administrative review, and that review is to check for grammatical correctness.
Yeah, and in the Zachariah Anderson case, they said
So I
it could
want
be
to ask
DNA.
you
They never
generally,
tested it because the
what
sample was too
is
small.
DNA?
DNA stands for
The more you,
deoxyribonucleic
and that's why they are
acid, and
really
it's your
putting all,
genetic
in all of
code.
these people who went
It
into
is
the crime
inherited
scene,
from your mother and
because
father, so you get half from your mom and half
it
from your
sounds really
dad,
good when
and
oh,
it's what
she's a
determines your
professional.
eye
It
color,
must be
your hair
right.
color, your your height,
And,
your skin tone, and everything.
we
else
see it
about
in-
your body.
In most
Now,
of the
is
cases,
DNA
when the
in someone's
evidence is
body the
weak,
same in
just put in
every
an
cell of
expert.
their body?
No matter if
Every
it's
cell
the
of your body.
prosecution or the defense. We saw it
Can
in
you tell us, where you can find DNA and
JD and AH's
in
case as
terms
well.
of what sort of parts of the
AH
body
had
or
such a
cells
bad
you can
case. They had
obtain
this
DNA
hack.
from?
You can obtain DNA from your
Spiegel
skin
come and
cells, from your
testify
blood,
because
from
he
your
watched
saliva,
Pirates of the
from
Caribbean
your
and could
hair, from your bones,
totally tell that
pretty much from
Johnny
every
was
part.
a drunkard.
Now, does someone's DNA?
Oh, he's a really good
sometimes
actor.
get deposited on other surfaces, other items, or other, even other people?
Yes, you can transfer.
Yeah, but you
DNA
can-
to another person or
you
another
don't-
object.
And how does that?
You
work?
don't verify
All
what they're
DNA
saying.
is
You're a juror.
transfer. So by touching something, by
It's
breathing on
it's
something, by
up to
spitting on
the
something,
defense to point out
you're
that
leaving the DNA on there.
they did a bad job, because if
So
Dr.
you
Spiegel
basically
just
can
showed up
transfer
and
DNA
said,
by
I had
touch,
this
is
and
that
this and this, and
That
I'm
is
board
how
certified,
would
and
that
Dr.
occur?
Curry wasn't board
Just by
certified,
touching something. So water bottle,
he should instantly
touched
be
it.
more believable.
If
But
somebody came
then you
in
saw him on
here,
the
I'm
stand,
sweaty.
and he looked kind of
If
like
somebody came and swabbed this area
that,
of this water bottle,
what's the blue
now
vulture
I'm
from
walking closely
Muppet
to it,
Show?
so I could also be putting
And
spit on this water bottle.
a cross between him and
If
the
they
dog
swabbed the
from
water bottle, they would get my DNA,
Roger
and
Rabbit.
then if somebody put
So
it
he
on
lost
here
all
for me,
credibility the second he opened
somebody
his
did,
mouth. But
they
it
would
sounds
simply
really
put my
good with
personal
all the
statement
things
as
he
well.
have done.
Not in a high volume,
But
my DNA is
it's
on there.
it's on the
Now, in
defense to
terms of
prove
you
that
touching that water bottle
that,
itself, what kind of cells would
they
be
could have all the
potentially
credentials,
transferred
but
to the
what they
water bottle?
did wasn't
Skin
in the
cells.
right way, or their testing was wrong.
Now, in terms of,
So yeah, I
someone's
understand that you
home,
say credibility
would
is
you
a thing.
expect to find someone's DNA
But you
in
could-
their own house?
You could
Yes.
Would that be?
you
on
could
multiple surfaces,
the defense and the
multiple
prosecution
items
could say,
that
yeah,
they may touch or come into
we
contact
we
with?
agree that she knows
Would that
how to
also
work
include people
DNA.
that they might come into contact with?
You mean like
They-
a husband and a wife?
They
or
just
a
told the
child
jury
and
what
a
DNA
parent?
is,
Yes,
and
family members.
Yes.
the jury won't tell. They don't go home and study after.
Now, is DNA, you indicated that DNA exists in all the cells and it's the same type of DNA that you would obtain from any cell, correct?
So I have to take this off. It's loud.
Well, I shouldn't use the word type. That regardless of its skin cells or blood or another.
Yeah, you only
sort
have one set of
bodily
DNA.
fluid, the DNA would look the same.
As far as the DNA profile.
Probably
yes,
Barky
it is.
McBarkinson.
And is DNA more prevalent or richer in certain types
I wrote her
of
we were
materials
live.
over others?
So the amount of DNA in every cell of your body is the same. There is no difference. So if you have a skin cell and a single blood cell, they both have the same amount of DNA. The difference is you don't readily lose skin cells as if you were bleeding. So in a drop of blood, there's going to be millions of cells. If you just touch something, there might only be hundreds. So a touch sample is going to have less DNA than a blood sample or a spit sample.
How long can DNA stay on an item?
Whatever.
Indefinitely, as far as I know. If
I know my
I
DNA.
touch this water bottle and then it gets put away and nobody touches it again, my DNA is not just going to disappear or be removed from the bottle. But usually it's removed either from transfer or cleaning. And in bones, I mean, we've developed DNA profiles from very, very, very long time ago.
As a DNA analyst, if you find DNA on an item, are you able to determine anything about when that DNA was deposited on that item?
I'm not.
What is a DNA profile?
You
It's a
have
series of
more
numbers.
blood
So
to make the
if you
sample
think
from.
of, a DNA profile as an address, I guess. There's different locations on your DNA that we're specifically looking at, and then at each of those locations, we're going to see two numbers. And the two numbers are because you inherit one of those numbers from your mother and one of those numbers from your father. And it's a series of 15 numbers. And then the sex determining region, which is called amelogenin, and there's either an XX
And hopefully,
if you're a female or an XY if you're a male.
Your father's
When you're
add up
testing an
with the
item for
man who's
DNA,
married to your
what
mother.
what does the process look like?
Is it 30% of cases that's not
It's
the case?
a 4 or 5 step process. I'll go through the steps and you can decide if it's going to be 4 or 5. So the first step is called extraction. And this is where we actually take the sample that's given to me. So when it comes to me, it's usually in about a 1.5 inch tube. And inside that tube, there could be a cutting.
That
of
was at
somebody's
least
shirt,
a 6-inch
like my
tube.
jacket. So they need to know who's wearing this jacket. They might take a cutting of this jacket to identify me as the wearer. So in that tube, it could be a cutting or it could be a swabbing. They can take a sterile swab the area, and take a portion of that swab and put it in the tube. So from that, I add chemicals and heat, and I extract the DNA. And in that process, I'm removing.
Maybe to say they can do it to say that we found Cara and Anne-Marie's DNA, but no one else's. That could eliminate some suspects. But then the defense will come back and say, well, if you were wearing gloves, would you leave DNA and stuff like that? But still, it could be a way to say there was no one else at the scene. We only found these two people's DNA profiles where we searched. That could be one thing.
I can see how much I have in my sample. This is important because I'm going to be using
Exactly,
instrumentation
Boomer.
further down the line.
Scientists, they lie all the time. I watched, what's his name, Neil deGrasse Tyson. And he's a scientist.
So that's that second step of testing quantitation.
And
The third
but yeah,
step is amplification.
she can be used to say that the DNA was only from Cara and from Anne-Marie, and of course their daughter.
You want to show your friends
That could
the favorite
eliminate
parts
some
of
people
that book.
from
You might
being
go
at
through
the
that
scene.
book and highlight different
But,
sentences or paragraphs or sections of that
When
book.
she's done
I'm doing
telling
the
you
same
how
thing
you
with your
extract the
I'm
DNA
highlighting
sample,
certain
so
segments of your
hopefully we'll
DNA
get
that
into
I
some
need to look
testimony.
at and that I want to reference later on. That's chemical xeroxing amplification, the third step. The fourth step is interpretation and capillary electrophoresis, which is where I actually separate out your DNA. And I'm using those fluorescent tags that I used in that third step to now visualize your DNA and interpret those results. And then technically the fifth step would be report writing, where I actually report my findings and do any comparisons to any known DNA.
But if
profiles
she's
that are
the
submitted.
DNA expert, why do we need more crime scene
So I want to
people?
ask you about what types of results you can get based on your DNA testing. Are you familiar with the terms full profile and profile?
I'm familiar with both, yes.
Can you tell the jury what those means, please?
So a full profile would mean that at every location that I'm looking at, and both numbers, the one you inherit from your mom and the one you inherit from your dad, I have all of that information. It's complete. I have a full profile. A partial profile is when you only have information at some of the locations. So it can be only at one location, or it could be at 14 out of the 15.
Are you also familiar with a single profile versus a mixture?
I am.
And what are the differences? Can you describe?
A single source profile means that the DNA that I am looking at is one contributor, one person. And at every location, there's only two numbers. A mixture of DNA means
Yeah,
that
she
I'm
had a new
looking at
job
DNA from more than one person.
in Florida
It
now,
could be two,
but she
three,
used to
4,
work for
5. And so at every location, there's multiple numbers. There could
wasn't
be
it?
3
I
numbers.
think she was from
there could be 10
in the
numbers,
crime lab.
But there's multiple numbers indicating that it's more than one source.
Now,
Yeah,
in terms
yeah,
of
and
cases
DNA
where
is
you obtain
kinda-
a mixture, are you familiar with the terms major profile?
Kind of
minor
hard to follow
profile?
along.
I am.
What do those mean?
Yeah, isn't it a cute cat?
So a major and minor profile would be parts of a mixture. It would be a mixture of 2 individuals. It could be more, but let's stick with 2 individuals.
Why?
When I say a major profile, it means that that person is contributing more DNA than the other person in the mixture. So I'm actually
I turned it
visually
down
able to
because it's
see
just
the
a voir
difference
dire, but
between
I can
these
turn it up and
contributors.
shut up.
I also use mathematical calculations to determine this, but visually you can see the difference. So if you think of a DNA profile when it comes off the
Yes.
instrument, it looks like an electrocardiogram when you get your heart monitored and there's peaks on the screen. That's what a DNA profile looks like. So at every location, when it's a single source profile, there's 2 peaks for each location. When there's a major and minor, there's going to be 2 peaks up here and then 2 peaks down here. And you can see these ones are shorter than these ones. So this is the minor profile. This would be the major profile. So you can visually see the difference.
Are you familiar with the term calling threshold or stochastic threshold?
I am,
Or
yes.
those two terms, I should say.
Yes.
Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Stochastic threshold.
Stochastic.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Can you describe for the jury what those thresholds are?
I'm going to use another analogy for these as well. So if you think of an old radio, the ones with the dials, and you're trying to find a radio station, and when you turn the dial, there are certain parts of the dial turning that will be all static. You can't hear anything, but you obviously know there's a radio frequency because they're static. That's what we call the noise threshold of our instrumentation. When you turn that dial and you're coming close to a radio station, you start to hear voices, and you probably can't tell if it's a male or a female. You definitely can't understand the conversation, but you know you're getting close. You're hearing words. You might not even be able to tell if it's English or Spanish or French.
Yeah, we're missing
You can
Iris to
hear
be
voices. That
be
would
the
be
little,
what we call a stochastic threshold. And that's because we know in that range
not
that is
contrarian,
DNA,
because she
but
has
we don't
some
know the whole
reasonable
story. We don't know if it's one
arguments,
person.
but,
We don't know if it's two people.
and it's good for us to
And we don't know,
think about
if
things.
there's balance issues or we're missing that second allele from the mom or the dad of the person. So we know it's DNA. We just don't have all the information. That's the stochastic threshold.
well,
When you get to that radio station,
if they do a test and find out
hear if it's a single person
it
talking.
isn't a
You can
person,
hear
then
if it's a
they
male
won't be
or a
brought to
female.
trial.
You can hear if it's English versus another language, and you can hear the whole
Good morning,
conversation.
Dennis.
If it's two people talking, you can hear them talking to each other in their respective conversations. That's our calling threshold, and
Yeah,
that's where we know.
I
that we
will
have
stop
all
it.
the
It was just
information
someone
for that
like
location,
to
and we
hear
have
what
all the DNA
she
that's
said. So
And in
you know
terms of
me,
your
I'll stop and
laboratory
go on a
work,
rant for
what's
20
the
minutes
reason the
sometime.
calling threshold exists?
Yeah,
That's
thank
so
you,
that
Iris. And
as an interpreting
please,
DNA analyst myself,
if you have
I
any,
know
because
that I have
you
all the
raised some good
information
questions
and I
that we
can
have to
feel
think
safe
about.
in drawing the conclusion
The other
with
Iris
a
does too.
mixture profile that I am making the right allele calls and that my instrumentation and the amount of DNA is not interfering with the conclusion that I'm drawing. And we do this through validations. We do multiple different series of tests and samples to see what these various thresholds are and what our instrumentation's limitations are.
What sort of records would be kept by you or the lab regarding your DNA testing?
I think what you're asking is if I have a case file.
Yes, and what would be contained generally in a case file that you did DNA work on?
Well, thank
in
you.
the case file,
Thank you, thank
when
you.
I submit it for technical review and when it's complete, it has every piece of paper that associates to that case. So my extraction paperwork, quantitation, amplification, any notes, any calculations, electropherograms, which is the DNA version of an electrocardiogram, and then my reports, conclusions, and any known profiles I have for comparison.
You mentioned reports. How do you go about making reports and what type of information is contained in them?
The report would just have basic case information so that, it relates back to the case that I'm working on. And then it would have each of the items that I tested, what my conclusion is for that item, and then the statistical result supporting that conclusion.
You just mentioned statistical results supporting the conclusion. Can you describe what that means?
Statistics are applied in DNA analysis to present to you, the jury, and lay individuals how common or rare the DNA profile is. And statistics can range from anywhere of 1 in
Morning,
10
Luna.
to 1 in a quadrillion.
Hope your
or
dream was
quintillion.
just as well after you ended our stream.
So I want to now ask you about your work in this particular.
Did I forget to send you a link?
No, I
Oh,
The
you just
minute-
didn't
the
wanna
minute
come hang
before
out.
you were like, I'm gonna go live, I got like an emergency work meeting, and I was like, no.
So Jamie's cat didn't kill her.
No.
So people were wondering.
It
They
was
can't do a day without lashes.
It was my actual job in the way of this.
Stupid
know.
work.
So I don't know what's going on, but whatever. little bit.
Yeah, but nothing's. We're just learning about her, how she can understand DNA. This lady, she's doing a good job of explaining to the jury what DNA is. But us who have watched more than one case just hate it because it takes so long, and you don't really care. You just want to hear what did it show.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
So
cool.
Iris is saying good morning to you.
Hi, sweetie.
Hi, everybody.
And Iris is saying good morning to you too.
I'm alive.
Yeah, we're so happy. We have our Jamie. Then the day can only get better. Now our viewer count is just gonna explode.
Oh, woo!
We have a Jamie sighting.
Hi, guys. I'm alive.
Particular case, did you have an occasion to perform some DNA analysis on certain items submitted to your laboratory in connection with this case?
I did.
And do you remember what years that testing occurred in?
In 2010, all the way to the last report, I think, was in 2016.
Now, can you please describe any internal protocols or procedures that dictate how many samples you're able to test in any single case at any given time?
Yes, as a laboratory, because we do cover the entire state of Massachusetts and we test different items of evidence from all different types of cases, we do have a protocol.
She's
as far
not
as how many
a
items per
100 like the
case.
rest of the witnesses in this case.
And, you know, for example, a robbery case might only be 1 or 2 items. If there's more questions that need to be answered once we test those items and we develop those results and provide them to the agency.
Oh yeah,
if we
chat
still
went
have
wild
questions
when I didn't
on,
show up.
you know, how was this crime
Well, shame
committed
on
or
you.
any of those other things.
Sorry,
that DNA are
I
going
had
to
work.
assist in answering those questions.
Same
We do
here.
multiple rounds of testing.
Now, in any given case, who decides what items may be tested for DNA at the lab?
So the initial request and item selection is by the criminalist, and then subsequent rounds of testing could be by the DNA analyst or a DNA supervisor. They could help. They don't always help, but they can help.
Now, when you did your DNA work in this case, did you have access to and use in your work a known DNA profile of Anna Marie Rintala that had been generated from blood taken at her autopsy?
Yes, I did.
And specifically, did you compare DNA profiles that you generated from items recovered in this case and compare those profiles?
It'd be interesting if they have Carla's and
I did.
Mark's DNA profile as well.
Now, in terms of what you actually, in this case, received in your unit for testing, I think you mentioned before that you don't typically get any physical items other than maybe a swab or a cutting that's already been done by typically a criminalist. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And is that what occurred in this case?
I received portions of items, yes.
Okay. And were you aware that prior to your work, a criminalist by the name of Caroline Tetro and also Jennifer Priesick had done some work on some of the items that were making their way to you?
I am, yes.
I want to ask you about several items that you did DNA testing on in this case, starting with item 1-12.1. And before I get to that item, the jury's already heard, but every item that comes into the lab is receive an individualized item number. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. And in terms of an item number like the one I just referenced, 1-12.1, what does that 0.1 mean?
That means that it's a sample of item 1-12.
Okay. And so the item that you received was a sample of 1-12, correct?
Well,
Okay. And specifically,
if they
was
can't
that
match it to
identified,
Cara's, then
as
shouldn't you,
described
as
to
a police
a
officer, go
swab
look for
of
another DNA
red,
profile?
brown stains, 3 finger swipes, wall, stairs?
And I don't know, do you have
Which one?
DNA
Which
profiles
one?
on
Well, my report.
paramedics and EMTs?
Um,
I know you have on all the
If you could just ask
soldiers.
Of course. Would it refresh your memory to be able to look at your notes in regards to this?
Yes, it would.
What's going on
Or
outside?
make you look at your notes?
Jimmy.
Thank you. swab of red brown stain, 3 finger swipes, wall stairs, 1-12.1. Correct.
And specifically, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item?
I was.
And I'm just showing on the presenter here for reference a photograph
Just
that
gonna
was
be that's
already
the
marked
dog
as an exhibit.
parking
as
outside. There shouldn't be any dogs here.
408. Can you describe the results of your DNA testing on this particular item?
The DNA profile obtained from this item matched the DNA profile from Anna Marie Rintala and did not match.
Objection.
Oh, it's quiet. So how's everybody doing today? It's Monday and we are busy at work and it's driving me crazy. Oh, I gotta post it somewhere too. Did no one post it in Discord?
Did they go to sidebar
Yeah, I think so.
all the times?
I was reading something and then I was like, it's quiet.
Yeah. So, TV, it's okay you were distracted. I get distracted when I look at Jamie as well.
Yeah.
It's not Monday, it's Sunday the sequel. No, because Sunday I had a lot of time for myself. Today I feel like I had 20 minutes to myself all day.
I know.
So that's yeah, I've been in court since 9, so it's
Yeah,
been a
that
bit
was here.
hectic.
I mean, I know you said you can get called whenever, so
Yeah, and that's why it's nice that we end at 3-hour time, because these start at 3, so I will only be a little bit late. And when they do have all of these sidebars, you have the time to relax and get into it and catch up.
yeah.
And then we can keep it going with our lovely chatters. Okay, we don't acknowledge Magneto Day on this channel. But it's nice to see a witness who might be below 50 and who isn't retired.
I know. We've had
But
like
she,
2.
yeah, and both of them were crime lab people.
Mm-hmm.
But didn't they say they would bring in 3 other crime lab people and a DNA expert?
Yeah, I
So-
heard like a couple experts, a doctor, and then some more transfer specialist or whatever.
Yeah. It's going to be such a long day with all these boring technical things, especially if they're going to have a sidebar every 5 minutes. Yeah, she said, that's why I thought I have left it on pause.
I did too.
But
Wait.
then her eye moved and I thought, oh my God, she's alive. Well, it's the same with people who look at me. They don't believe I'm a day under 60.
Whatever.
Appearances can fool people.
I don't believe it.
No, I'm a young-looking 56-year-old.
You're not 56 years old.
I feel like it today.
You're
No.
about, 12 years old like the rest of us. That's all we are. We act like 12-year-olds, I swear.
Yeah. No, I'm 27. Because in Danish it's almost sounding like lion 20 in Danish. So we always turn 27. And until you're 27, you're 18. And then you turn 27. And you stay 27.
27 was fun for me. So yeah, I like 27.
You're right. Oh, Dr. Mommy, yeah, she was a cutie patootie. But this lady, she could use a comb through her hair and stuff like that. That's but again, Dr. Curry was a Hollywood doctor, so she knows his look sells.
Mhm.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our morning break quite a bit early this morning. There's something that the parties and I need to discuss a little further, and rather than have you just sit there,
So
I think it makes sense to.
I could have taken an hour more in
or
court.
would
and,
be a more
I know.
efficient
still
use of
caught up.
our time today if I simply if we simply broke now for a morning break. Let's take a 20-minute break, and so I'll see you back at 10:30.
This is going to be interesting. Hopefully, we'll hear what they argue about.
What is up with that guy's hair? Just comb
I was just looking at it and thinking, that's so 1990s.
It's so weird.
You just need some frosted tips.
Yeah. Well, you need some good mousse or gel to like hold it down. It looks like he just fluffs it and then comes to court.
Yeah, he just does this. Yeah, but he takes it on and off all the time. It just shows you that they really work. I can't give any medical, legal, or financial advice.
That's fine, Your Honor. I just wanted to indicate that based on what was represented by the defense counsel, I'll just have the witness step out in terms of our conversation about certain items that she intends to address and cross. Based on that, there would be an objection at that time. Again, trying to be efficient with our time. I don't know if it's best for us to go ahead and deal with that now.
Did they test for door DNA? It could be the door that did it.
Objection from the Commonwealth.
Maybe the door knocked her down the stairs. You never know.
If I understood Attorney Scapicio correctly, she intends to ask this witness about her DNA testing on a couple of items that she indicated involved exclusions of certain individuals and not others. She referenced the vacuum, and I understand there's at least one more, which I'm assuming is 2-10, which is a metal door latch.
I think it's the spatter on the floor.
The spatter on the floor. Okay.
It's transcript 7.
So the state is objecting to questions for their witness about her findings.
Yeah, so to the extent counsel intends to ask about the spatter on the floor, which is item 1-10.1, I have no objection to that. I intend to actually ask the witness about that myself. However, to the extent counsel would be seeking to ask this witness regarding the vacuum, and I'll just get the item number specifically, which is item 2-6. There were two samples tested, 2-6.1 and 2-6.2. I would object to that line of questioning for lack of foundation with
Why?
this particular witness. There was no testimony from anyone at the scene or anyone that has previously testified in terms of crime scene response or criminalistics work. And what I mean by that is.
But they took the samples.
Aaron Corella, Caroline.
The samples were tested.
In regards.
Why
to
can't you
the
ask about them?
vacuum, either being collected, being tested, being swabbed, and being sent on for DNA analysis. Every item that I intend to ask this witness about was previously, there's a foundation for which this item number and this item and this swab the foundation has been laid for those items for her to be able to talk about the DNA testing of those items.
It's the fourth
But the
case,
vacuum,
and
there's
you're
been no
afraid they
testimony
ask you about
any of the
DNA
foundational
evidence
requirements for her to
you
be able to say
produced.
something about
Yeah.
DNA from a swab taken from a vacuum that no one has heard yet about. So to the extent council would be asking.
We have
her
seen the
about
vacuum in the
results, I would
photos.
object to lack of foundation in that regard. Similarly, in
Why?
regards to lack of foundation for questions regarding.
What are you hiding?
Is the
Oh,
same
I'm sorry.
sort of objection that
You
council
can't bring
has.
in
that
evidence that could
regard,
prove
I'm not gonna say
not guilty.
objection for lack of
Yeah.
foundation in regards to the vacuum. Again, not for the spatter stain, there is a foundation for that, but in terms of the vacuum.
Yeah, this makes my
Matter.
What I would say in terms of the vacuum is that this witness had previously testified, and this is on, September 26, 2016, page 62. She was asked a question, about sample 2-6.1, and that is the vacuum is identified as the vacuum. And the answer, she says, is that, it was a mixture, and as a result of, the mixture, that, there was more than one source, and that I believe that, Anne Marie Rintala could have been a potential contributor, but it doesn't appear that Cara Rintala could have. And that's the information that I intended, to cross-examine this witness, whether the Commonwealth brings it out or not. It's prior testimony, from this witness about the vacuum, that in this case would suggest that there is at least one other contributor other than, either Cara Rintala or Anne Marie Rintala at that point, Judge.
Right. Well, I understand the relevance, and I understand that this witness testified to that before, but I'm also assuming then that at the last trial, the necessary foundation was laid. So what I'm hearing, and it is more or less consistent with my own memory, is that in the same way that there was no testimony about the actual taking of a DNA sample from Mr. Olasek, and all the things that would happen after that, there's been no, I don't doubt that it happened, but there's been no testimony, so there's no foundation for.
Well, can't they just
this
ask
witness
her?
to testify about
Did
that.
you
The fact that she
test
testified in
something
previous
from a
hearing,
vacuum cleaner?
I don't think that lays the foundation here.
What the?
It's not something.
The-
It's not coming in as impeachment or even as the fact that she's testified before doesn't automatically.
Well, then you can ask,
it misses
were any
it.
of your
I
tests
agree with that,
showing?
but she did report, and when she mentions it in her report.
And I understand that she would likely, if you asked her that question, she would say the same thing, but that's not the nature of the objection. Again, she would also be able to talk about Mr.
Ichthyology.
Olasek's sample and what she did with that. And so there's an objection that's been lodged based on foundation there. And again, as the Commonwealth points out, this is really the same objection. It's one of foundation. And if I'm going to.
Isn't her
sustain-
entire report
I have to be consistent
evidence?
here.
I understand the court's position, Judge. I think it's different when you're talking about excluding a defendant, from a possible sample. I think that's different, Judge. And I think it's different when both the defendant and the victim, who both have had samples tested, are excluded, and there's still additional DNA. That goes directly to the failure to investigate, Judge.
Yeah.
So
Come
it's not
on.
whether or not it's true or it's not true that there was additional information there. It's whether or not
Yeah,
the police have
Rosemary.
followed up and investigated that. I'm assuming that we're not going to hear that they.
Sure, and it might be, it might come in for that purpose. It just wouldn't come in through this witness. It would have come in through.
Why?
So this witness is simply.
She did all the testing.
She's doing her job, which is somewhat compartmentalized. She's.
No,
gets
she
samples,
tested the
she's analyzing
samples. She
those
knows
samples,
what
but she's not
kind of
making
DNA is on
decisions
it.
based on the results of those tests
Right, Judge.
to follow up this lead or that lead.
But
That goes to.
But
the
you still have to
investigators. That's
establish
really
that there was
the
someone
the
who could have
investigator's
been
state of
looked at
mind
because there was
that would
unknown
go to.
DNA.
She's not an investigator in that sense.
I'm not suggesting she is, Judge. I'm suggesting she generated some data that
Data.
suggested that my client's DNA excluded the possibility of her being present, her DNA being present on that vacuum. The victim's DNA is excluded on that vacuum. Somebody else's DNA is on the vacuum. I don't care whose DNA it is at that point, Judge. My suggestion would be that it's appropriate to get that in front of the jury that there was someone else's DNA, because then the argument would be, as I have this entire trial, that they didn't hear any evidence of follow-up, didn't hear any evidence of investigation as to that particular piece of evidence. So it doesn't, the fact that it happens, the fact that she could testify about it because she did the testing and she came to those conclusions, I think is relevant in material. I don't think it's in for the same purposes as the information would be in with respect to either Cara Rintala or Maria Rintala, because we do have evidence that their DNA was taken. So I do think Judge goes.
Yeah, he started out really great, but now I think he's
And I understand she wouldn't be able to testify.
he's ruling
of the Bowden puzzle.
everything
that
in
would seek to get in through her.
in way
Not
of the
asking
state.
her
And
whether or not
I
anyone
really don't get it
investigated or
because
didn't investigate. Just
he's
the fact
looking
that
at a
she did this
fifth
test,
trial.
that it
Yeah.
revealed that someone other than Cara Rintala and Maria Rintala's DNA was on that vacuum.
Especially because there is a report this witness has produced, and they can ask, "Did you find anything else?" And then they can ask, "Why didn't?" Then you can ask the detective, "Why didn't they find
I
it?"
don't know, and it doesn't matter for my purposes whether it's true or not. What matters is that in this case, it wasn't followed up upon.
Okay, but this witness would be testifying to the truth of that.
Her
of that
report.
analysis, the result of that analysis. And I see the issue with Mr. Olasak, his sample and the testing done on his sample is the same. They're both Bowden issues. One is a response to it, and the other is the defendant advancing that theory. And it doesn't prevent you from asking an investigator if they knew the result of this DNA test. But it would be the investigator that you would ask, because it would be going to that investigator's state of mind. This isn't going to this witness's state of mind. This is what she did, and she could testify to it had that foundation been laid. And I understand that, I believe all the witnesses who could have laid that foundation have been on the witness stand.
Yes, but it wasn't, for my purposes, it didn't matter to me whether those witnesses were on the stand as to what was happening. What mattered to me was the testing that excluded my client as a potential source of that DNA, and that's I guess where we disagree, Judge.
Well, I don't see, though, if there's an objection to foundation, the fact that the foundation doesn't matter to the party that's attempting to elicit testimony that requires that
Especially because
foundation.
now they can impeach the detectives and say, "Why didn't you do it when there was
The
additional
issue is
evidence?"
if
Because
if
there wouldn't be any
Marion testifies, says either he knew
be
about it or
any
he
reason
didn't
to
know
ask the
about it.
detective when the
Then
DNA
I would
hasn't been
position
brought
that
in.
call this witness back to get that piece of information in, so I could make the argument that I'm trying to make.
Well,
Do it
that,
again.
Hey, Farrell.
or all those
And that puts
witnesses.
an undue burden on the defendant in this case, Judge.
Okay, but again, all the witnesses.
You got a
that
touch up. It's
had
not a
the
spiky.
information-
But not, the information
She
wasn't
did
what
get
I was
that.
looking for, Judge, it was the exclusion that I was looking for.
I know, but in order.
This
for
is so
witness to
ridiculous.
testify
Oh.
About what you want this
I didn't
witness
see you
to
come back. You
testify
came in
about,
hot.
there has to
Sorry.
be.
I'll-
a
I'll-
No, it's
foundation,
a stream.
which
I
would have
just
been
have
laid, but it
to
wasn't.
figure out.
So is
Um,
this the first
can
witness?
still
I had to
ask,
run to the
if
grocery store.
Yeah.
Trooper McGarion's going to be a witness, you can ask him
And
if he knew about this.
they want to
Suspect
exclude DNA evidence found that says
I
there's a
don't know
third
what his answers
set
might
of
be,
DNAs
but
on a
that
vacuum.
would be a question.
But we didn't testify
ask,
to the
did he
vacuum
have
being
this-
tested.
Did he know? Did he have this
Why should it
knowledge?
matter?
If
It's in the
so,
report.
What, if anything,
Right.
did he do about it?
Yeah, there's no
I don't wanna
foundation
take up any
that they
more-
took the test.
more time
Well,
with this.
again,
I-
it's
I agree
on
with
her
Nicole's
report.
position here, which is that
Why can't she lay her own
for
foundation?
this witness,
being asked,
that foundation
you
needs to
test
be-
Item number
needs to be laid,
B22.
and it hasn't been.
Yes.
Right.
So I will.
Is
note their
that from
objection,
a vacuum cleaner?
Um,
Yes. Was there
but
3
let's
sets of
take what's
DNA
left of
which
our-
preclude
our break,
our,
and if,
yeah.
I can have the commo simply
And then she can call back
let the
the
witness know,
investigator and say, why
um,
didn't you look at it? We know there was multiple DNA
what the
samples
parameters
found
are,
with
and if
additional
there's
DNA in it.
any.
Why do you have to say the test was taken beforehand? It's in the report.
If
The entire
Nothing-
report is probably
cross-examination,
put into evidence.
is
Nothing
such
ticks
that
me off more than a
panel
judge
feels
that's
that
doing the
the
prosecution's
door's
work.
been open,
No.
we'll go sidebar and discuss that.
Yes, sir.
Friends
That's the case.
bar.
Okay.
Yes, thank
How
you.
are you, fine sir? Good to see you.
Jen, I know this was not on your radar right now. The motion that we
TV, you
moved, that we talked about, that you couldn't find the document number, was it referred to as STR?
Yes.
STD.
And it was filed on.
Yeah, you didn't miss a lot today.
Yeah, I didn't think I was going to miss a whole lot because it's so ridiculous.
Yeah, and Square Bot, you're right. Why does he keep taking on and off the mask whenever he's talking and when the jury enters the room? It's an airborne virus. The second he takes them off, of course, we believe the science, so masks work. But why does he take it off then? Defendants are innocent until proven good, so the burden falls on the state. Yeah, I really don't get why you can't bring in a report that you can bring in parts of. Then the full report is it's open. The report has been provided as evidence. So even though you don't like that specimen 6 is tested, it's in the same report as specimen 5 and 7 that you might talk about, then you should be able to use it. This is stupid because her testing is just as good at specimen 7 as it is on 5 and on 6 as it is on 5 and 7. We
Right.
just heard she's an expert. I'm getting really ticked off with this judge because he started out fair, but now he seems to swing a lot in favor of the prosecution, and he knows there's another appeal coming if it goes wrong again.
And, that's part of the things that will happen on appeal. If the judge rules against something, and it's not, it doesn't fit in with the law. For example, if the if someone doesn't take the witness stand, say for example the murderer in this particular example doesn't take the witness stand, but he gets up there and says something to the effect of that should determine how you react to this pleading. It just leaves it open for appeal because he went against the rules.
Yeah, it's the Fifth Amendment.
And if he's not allowing evidence in, that's going against the rules.
Yeah, especially because his argument, or the state's argument, is there haven't been laid foundation that the swab was taken off the vacuum cleaner. We've seen the vacuum cleaner in the pictures, which every witness has testified is how they found the crime scene. We have a lab number saying this swab was taken off the vacuum cleaner, and we have a DNA expert who tested. How much more do you need? Do you need to hear Officer McNally? He took the swab. No, you have a chain of custody all the way from the vacuum cleaner till today. To me, that doesn't make any sense. But again, it's always okay when the state does it. It's the same with the. Why didn't you test the Cellbrite for the week before? Well, I don't know. No one asked me. There should be some rules for evidence.
Yeah.
But again,
and that's the thing. If you constantly change the rules for one side or the other, that's just leaving you open up for an appeal. I mean, on so many different levels.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, on the first go around, yeah, you might miss a few, and this is the fourth go around, and he's been struck down by the Supreme Court, and questions were asked about this evidence in the third trial. So him not allowing it in the fourth trial, that's to me, and as an arbiter of the not the truth but the fairness in a case like this, he should call balls and strike evenly. He shouldn't be allowed to say no. You can't have this in because no one said that we took the swab. There's a chain of custody all the way through if the evidence is preserved correctly. So you can go into the report. It says at which point was this taken by whom, or else the entire report needs to be yeeted. I don't want to be angry this early.
Yeah, don't get angry. Don't get angry
No,
with him.
Again, we saw each other 12 hours ago, and you've been to bed. I've been to court. So
Yeah,
my temper might be a little flared.
a little right there on the walking the
Yeah.
tightrope.
That's I like being in court, but sometimes it just gets to you.
Yeah.
Sitting there and listening to stuff that's not that nice. That's why it's fun to do on the internet, because then you can just log off and say, well, it's just on TV. But sitting there in real life and listening to stories, it's not always pleasant.
No.
Farrell, we met around 4:35 a.m. this morning, my time. And it's 4:30 my time again. Just in the PMs. Or PMSs, I'm not sure. But how you doing, Farrell? Did you get some sleep? You were up late. You're starting to become quite the big YouTubers.
She is.
If I'm knowing Shizzy and the expert, you probably didn't get off till 5 minutes ago. Now, that's worded wrong. You probably didn't stop talking till 5 minutes ago.
Well, it had to be, couldn't have been 5 minutes. Well, it could have been 5 minutes ago. I wasn't on camera 5 minutes ago, so I could have been getting off.
Yeah, you could be getting Farrell off.
Yes. Yeah, that's about right though, Farrell. It felt like about 5 minutes ago. Both the expert and I, we were talking with Farrell and she was having some fun.
Yeah, she's not quite as at Jamie's level yet. With she likes 5 guys, but Farrell can handle a couple of guys.
No, don't drag me into this early this morning.
Well, Farrell, go back and clip it when Jamie said she liked 5 guys.
It's a restaurant. I haven't. Never mind. Never mind.
Yeah, you should
I'm
probably
not saying it anymore.
don't mention. I've never been above 3 guys at a time. It's yeah, Jamie.
Hey, is it?
Yeah, Farrell, we are nice to you because you're new, but just wait. We'll treat you just as we treat Jamie, and it's not fair because Jamie is what's making this channel great.
Yeah, right.
It is.
Those umbrellas, you don't see them everywhere.
Nope. Won't see them on my face.
Nope.
I hope you don't have any.
So Murph's Turf, you're saying that 5 Guys has great meat?
They
Salty
do.
and delicious?
Murph knows.
I don't get this, and that's probably because I'm Danish. this in and out. Why is it a craze, and why do you need to offer order of a special menu to get the good stuff? Why don't they just make the good stuff? This animal style thing.
I've never had it, so I don't know.
No. Someone it's in California, isn't it? The In and Out.
Yeah, I know they are in California. I don't know where else.
I've seen some of the guys from Geeks and Gamers going and try it, and it just looked like a burger. I don't know what the animal style is.
Yeah, what is
And I'm
that?
in Texas now too. Okay. Yeah, what's special about the animal style? Do they serve it in a zebra? Or... That would be cool.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
And it's yeah. Well, Jamie had Five Guys.
No.
But I don't go to McDonald's and say I'd like a cheeseburger off the raunchy menu, and then it get a little extra, I don't know, tartar sauce or something. What's It's just grilled onions and Thousand Island dressing and pickles.
Yeah.
Is
I don't like
that animal style? I don't know many animals who grill their onions.
Yeah, I don't like Thousand Island.
Oh, I like Thousand Island. It's kind of the only dressing I eat.
Yeah.
I never understood the ranch part, but I probably shouldn't say that to some Americans, because ranch, I believe, is pretty popular.
I'm not really big into mayonnaise. Mayonnaise-y
Oh
products.
my God, you're killing me. No ranch, no mayonnaise? How do you live?
The only time I'll do ranch is if I'm doing wings. That's the only time that I'll do ranch, because I don't like blue cheese.
You don't like ranch with pizza?
Yeah. That
Yeah.
same thing, wings, pizza, but yeah,
I-
I mean, I just don't like, if I do a salad, I usually do some balsamic vinegar and like salt and pepper. That's really it. Maybe a little bit of olive oil, but usually just straight up balsamic vinegar.
And I know always say I want extra pickles in your burgers, so you get fresh burgers.
Oh, I
Animals-
get pickles like pickles like
Yeah,
crazy.
I love to eat out with people who I don't like pickles. More pickles for me. Just keep them coming.
You can eat all my pickles because I don't like them.
That's what I liked about Fuddruckers, because Fuddruckers, you could go in there and just like fill up a plate full of pickles if you wanted.
Oh, Fuddruckers is the best.
I never heard the word Fuddruckers before.
That's just a burger joint.
Yeah.
No,
Only
and because both my wife and I, we don't do mayonnaise. We whenever there's a recipe that calls for it, we just substitute sour cream for it.
Hey, Lena, welcome, and we are happy that you're catching alive. Sadly, the trial is on break right now, so now we're just talking which kind of dressings we like on our burger. But we are happy to have you here, and thank you for always being on the Rewatch crew.
Thanks a lot.
It's nice to have not the pickle, all the pickles, Farrell. I like all the pickles.
Mm-hmm.
And you only put hot sauce on pizza? I rarely put hot sauce on pizza. I put chili flakes. I put hot sauce on pasta.
See, I like putting Tabasco on pizza.
Hot honey
I'm
is
not a fan of Tabasco. I think it's too vinegary.
I'll put it on pizza. I'll usually, if I do like a soup or something that I really like, would be Italian wedding, and then just some Tabasco, probably about 5 or 6 shakes of Tabasco in there. Like tonight, I'll be making a fish stew, and it's got a lot of Tabasco in it.
See, look, Murph's getting 5 Guys delivered.
Yeah.
Really? Just 5?
I like a girl who can handle her meat.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
That's maybe when I become a YouTube millionaire, I have to do a tour through the US and just eat at every different chain fast food restaurant just to try it.
Yeah.
But
have to
I have
check.
to,
Same.
yeah, but I have to wait for the Sarah Boone case because that's gonna make everyone on YouTube a millionaire.
Yeah, right.
I don't like potato salad.
Yeah, I
She
don't
put that
either.
in one of her letters that all the YouTuber were grifting her case to become millionaires. So I'm really betting on that case to make me a millionaire. Not even
Let's
sure
do
I'm
it.
going to cover it. I'm afraid it's going to be a boring case. Unless you go pro se, I don't know if it's
Oh, if
going to
she's
be
going
fun.
pro se, then I'm
24/7.
right there with you. Yeah.
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 Do you like potato salad?
Only if it's vinegar based. I don't like mayonnaise.
And I only like loaded potato salad, which is different than what people normally make.
I don't like because I don't like the consistency of on sour cream and stuff like that. So when I say, oh, I don't like potato salad, I just have green salad. Everyone, did you try my potatoes? No, it's not your potato salads. I don't like the consistency of the stuff you're trying. But you haven't tried mine. No, and I haven't tried a kick in the
Nuts either.
behind with a spiked boot, but either this or Smexy talk.
Yeah.
Based on what happened at Sidebar, it's my intention to ask this witness about her comparisons to both the known profile of Anna Marie and of the defendant in direct. Understanding that's fair game and anyone could ask about it. I've instructed the witness not to say the word Markle or Sacker in any circumstance. And she has no problem with that. She recognized in the moment that she was about to go too far. The objection came and she was not going to say the name, but she recognizes the boundaries of the limitation, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I like the good tossed salad. Green salad with no feta, but green salad with some onions and some corn and some
Bring in the witness, please.
So like a Cobb salad.
cucumbers. That's good.
Well, the
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A does a pretty good chicken salad. So they'll do a salad and it's got all of those vegetables in it, and then it's got cut up pieces of
And I would just remind
chicken.
you, you're still under the same oath that you had previously taken.
Iris,
Really?
I'm sad to hear that. I thought you wanted me to come visit.
Yes.
Do Germans do a special potato salad? I don't know about that.
Jury intern?
So they're going to let her testify?
Yeah, but they probably have to keep out the vacuum cleaner, and she
vacuum
can't mention Olasak and Kala. I can't remember her last name.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, Farrell, you'll see my. You won't be able to see my ass from my shoe soles because I'm running down the street. That's what people are serving me. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Jews can't eat lobster. I'm gonna grab a cup of coffee now.
You may.
Thank you. Good morning, again, Ms. Kozaka.
Good morning.
Before we took the break, I was asking you in regards to item 1-12.1. And I believe you indicated that that was described as a swab of red brown stains, 3-finger swiped wall stairs, correct?
Correct.
Now, on this particular item, were you able to do DNA testing?
I was.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile?
I was.
And was that a single or a mixture?
It was a single source profile.
And was it a male or female, if you were able to determine that?
It was a female.
And would you describe this DNA profile or the profile that you obtained as full or partial?
It was a full profile.
Okay. And I believe you testified before that means you were able to obtain information at every location.
That's correct.
Yeah. Just handing you something there. You can take a look at it. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
There's two tables on this paper. One is the known standard of Anna Marie Rintala, and the other is the item we are talking about.
And are those tables something that you created, and then part of your report, in other words?
They are both part of my report, correct?
And those are essentially the DNA profiles of the known standard of Anna Marie Rintala and the DNA profile you were able to generate from this particular item 1-12.1.
That's correct.
Your Honor, ask that that be marked for identification and permission to use it as a chalk with the jury.
It'd be Z as in Zachary for ID.
If I can just display that on the presenter, please. And if we could zoom in, first to the top, Mr. Zaka, if I could just ask you to please stand, there's a pointer right behind you against the wall. And I'm just gonna have you walk us through this particular item, first zooming in so we all can see it hopefully. Can you show us what we're seeing at the top of the chart here where the words known standard are?
Okay, so this known standard refers to both lines, and it is the known standard as identified by the sample description in this box, known blood standard, Anna Marie Rintala. If you move over a box to the right, the case number and item number are both displayed. 10-04100 is the case number, and 8-1.1.1 is the item number for this known blood standard. Above that, you'll see identifier results table. Identifier is the DNA testing kit that we use. And
Oh,
you'll see
DNA
also
testing,
along
so much fun.
the table, you'll see different colors. Those are just the highlighters. So remember in that third step of testing, when I'm looking at your DNA, I'm highlighting it like you would in your book for your friend. Those are just the different colors of highlighter that's used to identify those different locations of your DNA. In the same row as the case number and item number, if you keep moving over to the right, you'll see various letters and numbers in sequence. Those are the different locations or addresses on your DNA that I'm looking at. So you'll see D8S1179. That means it's double-stranded DNA, chromosome 8, and location S1179. So you'll see that throughout the entire profile, that those are the various locations that we're looking at. Below that, you'll see numbers, which they're a little bit blurry, but the numbers are 1314 under D8S1179. That means that Anna Marie Rintala is a 1314 at D8S1179. If you go throughout every location through the DNA profile, you'll see two numbers, and those are the numbers for Anna Marie Rintala's DNA profile at the various locations that I looked at.
Are we seeing a location under the red AMEL?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that means, please?
This is the amelogenin location, which is the sex determining location, and you'll see here there's an XX, which means that it's a female.
If it was a male, what would be represented there?
An XY.
Then I just want to take you down to the second part of this chart. Do you recognize this, and can you explain it to us, please?
Yes, this is a similar chart, except for this is a questioned item. So the one above was a known standard. This is a questioned item. Swab of red brown stain, 3 finger swipes wall stairs. Again, the case number and the item number 1-12.1 are listed. And then as you go through the DNA profile, you'll see 2 numbers at every single location throughout the profile. And there's only 2 numbers at every location indicating a single source profile. And there's an XX at the amelogenin location indicating that it's a female profile.
I'm sorry, I failed to ask you going back up to that first item there. The sample description says KBS. What does that stand for?
Known blood standard.
Okay. And so you testified a moment ago that this
she
particular
say
item
close your mouth?
1-12.1, you were able to obtain a full profile. And are we seeing that on this item itself? In other words, that you have a number at each location, or two numbers at each location?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And it's a single source. In other words, it represents that there's only one source to this DNA, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and female because of the XX, correct?
Or
Okay.
it could be
Please, thank you very much.
because it was a transfer sample. It's only
Now,
it
in
didn't leave
regards
the-
to item 1-12.1, were you
anything
able
else.
to compare the DNA
Right.
profile, the single source female profile?
Or someone
you
could be
obtained from
wearing
that
gloves.
item to the known DNA
Yep.
standard of Anna Marie Rintala?
I was.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Anna Marie Rintala could have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item.
Was she?
The
Yeah.
probability of a randomly selected, unrelated individual having DNA profile matching that obtained from this item is approximately 1 in 226 quintillion of the
Oh, that's
African
pretty good.
American population.
Yeah.
1 in 436.5 quintillion of the Asian population. 1 in 608.6 quadrillion of the Caucasian population, and 1 in 3.602 quintillion of the Hispanic population.
In other words, we're
So fair to
pretty
say
damn
all
positive.
of the statistics
Yeah,
you just
it's
gave us
probably
were either
hers.
the quadrillions or the quintillions?
That's correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, approximately what is the entire world's population?
A little over 8 billion.
Yeah, it's growing fast. We were 6 billion when I
Did you
was
have
young.
an opportunity to compare the DNA profile? Well, let me ask you a different question first. During the course of your work, did you have the opportunity to have access to and analyze, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say analyze, access to and use the known DNA profile of Cara Rintala, the defendant in this case?
I did.
Were you able to compare profiles that you obtained from items in this case to the known profile of Cara Rintala?
I did.
Okay, so I want to now ask you specifically about item 1-12.1. Were you able to compare the single source female profile you obtained from that item to the known DNA profile of the defendant?
I did.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Yeah.
Cara
You get the
Rintala could
number.
not have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item.
So she was excluded.
Correct.
Okay.
So her DNA was not on the
I
wall.
want to ask
There
you
you go.
now about the next item, which is
Yeah.
item 1-13. And was this item described to you as a swab of red brown spatter stain on top of basement stairs?
Yes, it was.
And for reference, I'm going to show what was previously admitted as Exhibit 109. Did you perform DNA testing on this item?
I did.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile?
I was.
Was this single source or multiple sources?
It was. a
It's still,
female
what does
profile.
this have to do with
Female or
anything?
male?
It was a female.
We know it's
profile.
her blood.
Were you able to compare?
Yeah.
Well,
And
was this
when
particular
was it left
profile
there?
full or
That's the big
partial?
question.
This
Yeah.
profile
Was it
full.
reasonably fresh
Were you
or
able to compare that single source female full profile?
Trust me, there's so much
that
blood
item
around my house
to the
from
known
me.
DNA profile
Yeah.
of Anna Marie
I mean,
Rintala?
I was.
And what
They
conclusion
would think
were
it was a
you able to
murder
draw?
scene.
Anna Marie Rintala could
Yeah.
have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item. The probability of a randomly selected, unrelated individual having a DNA profile matching that obtained from this item is approximately 1 in 226 quintillion of the African American population, 1 in 436.5 quintillion of the Asian population, 1 in 608.6 quadrillion of the Caucasian population, and 1 in 3.602 quintillion.
To me, it seems like they're just delaying.
And the
Like,
statistics you
prosecution
just
is
said to us
just
for item
delaying.
1-13, are they the same statistics that were generated for 1-12.1?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Were you also able to compare the DNA profile you generated from this item to the known DNA profile of the defendant?
I was.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Cara Rintala could not have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item.
so
Okay, so there you
I'm
go.
going to go now
wasn't her
to
bleeding.
item 1-11.1.
yeah, what does this prove?
Was that described to you as a swab of a red-brown stain at base of stairs?
So you're saying
So it's Cara, they're saying
Showing
it
what's
wasn't
been marked
hers?
Previously as exhibit 110.
Oh, she wasn't bleeding. Sorry.
No,
did you
but
do
if-
DNA testing on this item?
What does it prove?
Were you able to generate a
It wasn't her.
DNA profile?
Yeah.
I was.
Single source or multiple?
So what about this blood that was supposedly wiped up? Did you
Female or
did you
It
find
was
out what the
a female
DNA source
profile.
was for that? Oh no,
And
because we
was it
destroyed
full
that
or
whenever we
partial?
sprayed luminol all
It
over.
was a full
Yeah.
profile.
Were you able to compare that profile to the known DNA profile of Anna Marie Rintala?
I was.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Anna Marie Rintala could have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item. The probability of a randomly selected, unrelated individual
So all the
having a
blood
DNA
was
profile
from-
matching that obtained from this item
From the
is
person that was bleeding.
approximately 1 in 226 quintillion of the African American population, 1 in 436.5 quintillion of the Asian population, 1 in 608.6
So far,
quadrillion
3
of the
tests
Caucasian
has shown the
population,
bleeding person
and
left
1
blood
in
at the crime scene.
3.602 quintillion of the Hispanic population.
Same statistics as before?
Yes,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
And were you able to compare the DNA profile obtained from this item to the known DNA profile of the defendant?
I was.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Cara Rintala could not have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item.
No, really. Oh my gosh,
We'll move
again.
Next to item 15-1.
Because it refreshes her memory.
Are you familiar with this item?
They
I
asked the
am.
And
judge.
how was it described to you?
It's normally
Swabs of
because
four-tier plastic shelf combined samples 15-1.1, 15-1.2, and 15-1.3.
because it's these
So
big numbers.
This particular item is a combination of several previous swabs. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
Do you know if that's something that you did?
Yeah, my
or
question
no
is,
one
was
from the
this
case
lady
did before it got
Asian?
to you?
The criminalist Caroline Tatro did this.
Black?
And again,
Caucasian.
And,
the
all of
invisible
these
blood
swabs were,
on
to your
these
understanding,
things.
From the plastic shelf.
when
tier,
did it
four-tier
when
plastic
was it
shelf.
left there?
That's correct.
Okay.
Good morning, Stephanie.
Good
And
morning.
just, for the record, I'm displaying what's been marked as exhibit 115. Were you able to perform DNA testing on this item?
I was.
Were you able to generate a DNA profile?
I was.
Single or multiple sources?
It was a single source female profile.
And was this
Still.
full or partial?
Full.
Okay. And
Why
without
clean
going
up
into
these
the statistic
blood
at
stains
this
and
point,
not the
are you
ones in
able to
the-
tell us what conclusion
in
you were
the
able to draw
stairwell?
comparing this DNA
Yeah.
profile to the known DNA profile of Anna Marie Rintala?
Anna Marie Rintala
To me,
could have
this
been the
just
source of the
doesn't make
female
any
DNA
sense.
identified on this item.
And did you apply a statistic to this particular conclusion?
I did.
Was it the same statistic as we've heard regarding the other items?
It is.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Were you also able to compare this single source female full DNA profile to the known DNA profile of the defendant, Cara Rintala?
I was.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Cara Rintala could not have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item.
I want to ask you now about item 1-10.1 and showing on the presenter exhibit number 112. Was this item described to you as a swab of spatter stain on floor near victim?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And were you able to report DNA testing on this item?
I was.
Were you able to generate a DNA profile?
I was.
And was this a single source or multiple source?
It was it indicated the presence of a mixture of DNA from more than one source.
Oh,
Okay.
interesting.
In this particular
In
mixture,
the
were you able
Area
to
where she sat.
obtain a
with the
major
body.
profile?
I was.
What about the minor
And that
profile?
major profile, do you know whether or not that was full or partial?
No
I
contamination
was
of the
able
crime scene.
to-
Those could have been really bad if,
If it would have just been a different position.
yeah. But taking DNA samples where people walked.
The major profile was obtained at all locations.
Okay. And were you able to compare the major profile to the known DNA profile of Anna Marie Rintala?
I was.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Anna Marie Rintala could have been the source of the major female DNA identified on this item.
And were you able to apply a statistic to that result?
I was.
Was it the same statistic as you previously testified to on the other items?
It was.
Now, you also indicated that this was a mixture indicative of DNA from more than one source, correct?
That's correct.
And what information did you obtain on this item that, from which you drew the conclusion that it was a mixture of more than one source?
At one of the DNA locations, there was an indication that there was another contributor.
Okay.
Genitals,
I can just
you're
go
right.
back to the chart. for
Genitals
one
is
moment,
always
chart
right.
Z, right, that you mentioned. Just for frame of reference.
Agreed.
Fair to say this is not about the item
You-
we're
you would
talking
have
about
pulled
right now,
out
correct?
This is not.
All the
Okay.
Cara Rintala
But you
evidence.
indicated that on
to
the
begin with.
minor profile of this item, you obtained a result at one
Or maybe
location?
the last one.
No.
I'm sorry.
Yes, sorry, you are correct.
Okay.
At one location, so at one of those locations, there's 15 labeled, D8, D21, D7 across, and in the next line as well.
This is the
So
States
there's
Direct,
15
yes.
total.
Yes.
For the minor profile, I obtained one additional allele. So instead of having two alleles at that location, which is the numbers, I had three. And it was at one location. And that was
One out of, I think, 30 that are on the chart?
it.
No, 15.
locations.
Fif-
Okay, 15
yeah.
locations.
Let's
But did you
just
obtain it at
double
both
the
of
number. It sounds better.
two in that one location?
So those are two copies of the same location. You just get different sequences. So that's why there's at D8, there's a 13 and a 14. That means at that location, that person has 13 repeated sequences and the other from the mother or father, and then 14 from the mother or father. And so I obtained one additional number, which means that that additional number could either be that number two times from the mother and the father, or it could be that number along with the 13 or that number along with the 14. I
That's
just know
what
that there was
some girls
one
call a
additional
good night.
number.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And was that number above
Mm.
calling threshold?
Good job, Squaw Bob.
It was, no, it was the stochastic threshold,
Okay,
which is where I don't have all of the information.
okay. And based on that information that you obtained in regards to a minor profile or another source other than the major profile, were you able to draw any conclusions in terms of comparing them to known profiles in this case?
It was an insufficient profile, which means there's not enough information for me to really say anything more than it was indicative of more than one source.
So fair to say it would be insufficient regardless of if you had 100 or 200 or 300 people to compare it to.
That's correct.
So in terms of comparing that profile, the minor profile, to the known DNA profile of the defendant, was it insufficient to draw any conclusions?
It was.
Okay, so she could be included or excluded.
So could the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Basis.
Lucy?
That's again, that's sleazy tactics. It could have been her, yeah, but it could have been all 8 billion people except the murder victim, because she had a clear major profile on her.
Right.
But if you can't determine the rest, it isn't the person who's sitting next to the defense lawyer. You can't imply it could have been her, because it could have been everybody. It could have been this DNA lady who coughed and hit the DNA sample. That's the big problem.
That's the point. That's
yeah.
the point of the useless questioning. Is to bore the jury, get them confused. They don't want to. Then they're just not paying any attention. Then you can slip little things in. You're hoping that the defense doesn't catch it.
Yeah, and then you can imply it could have been hers, but you're just not sure. No, but it could have been the defense, the state's prosecutor, and everyone. Please go and leave a like and a subscription over at Shizzy's. We are happy to have him on this trial because he catches all the stupidity I don't catch, and there's a lot of stupidity in this case.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been fun having you.
Well,
Yeah.
thank you very much. It's been fun being here. It really has. You guys got a great chat. Great group of people here.
It's an amazing, and it's I like that people ask questions because many people are just watching these trials and thinking, "Oh, it must be right when they do it." But I like to toss it around a little bit and think on different angles. Hey, Mims.
Yes.
Well, some of us do.
Well, the chances are that that they're not paying any attention, because
We've been going for. They've been sitting in the room for an hour and 30 minutes, roughly. Been listening to this lady for over an hour, and hearing numbers as quadrillion, quadrillion, kabillion, and all of a sudden, so it could have been her. Yeah, that's what they hear.
Yeah.
But what could have been her? That she was in her own house? I mean, I don't get it.
that she bled in her own house.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it says to me.
And it's right next to the
Death scene.
No, it's right next to the laundry basket where they said they take their clothes off every day when they return from work. She works as an EMT. She could have a cut. She's a female. She could have a little bit of a monthly
accident.
Yeah, it's possible.
Everything is possible. And again, if you can't determine the profile, it's nobody.
Well, they might be able to determine the profile. If I'm not mistaken, didn't they find somebody else's DNA profile on a vacuum cleaner?
Yeah, we're not going into that.
But we can't talk about that one.
Nope. And we didn't obtain. I don't know if they did obtain. Sounds like someone's talking, but didn't put the sound on.
I would just be interested in how his DNA got on the vacuum cleaner.
Yeah. Yeah, it could be interesting. Even if they don't have the sample isn't male or female. If they don't have a matching, they can tell if it's male or female DNA. That could be interesting too. And Iris, I really like that you're willing to change. And your questions about the phone calls made me think, yeah, it could be an alibi builder or whatever we should call it when she left all those messages. And that's why I love having an active chat.
Right.
Because I have my mind set on something and someone can just throw in a curveball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and especially with all the death is normally a really good good way to get killed if you don't pay it off.
Well, I'm the thing about her using those cell phone connections or whatever, the cell phone, the calls and the texts and all that kind of stuff as an alibi, they've yet to prove that.
Yeah,
I mean,
you still have to put her with the murderer, or when the murder happened.
Oh, absolutely. Because it didn't, to me, that's why, I mean, I don't base my opinion on the way people act because people are all over the place with their mannerisms, but like she was everywhere she said she was supposed to be. So it's not like she was calling from the other room and trying to pretend like she wasn't in the house. She was actually not in the house. So now you like set all that stuff aside. You have to prove everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and if you want to muddy the time of the death, before you leave the house at 2:30 or 3:30 when she can't remember, you just send her a text saying, "Hey, honey, get some food when you come home. Get us some food. Bring some food back when you're done shopping. I just woke up and heard you leave. Please bring back some food." That would be a better alibi than calling and say, "I'm going to Red Robin."
Mm-hmm.
But again, as we saw this morning, not all criminals are criminal masterminds.
Yeah, if they get caught, they're usually not.
No, and remember to mention about 70 times in your closing that a 77-year-old lady is thrown violently down some stairs.
Hmm.
I mean, it's heinous.
That's a big problem for me too. This shows either that they don't care or they're incompetent, because you don't bring any evidence to a crime scene. It
Yeah,
contaminates both of them.
and what's to say that those rags that they found in a garbage can weren't just found somewhere else and added into the garbage bag?
Yeah, they found some rags that looked similar to what maybe they seen, and they were like, "Oh, okay, well, that's
Well, these are close enough. Well, how about
Uh,
we make them really close so
Yeah.
that we can just hammer this one on her.
Yeah,
And
again,
it is not uncommon for cops to fabricate evidence.
we know that for sure. Yeah.
grab
It is
grab
not
3 rags under
uncommon.
the sink, right over to McDonald's, pick up the trash bag, throw them on top of them, and say, "Hey, yeah, these were lying at McDonald's." Because again,
They
I would
needed
like
their
to
man.
I like to talk to a McDonald's employee who says, "Yes, it's normal standard procedure that we don't empty trash bins in 28 hours."
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the fact that they were sitting right on top is even more suspicious.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, definitely. And still clean. Nobody
Just wet from
on them or
the
anything.
rains.
Come on.
yeah, and
That's odd.
this is a big problem too. That they don't want that in. That there's one more profile, and I just want them to. Maybe she could ask, "Did you find any male DNA present?" And she says, says, "This vacuum cleaner in your report," and then they can say, "Oh, there's no foundation for that because it's in the report."
Oh,
I
they
mean-
won't
I
let
would
it in
think.
though.
Yeah.
I would still try to get it in, even
Yeah,
if the
but I
judge.
would ask if any male DNA was found at the scene.
Well, I mean, he didn't I wasn't really hearing his whole argument, but even if she had to bring the witnesses in to get it all in, she could still do that, right? He wasn't just saying, no, you can't do it at all, right?
Nope, he's pretty much saying you can't do it at all, from what I
That's
could gather,
stupidest thing in the world.
or not allowing her to ask. I don't know. That's just so many things I do not like about this judge.
It's very relevant. I don't understand how you can keep that out.
Because they don't want to point the finger at somebody else.
Well, blows the state's
Because
case.
they're not on trial.
Yeah.
Man, this is a long sidebar. They must really be having an argument.
Mm-hmm. I'm eating nuts. That's why I'm not speaking.
Oh, that's yeah.
I got a mouthful of nuts. I'll clip it.
My love.
Here you go, Sal.
My lovely wife is working from home today, so I may have to jump out for a little bit around my noon time. Because if not, then she gets very hungry and hangry, and I value my life.
You better go make her some nice dinner so you can play with us later.
Exactly.
Yes.
Play nice so you can hang out with us.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm still trying to determine whether I'm going to do the fish stew or make my brisket chili
Man,
tonight.
she's a lucky lady. Look at that brisket. What is that? Because I love brisket. So.
Oh, this is a smoked brisket and it's frozen currently. The meat is frozen after I smoked it. And plus I've got some
Members of the
left over
jury,
from what I did this weekend. Oh,
There
you
was
go.
an objection to the last question before the sidebar, which I am sustaining. Also, I am striking the question itself as well as any answer that was given by this witness. And generally speaking, as you know, when I strike something, that means you are to remove it entirely from your consideration. You are to treat it as if it had never been uttered.
Good luck with that.
Yeah.
In regards to
Yeah.
your analysis. of
Yeah,
this
put your mask back
particular
on because
sample,
you just spoken.
1-10.1,
You just spewed it
indicated
all
that
over.
there was a major and a minor profile, correct?
That's correct.
And
I'm not a
you
doctor.
were able to draw a conclusion regarding the major profile as it
No
pertains
medical
to
advice
female
here.
standard of Anna Marie Rintala, correct?
Yes.
And in
No
terms of
medical,
the
legal,
minor
financial,
profile,
or
I believe
any
you
other.
indicated there was only one,
dating.
I might get the terms wrong,
Only
one
dating.
location where there was additional information other than Anna Marie,
Correct.
and that it was below calling threshold.
Correct.
Okay. And that it was insufficient for comparison to anyone, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So it wasn't there.
I want to move on to a different category of items that you tested, in this case. Specifically, item 1-8.1. And in this case, were you able to do some DNA testing on several hairs that have been recovered from the body of Anna Marie Rintala?
I was.
And 1-8.1, is that one such hair or hairs that you were able to do some DNA testing on?
That is correct.
And that item, was it described to you as 6 medium brown human hairs from chest of Anna Marie Rintala?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. And were you
Did
aware
she
that
say
had been
medium
collected
length
from her
hair
body
on
at
her
the scene?
chest?
Yes.
Now, in regards to these 6
I can hear.
hairs, were you able to generate DNA profiles from them?
I was.
And were they single source or multi-source?
This was a single source female profile.
Okay. And on this item, do you know if it was full or partial?
It was a full profile.
Okay. And were you able to compare the profile you obtained from these 6 hairs to the known DNA profile of Anna Marie Rintala?
I was.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Anna Marie Rintala could have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item.
Were you
Switching
able to
browsers.
apply
Be
a
right back.
statistic to that?
I was.
Was it the same statistic we heard about earlier?
It is.
Were you also able to compare the DNA profiles from these hairs to the known DNA profile of the defendant?
I was.
And what conclusion?
Yes, that's why what he struck, that she couldn't imply that it could have been Cara. And now we hear they found 8 medium length hair on the chest of the woman, from the woman sitting next to her when they found the body. It's almost like there's a reasonable explanation on why it was there. Great success. This is as live as it can be, only a few seconds behind because I stopped to answer a question, but it's going on. It's day 8. I'll still say it's day 9 because we had a day that was it went bad because they didn't see the jury or something. I can't remember why I'm a day ahead, but it's a DNA expert who's going through the evidence. So far, they have only found the victim's blood, and now they have found hair from her wife in their home. And we know the defendant was holding her wife when police showed up, so there could be a reasonable explanation why her hair was on the body. This is the state that's asking. It'd be interesting to see what the defense talks about. The defense really want to put someone else at the scene, but it is a live trial.
Yeah, I would expect
Cindy-
somebody to find hair from my wife on my person because my wife sheds like worse than any of our dogs. She loses hair all over the place.
We
If she was holding my body, you know, as it was just laying there lifeless, I would suspect that there's probably going to be a few hairs.
Yeah, you would
on me.
look like Chewbacca if she sat there for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, Cindy Lou Woo Hoot, remember to use all the things you have learned by watching other trials. Ask, keep an open mind, and remember, innocent until proven guilty, not the other way around. Yeah, and if any of you women have ever lived with a woman, you'll know that there's hair every freaking where.
Mm-hmm.
Even living with yourself, it's everywhere. Yeah, you're like.
No, they
jeez.
didn't say it was the victim's hair. They said there was Cara's hair.
Yep.
So medium length. That she had a medium length hairstyle as well. She had the bowl cut or whatever it's called for a lady. The page. I don't know. I don't know about.
I thought it was called a fade.
I don't
No,
know.
that's when you're. I don't know.
See, I don't know
women.
hairstyles.
I don't know women. So
Okay.
Were you able to draw?
Cara Rintala
Chest hair
could
came
not
from a
have been the
lesbian,
source
I
of the
think.
female DNA identified on this
which
item.
lesbian? There's 3 in this case.
Do I want to move on now to a related item, 1-6.1? Was that described to you as one
Good
medium
morning,
brown
Cindy.
hair from the right hand of Anna Marie Rintala as collected at the scene?
That's correct.
Were you able to generate a DNA profile from this hair?
I was.
And in this particular case, do you know if it was full or partial?
It was a
Sing
partial
Klubel.
female profile.
Okay. Single source?
Yes.
Okay. And were you able to generate a single source female partial profile from this hair?
Hey Raiders, when you get here and if you get here, welcome from Nick's channel. Thank you, Nick, for sending people over. We are doing the Cara Rintala case. We are at day 8, listening to DNA evidence. So far, they have found the victim's blood and her wife's hair at the scene. And genitals, I don't want to go back because I hate this. But I believe you. If you say it, you probably heard it better than me because I just thought I heard Cara, not Anne Marie.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I heard also.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
I'm prepared to be wrong. October 31st. Oh, remember to dress up for court. They like it. Maybe as a little spider ninja.
Aw.
Hey, Luhilia Psych, Ghostly, Alan, how you doing? Irishupin, yeah. All the Vikings are here to say hi. Yeah. Hey, Wolfram, welcome.
Hey, Wolfie.
Hey, Ellen.
Oh,
Okay.
Yes.
Did you compare it to the known DNA profile of Anna Marie Rintala?
I did.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Anna Marie Rintala could have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item.
Did you compare this
This
DNA
is-
profile to the known DNA?
you're on Shishi. You're writing from Shishi's channel. I don't know
Yeah.
if you have it automated, so you are in my chat as well. I can do this. No, you're not.
Please. Put me in the bedroom. Thanks, Shanny.
Well, yeah, that's McParkinson is your cousin Frank. just says hello.
DNA profile of the defendant?
I did.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Cara Rintala could not have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item.
Moving on now to 1-7.1. Was that
That's
described to you as
with her
human hair from the
on
left
her
hand
hands.
of
Yeah.
Anna Marie Rintala from the scene?
Yeah, that's
Yes,
a
it
crazy
was.
case too.
And were you able to generate a single source female partial DNA profile from this item?
Yes, I was.
Did you compare that DNA profile to the known DNA profile of Anna Marie Rintala?
Yes, I did.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
I can see we went up quite a few viewers, so there's probably a lot of people coming over from Nick. Thank you, Nick, for sending them. If you don't know this case, this is the fourth time this case has been trialed. 2 times it ended in a mistrial. She got convicted in the third trial. That was overturned because of a paint drying expert didn't have the expertise to talk about drying paint. Yeah. So far, we have heard a lot of evidence that, according to me, really doesn't prove that she's guilty. It's 2 lesbian women, wife and wife. Do you call it that? They are married, and on one day, the wife was found in the basement, hit in the back of the head and strangled. The state was quick to point the finger at her wife. It becomes weird when you talk about lesbian couples in that way, but and claimed that she had done it, then went away to create her own alibi. It's really a kind of weird case because the defendant has a male friend over the day before. And they were drinking beers. The deceased had a male friend who gave her corner kisses and credit cards for $7,000. And she had a lesbian friend as well who gave her a MasterCard black card, which she ran up quite a bit of debt on. There's a lot of things that could point to the 2 lovers of the deceased, but we don't talk about that. So far, it's the prosecution's case, and they really want to keep those 2 people out of this trial. So everything bad is because of Cara Rintala. They did go into divorce proceedings 2 years before the murder. They had been separated, been back together for 3 months, and then suddenly she decides to kill her one morning because the deceased was angry that she had a boyfriend over the night before while she was juggling 2 other partners. So it's a kind of a weird case. It's a good case.
Yeah.
Talking about the man, the myth, the Viking. Hey, Nicholas, thanks for rating.
Hey,
So
Nick.
yeah,
Well, and so far, all that the state has proven is that she lived in the house where this where her wife died,
yes,
that she was there at some point in time after she died. Before that, she was out for a drive, texting and calling her. That's all that they've proven so far. I mean,
yeah,
they could have done this in one day,
yeah.
proven all of this. I mean,
Oh, and we maybe mention what they did with the evidence.
oh yeah, they brought evidence back to the house. Isn't that really handy? Bring evidence back to the crime scene from another scene.
Yeah, that was unbelievable to me.
I mean,
Yeah.
that right there should have gotten this just completely thrown out and just been like, you guys screwed this up so bad that we can't. I mean, you've just tainted everything.
But they needed to dry the rags.
Yeah, they had
You-
to drive back on the living
Yeah.
room floor.
On
Yeah.
butcher paper.
Yeah, at the crime scene. And genitals, thank you so much. You listened to it 3 times. So they have not found any DNA from Cara. Only something that could possibly be her or the rest of the 8 billion people on the earth.
Right.
Thank you so much, Nick. Yeah, I just turned 600. It's thank you for all of the people who subscribed. If you look in the top of the chat, there's a link to Shizzy's channel as well. You can go and tickle his like button. He giggles like a schoolgirl if you do it enough, and give him a little love as well. It's probably the mole man again. Yeah. And of course, most of you already did it, but go follow Nick. He does some great work too. He's going to dive into the Delphi case. That's a crazy one too, where all of a sudden our Viking heritage is being brought into it.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
It's
That
still
was that was so screwy.
yeah. We hope today the state it might rest today or tomorrow at noon. Oh, 601. Thanks for the last one.
Nice.
Thanks for the 600 before that one too, but 601 is a nice number. Well, I try to be as old as the people in this case because every witness is retired. The first trial was in 2013. The murder happened in 2010. So it's a fun case, and they have a really great defense lawyer.
Yes, she's great.
I'm liking Rosemary more and more every day.
Yeah.
And then Rosemary Scapiccio. I mean, the name is just, I mean, she's fire.
Let's get back on track.
Female DNA profile identified on this item.
Now, does this have a statistic applied to it?
It does.
And is it different than the statistic we heard previously?
It is.
Can you please tell us what it is?
The probability of a randomly selected unrelated individual having a DNA profile matching that obtained from this item is approximately 1 in 73 of the African American population, 1 in 283 of the Asian population, 1 in 69 of the Caucasian population, 1 in 56 of the Hispanic population.
Were you able to compare this DNA profile to the known profile of the defendant?
I have.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Cara Rintala could not have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item.
So, genitals, if I got this right, none of
Moving now,
the evidence
to
could
some
be linked to
additional
Cara.
hairs collected from Anna Marie Rintala's body at autopsy, specifically 11-5.1. Was that described to you as three medium brown hairs from left hand Anna Marie Rintala?
It was.
Were you able to do some testing on those hairs?
I was.
Were you able to generate DNA profiles from them?
I was.
Single source?
It was a single source female profile.
Were you able to compare that DNA profile to the DNA profile of Anna Marie Rintala?
Yes, I was.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Anna Marie Rintala could have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item.
And did you apply a statistic to that?
I did.
Oh,
The
geez.
same
More with the
quadrillion and
statistic.
quintillion stat we heard
Yeah.
before?
It is.
Same.
Were you able to compare the profile obtained from these three medium brown hairs to the known DNA profile of the defendant?
I was.
And
What
again,
conclusions were you able to draw?
Cara Rintala could not have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item.
the dead person
course.
was at the scene, is what we have been proven through
Moving
DNA.
on to item 11-7, was that described to you as also a hair collected from the body of
They
Anna
probably
Marie,
will,
one
but they
medium
won't
brown
get
hair
it
from
because
her
it's the
chin
fourth
area
trial.
at autopsy?
So he should have thrown it out before it
One
went to
moment,
trial.
Sure.
He knows the evidence. He presided over the third trial as well.
Yes, 11-7, 1 medium brown human hair from chin.
Were you able to generate a DNA profile from that particular hair?
I was. A partial DNA profile.
Single source,
It was.
female?
One moment. It was.
Okay. Did you compare that to the known DNA profile of Anna Marie Rintala?
I did.
What conclusion were you able to draw?
Anna Marie Rintala could have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item.
Did you
We're
compare
gonna go through all
the DNA
15
profile
items.
to the known DNA profile of the
Hopefully
defendant?
one of them
I
is
did.
Cara.
What conclusion did you draw?
Cara Rintala could not have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item.
And then lastly, in regards to hairs, I want to ask you about item 11-8.1. Was that described to you as a medium brown hair from the scrub trousers of Anna Marie collected at autopsy?
It was.
And were you able to obtain a DNA profile from this item?
Yes, I was.
Single source female?
It was a partial single source female profile, correct.
Okay. Did you compare that to the known DNA profile of Anna Marie Rintala?
I did.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Anna Marie Rintala could have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item.
Did you compare the DNA profile to the known DNA profile of the defendant?
I did.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Cara Rintala could not have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item.
Oh my God.
And so does that, I'm sorry, in regards to all the hairs that you just testified
Oh,
to,
you're close to
that
400.
you tested that have been
Yeah.
collected from Anna Marie's body,
I'm 100 away from 5.
did they all yield either full or partial profiles that were single source female?
One
and
away? Come on,
consistent with
people.
Anna Marie Rintala?
That's
Get over
correct,
there.
yes.
Bobby. Behave.
Quietly unsubs.
And I want to ask you about related but a different item, item
Love it.
11-3.1.
Oh,
Was that item
Did you hit
described
it?
as a combined swab of right and left hand fingernail scrapings from the body of Anna Marie?
That is correct.
And did you have an opportunity to do DNA testing on that item?
I did.
Were you able to generate a
Hey,
DNA
Rose.
profile?
I was.
Was
Come
this
on,
single
get the
source
last
or
one.
More than one source.
This was a single source profile and it was female.
Was this a full or partial profile?
A full profile.
Were you able to compare that single source full female profile to the known DNA profile of Anna Marie Rintala?
Yes, I was.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Anna Marie Rintala could have been the source of the female DNA identified on this item.
And can you tell us, please, a statistic? Did you apply a statistic to that result?
I did.
Can you tell us what that was, please?
The probability of a randomly selected unrelated individual having a DNA profile matching that obtained from this item is approximately 1 in 226 quintillion of the African American population. Hang on a second.
Come on.
1 in 436.5 quintillion of the Asian population, 1 in 608.6 quadrillion of the Caucasian population, and 1 in 3.602 quintillion
they're
of the
just
Hispanic
delaying it
population.
until
Were you able to
lunchtime.
compare this known DNA
Yeah.
profile from the fingernail scrapings to the known, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said known, the DNA profile from the fingernail scrapings
Well,
to the known DNA profile?
all the
Because-
evidence is pointing in the direction that the dead person was
Cara
in the
Rintala could not
basement.
have been the source of the female
Yeah.
DNA identified in
That's
this
it.
item.
That's
That they
all
lived
we
in
have
the
learned.
house.
Female profile that you obtained?
It was.
It's actually quite
I'm
astonishing.
gonna
She
ask
was
you
sitting
ask
next to
about
her.
a different
There's no DNA
category
from her.
of items, specifically some earrings and related items. Specifically item 2-2.1.
She had
Well, because you
anagram.
don't want
I
to have
can't
your
tell you.
you don't want to have your
Was that
NASCAR
item
with horse
described to
racing.
you as a swab from an earring backing located
really
on the
don't.
side door landing at 18 Barton Street?
That is
I
correct.
mean, they
And
both
for
they
reference,
both
the
turn
joint on the
left,
presenter was
but
marked as
I
exhibit
think NASCAR is going to do a little
117.
faster. So you don't want to
Were
combine
you
those
able to do
races.
DNA testing on that item?
Oh, this is the important outside evidence.
I did perform DNA testing on that item, yes.
And what were the results?
The results obtained from this item are insufficient for comparison.
Of
Oh,
course.
I wonder why.
And so based on it being insufficient, were you unable to compare that to any known profiles?
No, because it's
Yes, I
insufficient.
was.
Okay.
Imagine all the evidence that could point to somebody else is insufficient.
I'm going to ask you now about item 2-11.1. And showing on the presenter for reference what's been marked as exhibit 111. Was that described to you as a swab from post of earring on rug at base of basement stairs at 18 Martin Street?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you do some DNA testing on that particular swab?
I did.
Yes, but it
Were you
didn't taste
able to
good.
generate a DNA profile?
Paige, all the evidence so far has pointed in the direction that the deceased person who was lying in the basement was indeed in the basement. There have
Shocker, right? Shocker.
There have been some other DNA profiles there, but they couldn't determine who they were. But so far, what they have been able to determine is all the things they could determine it wasn't Cara. So far, we know the dead person was in the basement. It's
It's amazing.
yeah, I love how they can find the dead person's DNA on the dead person. It's almost like the dead person was there
Yeah.
in the room they found her in.
She was weird.
And
But
again,
anywhere else, it was inconclusive. I mean, it would be amazing to me if they found blood on the outside that was neither the defense or the victim, and it was a male. But did they compare it to that, or they just couldn't figure out what it goes to because, well, that might get us in trouble. It was definitely not these two people, but that's all that, as far as they went with testing it.
yeah,
So it's making up evidence how you want it to go, which wouldn't surprise me with these police officers, because they are not the most competent people ever.
no. If I ever go to the US and end up not breathing that much, I would want some other people looking into it. But you all know it would be Farron who killed me. So yeah,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
yeah. The state case is it's still as solid as it was yesterday, like a foundation laid in pudding.
Pudding pouch.
Yes, a single source female DNA profile was obtained.
Yep.
And were you able to compare this single source female profile to the known DNA profile of Anna Marie Rintala?
Hang on one second.
I have to read my notes that say 1 in 1 quadrillion. What if don't it be tasty?
Yeah, but I'm never going to Texas because you will serve me cheesecake.
Oh, I think you might like that cheesecake she's going to serve you.
Might.
You just might.
Come on.
Ooh.
I bet
It
she
was a
would.
partial
Bet she would
profile,
cook
not
for
a full
you.
profile. There was information missing at one of the locations.
Are you talking about 2-11.1?
I am talking about 2-11.1.
Okay. So you
Well,
were able to
thank
generate
you,
a DNA profile,
Alternate Grifter.
That's correct, yes.
We're
and you said
trying.
it was partial?
Yes, there was a
Mhm.
little bit of information missing, yes.
Okay. Was it single
There you
source?
go.
It
Hit up
was a
Jamie's
single source
lash
profile,
app.
yes.
Was it a female
Oh,
profile?
yeah, hit me up.
Were you able to compare that profile to the known DNA profile of Anna Marie Rintala?
Yes, I was.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Anna Marie Rintala
She
could have
can't
been the
flutter
source
her
of the
eyelashes
DNA
at you if you
identified
don't
on this
if you don't
item.
flutter bucks at her.
Did you apply a statistic?
I did.
Could you read that for us, please?
The expected frequency of occurrence of this DNA profile is approximately
Oh,
1 in
Come on, people.
4.735 quintillion of the African American population, 1 in 7.911 quintillion of the Asian population, 1 in 35.35 quadrillion of the Caucasian population, and 1 in 155.2 quadrillion of the Hispanic population.
Were you able to compare that single source profile to the known DNA profile of the defendant?
I was.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Cara Rintala could not have been the source of the DNA identified on this item.
oh, that's too bad.
And then lastly, I want to ask you about item 26-2.1. Was that described as a swab from red brown stained post of stud earring with clear stone
Yes.
That is correct.
from the back of Miss Anna Marie Rintala on the autopsy?
That is correct.
Okay. And were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item?
I was.
Was it single source or multiple sources?
It was a single source female profile.
Were you
Oh,
able
the
to
one that's
compare
embedded in
that
her.
single source
Let's
profile to the
guess.
known DNA profile of Anna Marie Rintala?
I was.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Yeah.
Anna Marie Rintala could have been the source of the DNA identified on this item.
I'm working on my setup still,
Did you apply a
but hopefully
statistic?
soon.
I did apply a statistic, yes.
Can you tell us what that is, please?
The expected frequency of occurrence of this DNA profile is approximately 1 in 226 quintillion of the African American population, one in 436.
I don't think they have found
quintillion of the Asian
anything
population,
pointing at the
one in
defendant,
608.6 quadrillion of the Caucasian population,
because they
and
didn't
one
put
in
it first and they didn't put it
3.602
last. So
quintillion of the Hispanic population.
Were you able to compare this single source female profile to the known DNA profile of the defendant?
Yes, I was.
And what conclusion were you able to draw?
Cara Rintala could not have been the source of the DNA identified on this item.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rebecca. I have no further questions.
Oh,
God.
did we hear? Did I just miss it, or did we not hear any DNA evidence on the wife of Cara,
Yeah.
who she was sitting next to, according to EMTs, stroking the hair of? There's no evidence. All the blood is from the victim.
mm-hmm.
All the hair is from the victim.
Yeah.
The ear stuff that we were talking, well, are they ripped out when they're fighting? It's the victims as well.
Mm-hmm.
What I got from it.
What's Rosie wearing today? We'll see in a second.
Mm.
Hopefully now.
But it looks like she's got her hair refreshed and everything, Shelly.
Yeah, but it's not as spiky.
No, it looks like she got a little haircut and maybe a refresh on the blonde.
Let's see if she has anything to add to this amazing DNA evidence. She had no questions. Well,
Thank you.
they didn't find any of the defendant's DNA, so I don't understand
I
why.
asked about the other DNA on the vacuum in a sense. She
Yeah, but
can't-
she's not allowed to ask about
Yeah.
that.
But I mean, like,
Yeah.
she's
Yeah.
allowed to, and yeah.
She could have. I don't know if she's prohibited to ask. Did you find any male DNA at the scene of the crime?
Mayor, may I call the next witness?
But still,
Call Parker Putnam.
Parker Putnam. See if I can spell that one.
Putnam, Putman, maybe.
It's a marble guy. They always have these, the same two. Yeah, from a crime scene where she lives. That's amazing. You have to be a master criminal to do that. I'm still betting on the Invisible Man.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell it for the jurors, please?
Parker.
Hey, Angst Kitten.
Putnam.
Mr. Putnam, where are you currently employed?
I work for a small company in central Massachusetts that sells construction equipment.
Prior to your current employment, where did you work before that?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long did you work for the crime lab?
I worked there for just over 16 years.
In what units did you work there?
I worked in the drug analysis unit and the trace analysis unit.
What is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree with a major concentration in biology.
Nothing
Tell us
pointed
what
at
years or how
the
many
defendant.
years you spent in the two units that you just described, the drug unit and the trace unit.
I worked in the drug unit from 2000 to about 2005. And then I transferred into the trace analysis unit in 2005 to about 2016, fall of 2016.
I want to focus on your work in the trace analysis unit that you indicated was approximately 11 years or so, correct?
Correct.
Did you receive any specialized training in regards to your work in the trace analysis unit?
I did.
Can you describe that, please?
So there's an in-house training program that we go through, which walks you through the different disciplines that you're going to face in trace. Once you complete that training, you take a competency exam.
So more
And
expert
then
stuff.
Outside training, we attended different training
How
More
late-
training.
throughout the
Yeah,
years.
I was in bed
by outside
before.
sources.
Can you
I
tell
think
us
I was in
what
bed
is
before
the
10.
Trace unit? What does it do?
Mm-hmm.
So the trace analysis unit
I was too.
commonly examines and compares items. Items such as
Jamie stayed up all night
fibers,
partying as usual.
glass.
She does.
An
I
examination
missed everybody because I actually went to
consists
bed
of
early.
macroscopic
Woke up and
exam,
there was so much fun stuff going
which can
on.
be followed with a microscopic exam, can be followed by an instrumental.
Well, the fun stuff only happens whenever you are up, Jamie.
After the
So whenever you
conclusion of
sleep,
those,
nothing fun
you
happens.
take observations
Y'all were having fun on
and
MG. I was like,
instrumental
oh, I
data
missed it.
and compare one item
No, you didn't miss
to
it.
the other.
It wasn't fun.
Okay, thank you.
Angst Kitten, I have to say, I never heard about that. We have just as many influencers trying to peddle destroying your teeth with the teeth whitening cream. Our queen has very yellow teeth, but that's because she smoked Turkish cigarettes with no filter. But no, we are not British. We do occasionally go to the dentist and brush our teeth. So I'm pretty sure you talk to someone who's just trying to pull your leg. We really like to pull the legs of Americans because I'm not saying you're gullible, but you believe most of things a foreigner says. So that's not real.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand that those people in England wouldn't exist if Denmark wasn't there.
No, we beat the ever-loving crap out of the people who lived there and then made them ready to be invaded by other Vikings coming from France.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's how good we are. We steal a part of France and then make them beat us and take over England.
bastards.
And Sal, that the thing you are offering is too small.
If the items are found to be consistent in microscopic appearance and instrumental properties, it can be concluded that one could have originated from another.
Almost a
No,
break.
nothing for that one.
In Trace's work, you said
Hey,
that you
Blazy.
draw a conclusion that
Hey,
one
Blazy.
could have come from another, correct?
That is correct.
Are you
Hey,
able
Blazy.
to
You need a
more
little
definitive than
kneading.
that?
You are not,
Why not?
because the items examined typically in trace are items that are produced in groups. So they share characteristics with a group of items.
Now, you indicated looking at items microscopically and instrumentally, correct?
That is correct.
I think we all understand maybe what a microscope is and looking under a microscope, but what do you mean by instrumentally?
So there are different types of materials, as I mentioned in trace, and there are instruments that are associated with the analysis of those different types of materials. So
We
have
should
a
get
couple
into a
different types
history
of instruments
podcast.
that are in trace analysis that can be
I would probably
utilized
learn
to
something.
examine different types of materials. And they produce data and information that we can use to compare items to each other.
Okay. I want to ask you specifically about your work in this particular case. Do you remember
He's
when
already
you first became involved in the case?
It was in 2010.
Okay. And specifically, how did you become involved?
There were items submitted to the laboratory or transferred to the laboratory regarding this case.
Sal, why is the White House
From
white?
other
You
units
beat the
of
British.
crime lab?
The
That is
British beat you there.
Did you go to the scene in this case?
I did not.
Is that something that typically members of your unit would do?
Not typically. Sometimes they would.
Okay. But in this case.
I could start a
you
fake
received
history
items out of- In
podcast.
the laboratory, correct?
That is correct.
And do you know that a criminalist by the name of Caroline Tetro had already done some work and gathered these items for your purposes?
That is correct.
So in terms of physically what you received to do your work on, can you describe what that was?
So there were several different types of items that were submitted for this particular case. My recollection is some were paint standards, and others were wood pieces collected from different areas. And there were also fabric samples that were submitted. And I think there was an article of clothing that was submitted.
And in terms of your work on the items that you've just described, fair to say you were focused on looking potentially at paint evidence?
That is correct.
Oh, he's a paint expert.
Oh, God.
I want to ask you, well, the various items that you were able to look at that you obtained, did they already have item numbers on them?
That is correct. They were itemized.
Or were you able to make a number of different comparisons of different items that you received and draw conclusions from those items?
Yes.
I want to ask you first about a couple of items that have been identified already as item 1-3. Did you know that to be described as a white paint standard from door by patio?
I did.
And just for reference, I'm going to show on the presenter what's been marked as Exhibit 106. Now, what you received was some form of a paint sample from an area, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
To me, that
And
still looks
Did
weird.
you also receive a sample and an item identified as 2-4, described as door jamb side door?
That is correct.
And just showing for reference what's been marked as Exhibit 128. Now, were you able to compare 1-3, a white paint standard from door by patio, to item 2-4, a door jamb taken from the side door?
I did conduct a comparison.
And did you analyze that microscopically and instrumentally as you described before?
I did.
And what conclusion were you able to draw based on your comparison of these two items?
I found that
Just to preserve the motion of the objection.
Go ahead.
You can answer.
I found that the sampled portions of the off-white paint from the door jamb were consistent in microscopic appearance and instrumental properties with the sampled portions of the off-white paint from the standard 1-3.
The awful white paint.
Did you notice any inconsistencies between those two items?
I did not.
And I don't think we described that before, but if you do observe inconsistency between the items that you're comparing, how does that affect your conclusions?
The inconsistencies would make me conclude that one could not have come from the other.
Okay. So in this case, you only observed consistencies between these two items, correct?
That is correct.
And you drew the conclusion that they could have come from one another or the same source.
That is correct.
Okay.
He's going to talk about paint drying again.
Now I want to ask about a comparison of one of those items we just talked about, 2-4, door jamb side door, showing Exhibit 128, with a couple of other items that you received, specifically 2-2. Was that described to you as wood pieces from the outside side door,
It was.
showing Exhibit 107? And did you also receive an item 2-3 described as wood pieces
No, because none of the DNA evidence pointed to anyone else than the deceased.
inside door jamb?
I did.
Did you have the opportunity to compare 2-4, the door jamb from the side door, 2-2 wood pieces outside side door, and 2-3 wood pieces inside door jamb with one another?
I did.
And what result did you obtain?
I found
Have a continuing objection.
Seriously.
Yeah.
To get your last sub up till 400, can you explain why we are discussing if the wood chips laying next to the chips in the wood is compatible with the same wood?
Well,
What does it prove? No one came there, made marks, cleaned up the crime scene, and then threw other wood chips at the place.
well, I think what they're trying to prove is that, you know, it's the same way they did with the DNA, that this paint and this wood came from this door jamb.
But why?
I mean, because it's on the shovel.
Oh. Yeah, but there was no wood on the shovel. There was only paint.
But it's the same paint.
But there was no DNA on the shovel to link it to anyone.
Yeah.
But there was paint. I mean,
That's why
this is their prosecution. It
Yeah.
just, they keep saying the same thing over and over again, hoping that, you know, it's going to stick. Sort of like paint to a black jacket that you sit in paint with someone that's been sitting in paint, and you're
Yeah.
going to get transfer of paint on your jacket and blood and DNA and all the other icky gooey stuff that happens whenever someone dies.
Again,
just-
this would be a better question than if the wood chips lying next to the chipped wood is from the wood.
Yeah.
How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? That would make more sense than this. And that's why with these expert analysis, you should all go over to Shish's YouTube channel and give him a sub so he can just kiss the 400 mark.
Yeah, he's one away so far.
They did just a test on the shovel that said that could have been some human remains on it, and then they tested it again in the lab and didn't find anything. Yep, they are very, very, very interested in. I don't know. I don't
Yeah.
understand this evidence.
Thank you, you can answer.
I found the examined portions of the off-white paint on the wood pieces for item 2-3
400.
in the examined portions of the off-white
Thank you
paint
all.
from item
Hey.
2-3
Congrats,
were
Shizzy.
consistent
Thank
in
you.
microscopic appearance and instrumental
deserve it.
properties
You deserve
I-
way
of off-white paint.
I appreciate it. Appreciate everyone for coming in and subbing. I really do. It's awesome. I mean, it's been a wild ride. It really has.
It's been a fun one.
It has been wild and fun and all the cool people that I've met along the way. I mean, it's mind-boggling.
That's the best part of being on YouTube, meeting new people. So,
Oh, yeah.
but
But-
I hit 600, you hit 400. It's 1,000 altogether. That's
Hey,
amazing.
Yay.
if we just combine those, we would be, we would be
Yeah.
monetized. And
You would be
millionaires.
monetized. Yeah,
No,
millionaires.
if you had 1,000, you'd be monetized and a millionaire.
and
Yeah.
Like you could just sit back and ride your laurels.
yeah, that's how YouTube works. But
Yeah.
no, thank you for the person who jumped over there and gave him that.
Thank you.
It's not that numbers mean that much, but it's always nice to hit those milestones. So
It
thank you
is.
so much.
-4.
Baker, you have such a
When
wonderful way
Those
with words.
could have
He
originated
does.
from 2-4.
And
I
I'm
don't
not
know
sure
what
if
I
you
say.
misspoke or maybe I misheard.
It's
But
adorable.
is it both 2-2 outside side door?
Half
wood
the time, I
pieces
don't
and
know why people think
2-3
it's funny what I
inside
say.
That
That
is-
are consistent with 2-4 in the door jamb?
I apologize. Yes, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chloe.
Did you notice any inconsistencies between these items?
I did not.
And so you're able to conclude that that 2-2 and the 2-3, those wood pieces, could have originated from the door jamb?
That is correct.
Well, we still don't know why she has injuries to the back of the head. We haven't talked about
At
that.
the time that
I know.
you did your analysis. on
It'd be
these particular
interesting if
items,
they actually checked and saw
know
that it was
that
because
the
someone
wood
had their
pieces
hand
were
around her
not
throat and was
below
bouncing
that
it
door
off the ground,
I don't think I knew the
and then
general
say,
location
yeah, it would have,
of that.
Okay, so you just received
but
an item.
they wouldn't
and
do
a
something like
description,
that
and you go work
because
off of that.
That is correct.
Okay.
she might have an injury that would
I wanna
not
ask
allow
you
her
now
to do
about,
something like
a
that.
different comparison
And
of
therefore,
items,
they're not
starting
going
with
to
an item
submit
we
that
already talked
evidence.
about, 1-3, white paint standard front
It's-
door by patio, and again, showing exhibit 106. Were you able to compare that white paint standard to 1-1, described as trace item white
On the shovel.
residue on back tip of shovel? And showing exhibit 104. Did you compare those items with one another?
I did.
And what were the results? What conclusions did you draw?
I found that the portions of the off-white material from item 1-1 was consistent in microscopic appearance and instrumental properties with the paint.
It could have been
standard
more fun
item
if it wasn't.
1-3.
Just to ruin
It
every
could have
evidence they have.
originated from item 1-3.
Okay. Did you know any inconsistencies between these two items?
I did not.
But like the paint could have been on there from ever ago.
No, see, that's the thing, Bobby. There was the door was not pried open with a shovel.
And moving on to another comparison.
Well, That's what
few
they
additional
imply, but it
items.
wasn't
Do you
opened.
remember receiving an item 1-4?
Well, the door was open whenever she got
white
home,
paint
but that's
standard
not how
from
it was
basement
open
bucket,
from the shovel.
Do.
No,
showing for reference exhibit
they
118.
claim that someone took the door
Did you
and
also
slammed it.
receive an item
Oh.
1-23.1 described as a pullover black fleece Cara Rintala cutting of paint sample?
I did.
And for reference showing 113.
That's a great question. We haven't heard anything about
Did you
how
also
it came.
receive 9-5 described as paint from Scrubs Anna Maria Rintala?
I did.
Okay. And did you compare that white paint standard from the bucket to the paint from the pullover and the trace from Anna Marie Rintala's Scrubs?
I did.
And what result?
I've
were
got to
you
go
looking
make
for?
lunch for the
I
wife. I'll
found
be
them to be consistent.
be back
with the
See you later.
appearance and instrumental
In a bit.
properties with the paint standard from the bucket, the two items that you mentioned.
Did you notice any inconsistencies?
I did not.
Okay.
For those of you who are new here, she was sitting holding the dead body covered
And
in
based
paint.
on that, did you draw
So
the
hopefully
conclusion
it matches.
that
Hmm?
the pullover and the Scrubs could have originated from the paint standard from the paint bucket?
The off-white material on those items could have originated from the bucket. That is correct.
One last comparison I want to ask you about. Were you able to compare 1-3, which we previously referenced as white paint standard from door by patio, showing exhibit 106, with 1-4, the white paint standard from basement bucket, showing exhibit 118? Were you able to compare those two?
1-3 and 1-4?
Correct.
Yes.
And what were the results when you compared those two items?
They were inconsistent.
They were what?
Inconsistent.
Inconsistent with one another.
Correct.
And based on those inconsistencies, what conclusion did you draw?
One could not have originated from the other.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Step down, thank you.
Again, a totally waste of time. The paint chips lying next to where the paint is chipped is from the same place. The paint in the basement is from the bucket in the basement. And the paint on the jacket, which was found in the basement.
Thank you. The call calls Christopher Dolan.
It's so stupid.
Yep, and this is the last day, maybe.
If this is all you have, how did
You-
anybody say guilty?
Do you solemnly swear the evidence which you shall give to the court and jury in the matter now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do so. Thank you very much. Watch your step.
Thanks, sir. Good morning, or almost afternoon, Your Honor.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for us?
My name is Christopher Dolan, Dolan.
What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you worked for the state police?
I've worked with the state police for approximately 28 years now, 7 years as a civilian in the crime lab and 21 years as a trooper.
Could you please, let's go back in time a bit to before you were even with the Mass State Police in terms of your educational background and any other employment you had before becoming a member of the state police.
Before becoming a member of the state police, I went to North Adams State College. I graduated with a degree in psychology. From college, I did an internship with the Massachusetts State Police in the summer of 1995 and stayed with the state police from there as a civilian for 7 years.
And once you joined the state police, please, in order to become a state police trooper, what did you have to do?
I had to go through the State Police Academy.
What did that
Hey,
involve?
Rapid.
That involves 6 months of training.
Yeah, it's going to be a
And was
close,
that, culminated in some
short
type of
defense.
exam or,
Only a day and a half
graduation?
is probably
It did, yes.
what they're
was
going to need.
required for that?
The requirement was to go
Julio.
through firearms training, defensive tactics training. There was a multitude of trainings that I won't bore you with. But yes, that culminated in my graduation in August of 2002.
So now that you're in the state police, tell us what your various assignments and ranks have consisted of throughout the years.
When I first got on the job as a trooper, I worked out of the Cheshire Barracks out in the Berkshires, and my duties included basic patrol and things of that nature. After working at the barracks for 2 to 3 years, I came back into the crime scene services section, and my
I need
duties
to
in the
figure
crime
out what
scene
that
services
Five Guys
section
is.
involve responding to crime
While
scenes,
he yammers, I
documenting
can
those crime scenes with
Google
digital
Five Guys.
photography and or
Five-
video, and processing those crime scenes for physical
Menu.
evidence such as fingerprints,
What do you
tire tracks,
recommend?
and foot tracks.
Like,
Now, what sort of
I like
trainings
double bacon
or
cheeseburger
certifications did
or
you need
Cajun
to obtain
fries.
to do all those things you just described
Oh,
in the
veggie
crime scene
sandwich.
services
Nope.
section?
And a
I've
good
taken
milk.
numerous classes involving hundreds of hours of study in the collection and preservation of physical evidence, as well as documentation of such physical evidence and fingerprint comparisons as well.
Now, we'll talk a little bit more about your work with fingerprints in a little while, but right now, sir, I'd like to direct your attention to 18
Thank you so
Market
much,
Street
Shannon
in
Graham.
Granby, Massachusetts. Are you familiar with that location?
I am.
And have a nice
Am
day
I
at work.
correct that on the evening of March 29th, 2010, you were called in to assist with an investigation at that scene?
I did.
Could you please describe what you recall happening,
Oh,
what the scene was
that's
like,
not
who
good.
was there when you
Hope
arrived?
you're feeling better soon.
When I
Yeah.
first responded to the scene,
Better
I met with
rabbit.
Trooper Erin Carella, who contacted me and requested my response. After responding, I also met with Lieutenant Robin Fabry, and at the scene, there were various officers from Granby Police Department and the Northwestern State Police Detective Unit.
Am I correct that by the time you arrived, your colleagues were awaiting the issuance of a search warrant?
That's correct.
And am I right that the search warrant arrived sometime the following morning, March 30th?
That's correct.
Once that
Those are
search warrant was obtained, please tell the jury what steps you took in terms of documenting the scene.
I was tasked with taking the video of the scene.
And so the scene video that we watched earlier in this trial, you took that?
That's correct.
I don't get
And
all these different
Was one of
kinds
your
of.
colleagues
police departments.
also sort of working in tandem with you in terms of
We
photography?
have one.
Yes, Trooper Erin Carella took
Okay.
the photos at the scene.
Sir, what I'd like to do is direct your attention to a particular section of the video that you took, which has been marked as exhibit number 13 in this case. And I'd like to start.
Well, I thought you said you were
playing
going to
that
leave it on.
video, 6 minutes and 9 seconds
Oh, this
into
guy-
the video.
I've got to be sure they're not showing dead bodies.
Mhm.
That'd been good to not. Yeah, you should leave it. I don't get.
You recognize this, sir?
I'm not pulling that one up.
I do. This is the scene at 18 Barton Street.
And are we seeing the child's room off to the left and the master bedroom straight ahead to the right?
Yes, down the hallway.
Let me just pause for a moment at 6:35. Sir, this section of the video, you're documenting what appears to be a young child's bedroom, correct?
Correct.
Now, is it fair to say that you videotaped, you documented practically every
Why are we
room in
looking-
this house?
That's correct.
Not just where something related to this case seems to have happened?
That's correct.
Why is that?
We document for physical evidence and for the lack of physical evidence as well.
Do you know at the time you're videotaping a scene what may or may not later turn out to be relevant?
No, we don't.
Okay, is that why you videotape practically everything?
That's correct.
Okay.
Oh my
I'd
God.
like to resume playing the video.
What does this have to do with anything?
There could be evidence.
Oh my God.
I haven't been anywhere else, but oh, look at that drawing. That's clearly indicating.
And as you're filming each area, you're seeing the area live with your own eyes, correct?
That's correct.
What? This is the big finale?
Ask that the video be paused 7 minutes and 15 seconds in.
So I'd like to show you a still photo of what's shown in Exhibit 13.
What?
This is a fair and accurate depiction of what this area of the child's bedroom looked like on the morning that you videotaped it.
It is.
I'd like to offer this, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Have a good day, Jenny.
Bye, Shani.
151.
What are we seeing?
If I can now display.
Well, better show us some evidence.
Just now as exhibit number 151.
Is
for the jury.
the decapitated body underneath the bed, or
All right, sir, this is a photograph taken of the child's bedroom, correct?
That's correct.
And the photos you said were taken by your colleague, Aaron Carella, am I right?
That's right.
I'd like to focus in on the upper right-hand corner of this photo and ask you what you saw in this area of the bedroom. It's atop a brown play structure.
it's a diaper?
You see that object there?
I do, yes.
And what did you observe it to be?
That's a disposable diaper.
Can you please point out to the jury where on the screen you're seeing this?
What are you doing?
Great. Thank you very much.
Is what? What?
Oh, they're trying to connect
So
the
you also
diaper
videotaped
to
a
like
portion
the
of the
rags?
bathroom that was across the
Is that
hall
what it
west
is?
From the child's bedroom, correct?
That's correct.
Can you photograph?
Or
you
she
recognize
got a
this as
li-
photo taken by your colleague Aaron Carella of the bathroom at 18 Barton Street.
I do.
I'd like to offer it, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
or she was a little pissed the night before and just threw it there when she was done changing her, thinking, I'm gonna remove it in the morning. I want to go back to bed. I'm really, really tired.
And now showing the jury what was just marked as exhibit number 152.
Sir, what do you see off in the right-hand corner there behind the toilet paper roll?
That would be a portable potty seat.
Okay.
So they were training her.
Sir, in addition to videotaping the scene, am I correct that you also applied a chemical known as leucocrystal violet to various areas on the first or main floor of the residence?
I did.
And we've heard some reference to LCV previously, but could you remind us what leucocrystal violet?
MG, I'm a pre-law at the Darrell Brooks / Bradley Young School of Law and stuff. You have gone to school. You tell me what this has.
I heard disposable diaper and now a potty seat.
Yeah,
Okay.
in a house with a 2-year-old.
Yeah.
That's around the time where you potty train them, but you still give them a night diaper because they could have accidents.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a lawyer. I'm a father of 2 kids. It's been a while, but diapers could be thrown somewhere at 3 in the morning, and I might have forgotten it the next day, until my wife very kindly reminded me how much of a slob I was and that I should do something about it. But what does this prove? I don't know, but I'm not a lawyer. But you use cloth diapers to wipe the bottom. We use them to hang because we didn't have tinted windows in our car, so we hung them on the windows so you kept the sun out. And the cloth, some of it was a cut up T-shirt. Exactly. That's we're about rounding around for the home stretch. Today could be the last day of the state's case, and now we're presenting a used diaper. Probably they're gonna go back to it doing the closing, saying something about, well, the racks that were cleaned. There was no evidence so far presented in the case that there were any poo on them, which could have been used to do a lot of things like soaking up some Coke that the kids spilled or some juice boxes or whatever. So far, no explanation about these racks has been given other than they were dumped in a dumpster and something looking like them was found underneath the sink. So in the closing, they will go and say, yeah, she didn't need them to wipe them down, so why did she throw them away? Well, I'm getting angry. Yeah, this is stupid.
I'm just like, where are they going with this?
Yeah, it's probably one of those bump stock diapers. Shizzy didn't disappear. He went to make lunch for his wife, so he's a good guy. You should really, everyone should give him a thumbs up for making lunch for the wife. Jamie doesn't make lunch for me, and she's almost my wife. It's as close as I've been in a long time.
You would if you're closer. I'll ship it to you. It might be
Yeah.
disgusting by the time it gets there.
Send me some of that Five Guys.
No, you have to have it fresh
Yeah.
and in person.
Back to this
Violet
case.
is and what you use it for.
LCV is leucocrystal violet is a chemical that's used to enhance blood stains, in particularly blood stains that are in footwear impressions and or friction ridge fingerprint impressions.
And when you apply leucocrystal violet to a surface, if there's blood there, what type of reaction are you looking for?
We're looking for a vibrant reaction, a blue, purplish, a violet color, hence the name leucocrystal violet.
Sir, I'd like to direct your attention
So they're gonna find blood.
the top.
They're gonna find blood on the diaper and the seat. But weren't we told that leucocrystal also reacts to bodily fluids?
That's what I thought.
Do you? I know there's no men in this house,
What the fuck is happening?
But-
What is happening?
my mother had 3 sons and a husband. It was almost a weekly routine for her to yell about what men are doing when we stand up on the toilet near the toilet. If there was a guy in that house, you could put those Lumen room, and it would light up like a Christmas tree because, especially if we're a bit drunk or it's early in the morning, we can hit the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
I really want to know where this is going. Irish, my sweet little Texas Rose. You missed that all the DNA evidence proved that the dead person was at the house. All the paint evidence showed the paint was at the house. And hopefully now all the DNA, all the I don't know, will show that there were bodily fluids on a toilet seat. Shocker, I know.
Like, I hope the jury is as appalled as we are. I really
Yeah.
do.
Yeah. Yeah, all of you ladies seem to like the Five Guys menu. I have to try it.
Yeah.
Sal, is it any good?
Of the basement stairs, between the basement door and the side breezeway door. Did you apply leucocrystal violet in that area?
I did.
I'd like to show you these next 3 photos. Ask you if you recognize them. Do you recognize those?
I do.
Do those photos fairly inaccurately represent what that section of the floor looked like after you applied LCV?
It does.
I'd like to offer them, please.
Okay, Your Honor.
Mm. 153, 154, and 155.
So showing what's been marked as exhibit number 153, please describe for us what we're seeing here.
This is the tile at the top of the basement stairs that has been processed with leucocrystal violet.
And were there areas that reacted?
There were.
Could you please point them out?
So there's
You can see the
footprints,
reaction here.
something that it will enhance.
Here. Meaning over to here.
And
exhibit
for
100
those of you, we have I think we have quite some new people here today. This crime scene, they're now testing for the footprints. They have previously said that both of these ladies were EMTs, so they went into the basement first thing when they come home from work, changed out of their clothes. So footprints being on the floor from the basement when Anne-Marie had been at work that morning. Again, I can explain it away.
It's so stupid. I don't even trust that chemical now. at
No.
all.
Where in this photo?
Yeah, but it only tests for
Where
if
you
you
see
touch
violet-
stuff with
violet
skin, as
reaction.
far as I can Google.
And while we're on, oh, I'm sorry. While we're on exhibit 154, let me ask you this. Did you also apply leucocrystal violet to the threshold of the side door as well as just outside the door onto the mat?
I did. I sprayed outside the door and onto the mat.
Did you see any sort of purple reactions heading out the door in that direction?
I did not.
You can have a seat, sir. Thank you. And now showing you what was marked a moment ago as exhibit 155. Would this be sort of rounding the bend, heading in toward the kitchen area?
Yes, this is taking a left from the top of the basement stairs and entering into the kitchen area.
And did you only apply LCV in the areas where we are seeing the reactions, or did you apply it more broadly than that?
I applied LCV essentially from the top of the
It
basement stairs.
doesn't look much
into
like
the
two
kitchen.
people were standing
I
there
basically
fighting.
followed the trail
No.
of the violet stains as I applied it. So went into the kitchen, over by the kitchen table, and down the hallway and into the bathroom.
Were there some areas of the floor which, just with your own naked eye, you could see that there
But
was
she came
sort
upstairs.
of red brownish staining of
Yeah.
possible
She
blood?
came upstairs
I
after
didn't
they
observe
got
any
there.
red-brown stains on the floor itself.
And there's
Showing you these next four
She
photographs.
came upstairs after they got there, and she was in the kitchen and washing her hands and talking to them. They were not there for a crime scene at first. It was called as a domestic, and they let
Yeah,
her wander around. Like,
yeah, but here you have foot marks, feet marks, foot marks.
yeah,
This looks like it's sole marks from a boot. So does this.
Yeah.
So does this. This looks like feet that is dragged across the floor. It could just be because it reacts to something. But again, I reiterate my previous statement. They changed their clothes or threw their clothes into the washing machine. Oh fuck! I forgot to empty my washing machine this morning. I haven't run a new cycle. It's probably smelling now. And then they walked up and probably went to the bathroom, which would make totally sense. And this doesn't test only for blood. It tests for fingerprints and feet impressions. So it's not bloody footprints. It's just footprints. That's the thing about this. It's not blood it's reacting to. It's also footprints and fingerprints. So it proves someone walked around in bare feet in a house where they say they take their clothes off in the basement.
well, it proves that they walked around in their own house.
And they really should get
Yeah.
this siding fixed because dirt would get in there. It's the kitchen. It's nasty. But I bet if you sprayed these pegs here, they will light up like Christmas because you put your feet up there.
But like I guess my point too
Oh,
is just mean, I know
Thank you
it's
so much, Dave.
yeah.
That's nice of
It's
you.
like, even
You-
if they found blood, she was I mean, even if they did find blood, like she was down there with the body and came upstairs anyway. So it's just it makes no sense. And none of it makes sense.
Were we told if she had bare feet in the basement? I can't remember.
I mean, I go bare feet in my basement, so
Yeah. Again, let's see it. Yeah, but I can't remember if she had shoes on.
They do.
Additional photos of the kitchen area.
That's correct.
I'd like to offer
it's
these.
just so stupid. So stupid.
156, 157, 158, and 159.
Now showing you what's been marked as exhibit 156.
Yeah, her shoes came off at some point. We did have the
kitchen
DNA,
tile
but they didn't
floor
talk about it.
heading past the sink on your right. See a trash barrel there, correct?
That's correct.
And these footprints, am I correct that they lead into toward the kitchen table?
Well,
That's correct.
If you're wearing socks and it probably tests for some kind of fatty stuff or some sweat or something, it will go right through a sock.
Yeah.
But still, this
It's
could be a sock dragged along, but this looks like someone stepped in it with boots on, with some soles. And what does it prove? In a house where people move around, is this Lula Bruna? Is it only active within the first 5 hours, 10 hours, 100 hours? How many hours?
Well, they sprayed it. It's footprints, but is it just that they're okay? I guess I'm confused. Are they just showing footprints?
Yeah, they're showing bare
It's
feet.
like there's no bloody footprints or like whatever. It's just
No.
footprints.
If I read about leucocrystal, what is leucocrystal violet reacts with the hemogroup in blood to give a violet color. Its application can be used to identify blood stains that are not visible and enhanced provide contrast. I saw it where it also said something. I saw somewhere with it. Where was that? Leucocrystal. What is a leuco? Reacts with the. Why did I saw it before. Why can't I find it now? Well, I saw it. I'll keep on while I do this.
Sorry.
Objective as to the word footprints.
Your voice is fading.
Oh, sorry. I objected, Judge, to word footprints.
Okay, overruled.
So did you recall my last question, or should I ask it again?
You can ask it again.
Now, in this area of the kitchen, we're heading past the kitchen sink on the right where that trash barrel is out, correct?
Yes,
And the purple marks continue toward the kitchen table?
that's correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like to switch over to
What does that
exhibit
prove?
4 for a moment
Oh.
to show sort of a before picture. Is it fair to say this is a photograph taken earlier in time showing the same area of the kitchen prior to you applying LCV, correct?
It is.
Okay. And now switching back over to where we were a second ago, exhibit 156. This is what that area appears to be after, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now exhibit number 157. bit broader view, which captures now the two chairs near the kitchen table, correct?
That's correct.
And exhibit 158. And just for the record, Trooper, I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit
I'll find it.
157. This is on the floor, sort of in the area of the chairs, correct?
It is, yes.
Now, I think you can see off toward the left-hand side there, the purple marks continuing on down the hallway, am I right?
Yes, you can see the foot tracks going down the hallway.
Okay.
Yeah, that could be why they're talking
Yeah.
about it all the time. And this
I'll
is the
show you what has been marked as
sorry. This is where she's put when she came off, when she was escorted up from the basement, and then
Yeah.
she went to the bathroom to clean up.
Yep.
So it proves she at some point was walking, and she had something on her feet, which we know because she was sitting with the dead body.
Mhm.
Jamie, I'm gonna water the roses, and then I'm gonna cry and cry some more.
We'll come back and
number
cry.
158,
We'll cry together.
which is at A131.
This is
So that
the
same
fluid, not
section
the
floor appeared
the
like
flashlight,
before you applied
blacklight.
the LCD, am I right?
That's correct.
And exhibit 159, this would be another after picture, correct?
Correct.
So I have two additional photographs pertaining to your use of glucocrystal violet on the first floor, and these two are from the bathroom area. Do you recognize these two pictures as being somewhat of a before and after picture?
I do.
I'd like to offer these, please.
Objection, Your Honor.
It's 160 and 161.
Showing you what's been marked as exhibit 160. This is the, what do you recognize this to be?
This is the floor of the bathroom.
And exhibit 161 would be the after photo, correct?
This is after applying leucocrystal violet, correct?
Okay, but she was in all these places
At this
after.
point, I'd like to shift topics
So
a little
annoying.
bit. In addition to applying leucocrystal violet at 18 Barton Street, did you also conduct some fingerprint collection and analysis?
I did.
All right. Now, as I said a couple of moments ago, I promised we would talk more about your training, education, experience, and fingerprints. Could you please do that for the jury now?
Again, outside of taking the numerous classes in regards to collection and preservation.
He doesn't know
of
anything.
friction ridges and other evidence.
He
I've
doesn't know
also
it.
taken classes on the analysis, comparison, and evaluation of friction ridge impressions and palm prints as well.
And have you passed proficiency tests?
I have annual proficiency tests.
Oh, good for you.
We've used the term quite a bit, and it may be commonly understood, but what is a fingerprint?
Okay, so a fingerprint, first of all, if you look at your hands and the palms of your hands and your fingers, you'll see raised portions of skin, which are called ridges. And essentially, a fingerprint is a print that's left in an object that you touch.
Oh, that's a fingerprint.
And I've
Oh,
used the term
man, I had
fingerprint, but
no
I read
idea.
there are other types of prints as well,
That's correct.
such as.
We haven't seen
Such as
any
palm
evidence
prints
of
and
cleaning up.
Footprints. So basically,
Because we didn't
friction
see
ridge
any-
skin is only found on our fingers.
No,
and
Anything
on
used to
the
clean
That
up.
was
soles of
her
our feet.
route.
Is there something?
Yeah, and the racks
unique
that were clean.
or special about these prints? that
Which
One of
they
them had
clarified
paint
she
on it.
said.
What's significant about friction ridge impressions is that They are permanent. They don't change over a person's lifetime. They're developed in about the 12th week of
No, she was put in the kitchen after the murder, sitting in that chair, talking to the detective who walked around down in the crime scene with his boots on, with no booties on. So it shows, in my opinion, and again, I'm not a crime scene investigator, it proves she was in the basement, walked up with the detective who left the boot marks.
Yep.
And sat down at the table where they were talking about the murder, and then she went to the bathroom. So I can explain all of this away.
Exactly what it's showing. Exactly.
Yeah, and they had a tech that failed their exam, so it's the top nut guys they put on this case.
gestation or while you're still in your mother's womb, and they don't morph, they don't change even after
Oh,
death.
good job.
Your friction ridge impressions will remain the same. The ridge flow and the pattern types
And
the
her, if
individual
her
characteristics remain
fingerprints is in
absolutely-
her
absolutely
house,
the same.
I'm gonna
They
be
don't change.
shocked.
So number one, friction ridge impressions are permanent, and number two, they're unique. No two people have ever been found to have the same fingerprints on one hand or both hands, including identical twins.
Now, when a
About
person
that?
comes into contact with an object or a surface, what factors can affect whether or not a sufficient print, by sufficient, I mean something you can actually work with, what factors affect whether or not a print is left behind?
So I already explained that fingerprints or palm prints or feet prints are a result of you touching a particular object. On our ridges are tiny, minute pores, which are constantly secreting perspiration. So essentially, when you touch down an object, what you're doing is you're leaving behind your ridges, your prints, in your own perspiration on an object that you touched. So there are various things that can affect whether or not a good fingerprint can be left behind. So for example, the surface itself. Is the surface a porous or a non-porous surface? And by that I mean non-porous surface would be like my suit, for example. This would be a porous surface where your impression is actually going to sink into the suit or on paper. Whereas
Wesley,
a non-porous surface,
Hey,
hard
Wesley.
objects that you're pressing down on, you may be able to leave a good fingerprint
And
behind.
Dave,
So whether or not the
welcome,
surface
welcome.
is porous, non-porous,
Aw,
whether
hi,
or not
Dave.
the surface is dry or dirty, whether or not the surface is wet, all of these different factors can take place in determining whether or not you leave behind a
Oh,
friction ridge impression.
Now,
Oh,
what
yeah.
about the
Gonna be
person
ready for
themselves?
the
Are there
MLS
certain
grade.
characteristics or qualities of the person who's touching the object that can affect whether or not the good print's left behind?
Yes, so we all have a unique physiological makeup. So you may have shaken somebody's hand before in the past and they have very clammy, sweaty hands. It doesn't mean that they're a creep. It just means that they secrete a lot of perspiration.
What did
doesn't
you
mean
say?
they're a creep. Doesn't mean they're a creep.
Now, what about if a person is wearing gloves, for example? How can that affect whether or not they leave a print behind?
Naturally, if a person has gloves on, they're not going to leave a print behind
Oh,
because
good
the glove is going
analysis.
to prevent the print from
Copper.
coming through the glove.
Thank you. Now, what factors can affect how long a print will remain on a certain object or surface?
So some of the factors that can affect the length of time that a print is on the surface would be our environment, for example. Today, it was raining earlier today. If I left a print on my windshield, the rain could potentially wash that away. Even the sun, because prints are left in perspiration, the sun could bake away the print from the area. So environment, time also takes place in how long a print may stay there. So for example, if coming into the courtroom today, that door is used a lot as well, and there are multiple people using the same door and you left a print behind, potentially somebody else could come behind and wipe that print away or place overlays. over
Like all the
print. So there are
officers
multiple
using the
factors.
same door.
Now, is there any way to tell how long a print has been on a particular surface or the age of the print, so to speak?
Outside circumstances, such as having eyewitness testimony or a video of somebody actually touching down on an object, we can't determine how long a print has been on an object.
And when it comes to a person's own home or a place that they visit frequently, is it fair to say you would expect to see their prints on various objects and surfaces within their own home?
Yeah.
That's correct.
How do you go about inspecting an item or a surface for the presence or absence of prints?
So the first thing we'll do is we'll use a flashlight and basically side light it and try to examine the print that way. So when we talk about prints, we have various names for them. So we have friction ridge detail or latent fingerprints. Latent fingerprints, the word latent in and of itself means invisible. So you may touch down on an object and not see the print. And in that case, we would use various techniques, powders and chemicals in order to be able to visualize those prints. But sometimes you can see the print with the naked eye. So the first thing we would do, sidelight it. If we see nothing, then we move on to additional processes such as using powders and different chemicals.
When you do look either with the naked eye or apply these powders and chemicals, is there a certain either quantity or quality of the print that you're hoping to get?
There is.
And could you please describe what you mean by sufficient quality or quantity?
So the scientific method that's used in the field of friction ridge identification is called ACE-V. That's an acronym, which means analyze, A for analyze, C for compare, E for evaluate, and V for verify. And this is used across the field. So the first thing that we'll do when we find a friction ridge impression or a latent fingerprint that's on an object is we'll analyze that fingerprint. And in the analysis stage, essentially what we're looking at is we're looking at ridge flow and we're looking at particular characteristics. So each one of us, friction ridge impressions are basically separated into three categories. There are various subcategories, but basically three categories. There's either whorls, loops, or arches. And if you look at your hands, you have one of these three pattern types. So that's one of the things that we're looking for initially in our analysis stage is, okay, we're looking for pattern type, we're looking for ridge flow. So we make our analysis in this way. We visualize the print, sometimes under a magnifying glass, or we can blow it up on a screen as we're doing here in the courtroom. But after we make an analysis of the print from the scene, we then move on to the comparison stage. And this is where we compare the latent fingerprint from a crime scene to any known subject
Hey guys, welcome. Thank you for joining. And hey Val, long time no see. Hope you had a great vacation.
Missed you, Val.
Yeah, but we can see the defendant, so it can't be the witness, so it can't be John Cena. It took you a second.
are submitted in order to try to make an identification whether or not this print from the scene is in fact one of these people, or to exclude somebody from a crime scene as to whether or not they made that. So we have A for analyze, C for compare, and then after that is done, we then make an evaluation, which is essentially a conclusion to our results. So is the print from the crime scene, is it identified to a known subject, or is the known subject excluded?
And then the V stands for verification, correct?
That's correct.
What does that entail?
The verification process, we have a policy that we have.
Well, I just hope that you had fun while you were away. You probably needed a little vacay. That's what the young people call it. No, and it's the best thing that can happen as a streamer is getting Jamie to break. Because her laughter is almost as good as her lashes.
Sir, I believe you were talking about the verification step.
That's correct.
What does that entail?
So the verification step, not only is it part of the ACE-V method.
And I can see we jumped a few watchers, and that might be a good time to tell people what this case is about. Thank you so much for joining. This is the fourth time this lady is having her trial in the case about the murder of her wife. 2 times it was a hung jury. The 3rd time they got a conviction. That trial was overturned in the Supreme Court because their paint drying expert wasn't an expert in paint drying. Yes. According to the prosecution, she killed her wife somewhere between 12:30 and 1 o'clock because they have a rigor mortis window. They really need to make stick in this trial because now they don't have the paint drying expert time window. And for those of us who have been following it all the way through, the more evidence they present, the less likely we find it that she did it. This is a lesbian couple. It made kind of headlines when they did it because it's the first lesbian couple murder in Massachusetts back in 2010. But the defendant had a boyfriend not according to her, not the smexy kind of boyfriend, just a boyfriend who was over the night before. The deceased got really, really angry about that, but we have to mention that the deceased also had a boyfriend. That was more of the smexy kind because he was allowed to kiss her on the corner of the mouth.
Yep.
And if he was willing to stand in line and get her a new iPad, he could give her a full smooch. Besides him, she also had a lesbian girlfriend who she formerly lived together with or had some kind of relationship with. And both of these people gave her credit cards because she had gone bankrupt twice. And she ran up a lot of debt on those people's credit cards. Beside that, she faked documents, so she took out $25,000 in debt in her wife's name. So this case is very bad. We just had a DNA experts talking about 15 different samples of DNA that showed that the deceased was in the basement. All the DNA linked the deceased to the basement.
Wow.
No other DNA was presented.
Yeah.
Then we had a paint expert saying the paint chips that was lying next to the door frame where paint was chipped off was from that door frame.
Shocker, right?
And these are the last experts they're gonna bring before they're resting their case. So how this ever have gotten to the fourth trial? Again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not an American, but to me it seems so weird that they are thinking that there's enough in this case to do a fourth trial because there's so much reasonable doubt in this case. Well, it's probably because I'm not good at translating things, so I do the best I can, but hopefully people get it. Yeah. Well, if you want a link and want to come on and get hammered, I'm all for it. Yeah, it's back in 2010, iPads were kind of expensive. Yeah, everyone was cheating. Yeah, she was good at making debt. So yeah. Well, if I was a taxpayer in Massachusetts, I would ask for a refund.
Mhm.
Nice to see you, Brandon.
I know. You've been
Technology that is used.
He got a new name, but
no, he's been away a while.
yeah, he's been away. Yeah, but
Glad you're back. Glad you're
he
back.
had some illnesses, and we hope he's better. And he's always trying to get Valhalla in trouble. But I think Valhalla likes to be in trouble.
He does.
Across the field. V stands for verify, but it's also our policy on the state police that any identification that is made is also verified by at least one, if not two, independent examiners.
And who would those independent examiners be?
No. I live in Denmark. We don't get the easy
The
one.
trooper as well as the supervisor.
I have to have 1,000 subs. So,
that you follow within
but
the
again,
field of
I
fingerprint
just
analysis, correct?
That is correct.
I
Have you
just hit
yourself also
600.
served as a verifier
No,
for your
fighting.
colleagues' work?
I have.
I believe the redirect worked.
Now,
Thank
I
you
think
so much for
referenced this a
redirecting.
couple of moments ago, but just to be clear, let's say you recover a sufficient print from a scene, and then you want to see whether or not that matches or is consistent with any other known person. How do you go about doing that?
I don't believe that TikTok existed in 2010. I might be wrong.
I think it was called something else, but I don't know.
Hey, FD Food Fairy. Oh, maybe it's because of the Murdoch trial with the dog video. Oh. Rossman, you're welcome whenever you stop by. On time, late, whenever. The only thing I don't like being late is my girlfriends, if I had any.
Like, what are your sources of information that you're comparing it to?
Hi, Shizzy.
So essentially, once we have a print, we'll make.
Hey,
our
Shizzy's
analysis.
back. We
Sometimes
just
we'll
been
take
rated
notes
by
on the
MLS.
page itself. We'll mark off certain areas that we're analyzing, and then we move on and we compare it to any known subjects. So The known subjects are basically inked fingerprints that are taken from a known subject that we're making the comparison to. Did that answer the question?
Yes. So if you have fingerprints that are collected from known people, you can compare their prints to the print at the scene. Am I right?
Yes, we compare the prints from the scene to the known people.
Okay. Now, what if you either don't have any known people or a print doesn't match the known people, so to speak? Are there further steps you can take to try to identify that print?
There are.
What are those?
We have a database called the APHIS system. It's the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, which is a system essentially that houses millions upon millions of known 10-print cards of various individuals. We also have a system called the FBI APHIS system. So with the APHIS system that we search in Massachusetts, it only searches Massachusetts, but the FBI, we can search the whole country.
Sir, I'd like to direct your attention to the fingerprint analysis that you conducted in this particular case, being 18 Barton Street in Granby. Now, I'd like to first talk about some items or areas that you examined at the scene or from the scene which produced no results. Starting with the storm door at the side entrance of the house. Do you know what I mean by storm door at the side entrance of the house?
I do.
Okay, and remind us, at the side door of 18 Barton Street, how many actual doors were there that you had to go through to get into the house?
There was the
I
storm
got
door
it when
and
I said
the
it.
Interior door.
I'm not that smart.
And did you apply any sort of fingerprint?
Hey, Tia.
Did you conduct any sort of examination of those
Hey,
surfaces?
Tia.
I did.
How did you go about doing that?
I used fingerprint powder.
I'd like to show you this photograph, ask you if you recognize it.
Thank you.
I do.
Is that how the side door area of 18 Barton Street appeared after you had applied fingerprint powder to it?
It is.
I'd like to mark this as the next exhibit, please.
Objection.
I'm so surprised if fingerprints are on the door. The door she testified to, not testified, but no one argued that she
Showing what's
walked
been marked
through.
as exhibit 162. Please, sir, describe and point out for the jury what we're seeing here.
This is the side door to the residence at 18 Barton Street.
Okay. And if I can zoom in a little bit on the surface of the door itself. Now, what is it about this that is attributable to you?
All
the
of the mess,
destruction.
all of the black powder that's on the door. So again, the process, I would have side lit the door with a flashlight to see if there was any visible friction ridge impressions. After that, I used black powder on the white portions for contrast and white powder on the glass portions, and no friction ridge impressions were located.
Now, on the inner door itself, the door that had the thick decorative glass pane to it, where the actual doorknob was, am I correct? You also printed that?
I did.
And again, did you discover any friction ridge impressions of sufficient quality or quantity?
I did not.
As we're sticking with this exhibit on the right-hand side, is it your understanding that a section of the door jamb had actually been cut out and collected as evidence?
It was correct.
And I believe that was entered as item 2-4 at the laboratory. Am I correct? This was another item, another surface that you examined for prints with no results.
That's correct.
Now, sir, the next item I'd like to discuss was item 2-1 at the laboratory, that being a shovel that was collected at the scene. Are you familiar with that item, sir?
I am.
And how did you go about examining that item for any friction ridge impressions?
So again, we start with the same process, of course, putting on gloves to prevent contaminating the item itself. Examine the shovel with side lighting, didn't view any friction ridge impressions, and then I processed it with powders and chemicals.
Okay. No results?
No results.
Now, was the surface, the handle of the shovel itself, and I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 102 in this case. You see the
At
shovel
least
there
it's
on
not
the left-hand
exhibit
side?
100.
I do.
That's leaning up against
100%
rocks,
correct.
debris,
Fix this.
Both of them.
Drive. It is.
Yeah, but at least this is just crooked. This one is off.
Well, it's crooked. It's sitting off. It's sideways.
It's annoying.
away from the side edges, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Was the handle of the shovel something that was conducive to leaving a good print on it, if you recall?
The handle of the shovel is unfinished wood, so not a very good surface for leaving prints behind on.
Sir, two additional items that you examined with no results. Do you recall examining a small plastic solo cup and a plastic lid to that solo cup, which had been found in the basement of of 18 Barton Street in the area?
Because
Oh,
hopefully the jury
You-
doesn't
You
notice.
examined those for the presence of prints
I did.
and with no results, correct?
No results. Correct.
It's a waste of time. That's what they're doing. They're wasting time. I think if they bring in enough experts, the
Sir, I'd like
experts
to
are going to
now
tell
ask you a
them
question
something
about
different.
An item that you examined,
Right.
which had
Needs
some
more
results.
credence.
And specifically, I'm drawing your attention to a blue vacuum from the basement floor, which was item 2-6 at the laboratory. I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit number 7 in this case, and do you see that blue vacuum in this picture?
I do.
And would you have examined that blue vacuum there at the scene, or was it collected up as evidence and brought to the lab?
It was collected as evidence, and I examined it at the lab.
Okay. How did you go about examining it?
Same process, side lighting, and with this particular item, it was also super glue fumed, I believe, and used powders. And I also used the chemical on this item, I believe, called Hungarian Red.
Did you get anything back in terms of results?
There were some friction ridge impressions that were on the item, but they lacked value for further comparison purposes.
And just explain for us what you mean they lack value.
They didn't have sufficient quantity and quality of detail in the prints themselves.
Oh,
to
he
be
can
able to
talk
compare
about the
to
vacuum,
another
but
subject.
they couldn't talk about the DNA on the vacuum.
All right, sir.
Right.
Lastly, I'd like to turn to item 2-8 in this case, which I believe was identified as a paint bucket lid. Are you familiar with that?
I am.
And I'd like to show you what's been marked, has been marked, yeah. I'd like to show you a photograph and ask you if you recognize it.
I do.
And is this a photograph of the lid from the paint bucket that was recovered in the basement at 18 Barton Street?
It is.
I'd like to offer this as the next exhibit, please.
No, Dr. Honor.
163.
Okay, sir, I'm showing you what was just marked a moment ago as exhibit, is it 163, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, Trooper, just to clarify, can you please set the scene for us? Where was this photograph taken and under what conditions?
So this photograph is taken at the State Police Crime Lab in our processing room. You can see the white butcher block paper in the background that the item is laid out upon.
Now, first of all, that little smidge of ruler tape there, did you put that there?
I did.
Okay. And why does the lid, the top of the lid appear to be yellowish in this photo?
So the process that I used for this, again, side lighted it, examined it for friction ridge impressions. I didn't see anything. We then used a processing called super glue fuming. So essentially what you do is you place the item in a tank, very similar to a fish tank that you would have at home. We heat up super glue, and when the super glue heats up on a hot plate, it turns into a vapor that adheres to any friction ridge impressions that are on here. That process was used as well. There was some friction ridge detail that was located, but at the time it was unidentifiable, and therefore I moved on to another process that we use with super glued items. It's a chemical process called basic yellow. So it's basically a yellow dye stain that we spray onto the item and then we wash it off, and this was the result.
Now, I would like to zoom in if we could, on the edge of the lid, and it looks like there's a little green, there's some black and some green marks on the corner there, correct?
Correct.
Can you please describe to the jury what those marks are, who made them, and what they indicate?
So I made these marks. The green mark is essentially pointing out the fact that the friction ridge impression is right here. And then I would mark the number of it, so basically 0.1. And we also put the scale in there as well for documentation purposes so that we can size the print, in particularly for entrance into the APHIS databases.
Now, what type of print was this?
This was, according to my training and experience, a palm print, partial palm print.
What?
Now, at the time you first
What?
observed,
A palm
Oh,
print.
like, what? Okay. But
Pause. Jesus. If you've ever opened up a paint can, one that's that size, how do you close it?
you gotta bop it,
Well,
right?
you push down on it to push it into place. Where do you think a palm print's going to come from? Pushing down and closing the freaking lid.
Annoyed with this evidence.
Jesus.
What is
Yeah,
any
I hit 600 today. So. I have asked Flux earlier to come on and try to explain the wonders of her people, but she's working and in the day hours, sadly.
Yeah.
The wonders of her people.
Yeah, Brandon, you're always a good trickster. Maybe you're always fun to have hanging around, especially if Val is here. You like to get Val in trouble.
Yes.
Trickster.
Is that no? That can be. We had an ambulance.
I see.
You get a silicone
not-
cover for the. No, you just use the and just put
Just
it down.
use the lid. It's you've still got like half a container of paint. You just put the, pop the lid down, push it down. Sometimes it doesn't close all the way.
Yeah. Hey,
Especially
Secret, and
especially if you've got weak arms, like especially the weak forearms. See, like Baker, if he got a hold of it, he would push it down and it would close and seal up. But if you had, you had like those little mealy arms, like Nick Rekieta, he might have to, like
yeah, he
jump on
can't
it a little
put
bit.
his shoulders into it either. So
No, can't put your shoulder into it.
so yeah, it's not confirmed, Valhalla, but might be. No, Brandon is a cool guy.
Yes.
He's a nice guy.
You're not an asshole. You are one of the sweetest guys on the internet. You get people in trouble, and I like the trouble you get us in.
All in good fun.
Yeah. And that's some of the coolest people we meet on the internet. It's the people who have fun with us, and we can have fun with. But let's get back to this riveting
testimony.
Because again, you're gonna force down a lid like this, so that'll leave a palm print.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Swedish troublemaker. Yeah. Nick is the Swedish troublemaker.
There's partial palm print on the corner.
I'm just
of
gonna
the
check
paint
if.
bucket lid.
Well, that's what I was gonna
ambulance is on the
say.
neighbor.
Did you have
That's what I was going to say.
any-
So if there's no print showing that it was lifted, so whenever you look on the underside of it, you should see a place where there might have been fingerprints pulling it up to actually open it up. And if they're saying that she poured this over her afterwards, then there would be something under the lip for where she was pulling it up. Some sort of pry marks, or on the inside of it, or on the top of it somewhere. It wouldn't just have a palm print. A palm print is from pushing down. Fingerprint would be from prying it up, if that's what she did.
Yeah, especially it was a plastic lid, so you just flip it all the way around and pull it
Mhm.
off, and then you have again, because it's the same sealant, you have to flip it down like that to seal it back up.
Mhm.
So it's to be expected.
major case prints for Cara Rintala?
I did not.
And what are major case prints?
Major case prints are fingerprints, the 10 prints on our hands, as well as palm prints, the inner digits, sides of our fingers, and things of that nature. So all I had at the time that I had this print was Cara's 10 prints.
Okay. And 10 prints being the fingers and thumbs.
Correct.
Oh, they object. It doesn't
Doesn't.
I'm just none of this is proving anything to me. You're not proving anything to me other than she's in her own house and she's touching.
And her own paint cans.
Yeah.
That she probably painted with
Possibly.
at some point in time.
I think too they made it that her and the Carla girl bought it together, but who's to say she didn't touch it? Who knows? Oh my gosh, I'm just annoyed.
Yeah. Boy, these people are so tedious.
I know. I don't know.
Hey, thanks, expert. Appreciate you.
Aw. Just so many nice people today.
I know. We got this whole group is so awesome.
I know. Well, 2 hung juries. I don't like that. Should have told you everything you needed to know, but nope. And then in the trial she got convicted of, they brought in some paint expert who obviously didn't know what the heck he was talking about. But who in their right mind is looking at any of this evidence and saying that, yeah, oh yeah, it's clear. It's very clear. She did it. No way.
Was.
Sir, in 2016, were you given the authority to collect major case prints from Cara Rintala?
I was.
And do you see Cara Rintala here in court today?
I do.
Could you please point out where she is and describe an article of clothing that she's wearing, just so we're perfectly clear who you're talking about?
She is sitting next to defense counsel, and it appears she has a lime green sweater on.
Your Honor, may the record please reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
I want to
Thank you.
see.
Sir, you collected major case prints from the
I
defendant,
keep
correct?
talking with my
That's
mic
correct.
off.
Please remind us how that differs from anyone's 10 print card.
So the major case prints that I collected were an additional copy of her fingerprints as well as her palm prints.
And how do you actually physically go about collecting those?
I did this with ink, rolling the palm prints in ink and then placing them down on a white background card.
Now, when you're using this ink method to collect major case prints, are you able to see in real time how the prints are coming out as you're collecting them?
I am.
And does it, or can it take several tries to get sufficiently clear prints?
You can.
You have the ability to see whether or not what you're getting would be useful later on for comparison purposes, correct?
That's correct.
Now, once you obtained Cara Rintala's major case prints, did you compare those prints to the print that you discovered on the corner of the paint bucket lid?
I did.
And please tell the jury what opinion, if any, you reached about the two.
Based on my training and experience in the application of the ACV methodology that we discussed, it's my opinion that this print was the right palm of Cara Rintala.
What was it about the print on the bucket lid and her major case prints that led you to draw that opinion?
It was the ridge flow, the various characteristics, the individual characteristics. So we didn't get a chance to get into it during the first part, but sometimes our ridges end, sometimes our ridges fork. These are the individual characteristics within the print that we're comparing back and forth.
And these are the unique characteristics that each individual has to the exclusion of anyone else, correct?
Correct.
Did you submit your work in this case to one of your colleagues for verification?
But
Anyone objection?
oh my God. Mm.
So, sir, did you submit your work and your conclusions in this case to one of your colleagues for verification? That being
Tim, you're
the
gonna
fee and
blow a
the ACV?
gasket
I
today.
did.
And that
I
was
am.
pursuant to your standard practice and policies, am I right?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have for you.
Please, Rosemary, you have something?
That's it. All of that just for a
Yeah.
palm print on a
So,
bucket.
sir, no one asked you to get these palm prints in 2010, is that right?
That's correct.
2011, is that right?
That's right.
2012, is that right?
Correct.
And not after your first testimony in 2013, is that right?
That is correct.
Not in 2014 after your second testimony, is that right?
That is correct.
And nobody asked you to, somebody asked you to do this before your testimony in 2016, is that right?
That is correct.
So from 2010 to 2016, nobody asked you to get these, is that fair to say?
That is correct.
I don't have any further questions.
Nothing further on.
There you go.
Thank you. Take that down.
Oh,
Thank you, Your Honor.
we
Man.
got a smarty pants coming on.
Woo!
Oh my.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Call Policy Thomas Andrew.
Again, you didn't look at this until you needed new evidence.
Right.
No.
It's so infuriating to watch this trial because so many things are just stupid.
Mhm.
Especially the detectives
Yeah,
and the police officers. I mean, who brings evidence from another scene to the crime scene?
And
Yeah.
lays it out in the crime
You shall
scene.
swear the evidence which you shall give
Like,
to the
To
court
dry
in the
out.
matter now and hearing
To dry
the
out.
whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Hey,
Thank you.
expert.
You're watching.
no, he just started a live stream.
Yeah, that's fine.
He
Yeah,
will
he said he's
redirect to
gonna
you.
It's going to redirect over here to me. That's pretty awesome. That's a good guy.
Yes. What a good.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for us?
My name is Thomas, middle initial A, last name Andrew, Andrew.
Sir, am I correct that you are the former chief medical examiner for the state of New Hampshire?
Correct.
And how long did you hold that title?
20 years, 1997 to 2017.
Can you please describe for the jury, going back first to your educational background?
I did my undergraduate work at the University of Dayton, Ohio, graduated in 1978. And then my medical degree is from the University of Cincinnati College of Medicine in 82. Subsequent to that, I pursued a residency in pediatrics at Cincinnati Children's Medical Center and stayed there an extra year.
I'm going to skip right through his expertise.
Yes.
Please.
Good choice.
Sir, am I correct that you work in Richmond County, specifically Staten Island, New York?
Yes, in my in Staten Island as
Explanation, but could you please, in your own words, tell us the difference between anatomical pathology and forensic pathology?
the Massachusetts office.
Oh.
The Office of Chief Medical Examiner is established by a specific law. And in the time that I left, we had about 28 to 20 million people in it. So it's really
Now, can you give us, please, or give the jury rather, an estimate of how many autopsies you
Which
yourself
one?
have?
somewhere. Yes.
And
Can you
did
tell us,
yourself
doctor, where
have
they
any sort of
touched you
academic
on the
appointments
style?
or teaching positions during your time?
Well, while I was chief, I in school of medicine.
They're probably
Did you
just
serve
going
on
to put
any
him in and
committees
then
or councils, either at the local or state or federal level?
There was one on maternal and infant death, and we also had a suicide fatality review team.
Yeah, they've asked questions.
Enforcement, paramedics, EMTs.
only
various
from
legal groups.
the
So,
fingerprint guy.
before the defense
Yeah.
bar,
The rest of it was
there are a
unnecessary.
number of states up and down the eastern
Yeah.
seaboard
Right.
under the name White Mountain Forensic Consulting Services. I've actually had that consulting service going back to 1998. But during the years I was chief medical examiner, obviously had to maintain a rate of outside consultations to make sure that my primary duties were discharged. But after retirement, the number of consultation cases increased.
Give us a sense of who some of your clients are.
It can vary.
Boom, 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 boom.
Experience. Do you tend to testify more or less?
The state has the medical examiner at their disposal, so the decided majority of
Now we have a sidebar. We're going to go to lunch.
Jesus.
Exactly, Brad Parkinson.
Potential. Okay, let me ask my question again. If a third party, a potential client approaches you about potentially doing some work in a case, what does that process entail?
No, this one can walk.
well, they would either have to know who I was or they would find me online. I have a website that offers these consulting services. If it's something that seems to fit their need, they will typically reach out to me either via email or telephone.
So he's
lay
an
out
expert
what
for
their
hire.
concern
If you
is,
just
and then
want
we-
my expertise on
We
this
decide
case,
if
I
we
can
are
do
going
it.
to go forward, they will send me whatever material they deem necessary for me to review. I review that. We have a preliminary conversation, and if there's any additional material that needs to
Yes,
be
we're
looked at,
still
discuss it at the time.
still doing the state direct.
We either agree on our respective theories of the case, or we disagree.
She's looking private.
Obviously, the next steps are taken after that.
Okay.
And as you said a moment ago, this is regardless of who's approaching you, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And when you say if your theories of the case disagree, what do you mean by that?
Well, if one side or other in a dispute has a specific issue that they want addressed from a forensic pathology point of view, in my opinion, based on my experience in education, is not favorable to their case, they will not likely call me as a witness.
And you'll likely just part ways at that point?
At that point, yes, we would go our separate ways, and obviously, I could not be called by the other side in a circumstance like that.
Yeah, he
Your
really
Honor,
needs.
speaking
I
of
thought
after
about
time
it.
to break. Okay.
So we're going on a break. Oh, did we hear when we're going to be back?
Not likely to their case, they
Point.
at that certain.
Time to break. Okay.
All right, we're going to take our lunch break now. So I'll just ask that you be back here for 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
There you go.
Well, kids, then you know what it is. Now it's time for the old bigger man to get a little bit of lunch, and hopefully this will work. Just have to
It
move
should.
it over here. There might be a little bit of a problem today because I forgot to put it on fast, so it can be a little bit slow, but it's me, so everything's slow. But hopefully, because you are so many here, you will do really well with all of these word plays, and we'll be back shortly. And I just put some music on for you people, and I take this off.
There you go.
This one. Have fun, everyone. And Shishi can sign us out with his soothing voice.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Words on Stream. Enjoy it, live it, love it. And we will see you shortly.
Have fun, everyone. Come on. No more feeding the ducks.
No more feeding.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hopefully, you had some nice dinner and are ready for this exciting trial where we know now that someone who might have been using a can of paint left marks on this can of paint. We tested it 4 years after the death, but we tested it. We know now that the deceased was at the scene and left
And
all
that-
of her DNA at the scene.
And that the people that live there touched that can of paint.
Yeah.
And the people that died there.
And the wood chips missing from the door frame was missing from the door frame and was wood chips. So, yeah, I'm trying to do my Shizzy Wisnuts impression. I don't have that soothing voice, but I'm trying to.
Well, you've got a great voice, Baker.
It's all about going down in the end instead of going up.
Going up?
Like one of the Valley Girls always ending in a question?
I don't think they do that.
What do you say, Jamie? Do they do that?
They do that.
Do they do that?
They do. They do.
Well, feed that duck, go. But from here on out, it's Sensual Night with Baker, Jamie, and Mr. Shiznut, and all of the experts you didn't need. So let's get right into it. Are you ready? The expert just ended his stream. We'll jump right into the experts on this stream. Let's go.
Let's do it.
Get ready
There's
for testimony.
Too much smexiness going on right now. Stop it.
Wolfram starts mopping the floor.
No.
Nope.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Please and do.
Thank you. Welcome back, Doctor.
Thank you.
I'd like to now ask you some questions about time of death estimates.
Okay.
Within
Let's
the
go.
field of forensic
Finally.
pathology, is estimating a deceased person's time of death a widely known and generally recognized practice?
Yes.
Are there studies, publications, and research on this topic?
But there certainly isn't as much research going on now as there was in the past. There are chapters in standard textbooks of forensic pathology that outline the approach to this. Any new literature tends to be about, exploring new techniques and so forth.
Are you familiar with these publications and studies and textbooks that you just referenced?
Well, certainly in general, yes. I mean, one can't know the entire universe of literature, but I feel like I'm familiar with it, yes.
Now, when it comes to determining a person's time of death, are there certain broad principles that you apply?
Yes, we shake their arm.
And the broadest is
We shake their
realizing
arm.
that one can never deduce a precise time of death, at least in the forensic pathology setting. It's one thing in the hospital, you pronounce patient deceased at X time. But in forensic pathology, you know that you're going to end up with an estimate, and you know that you're.
Wesley, that's a great question. And how much does it cost to fix the door frame you ruined when you tried to pull the door out because you didn't have the skills to remove a door from the door frame? You never know, but the taxpayer is gonna pay.
So Baker, Ghostry Anonymous was asking what I was doing.
You're testing for rigor. That's the international standard rigor test. You just shake an arm.
Just shake an arm.
Shake an arm.
You're going to end up with an estimate within a range, wider or smaller, depending on what the science and the circumstances allow you to say. So
Haven't seen what she's wearing.
one needs to start with some specific parameter, and it seems like common sense, but when was the decedent found dead, and when were they last reliably known to be alive? Well, that would be the
We have heard all of
initial
this.
window, and then you would use other factors to, if possible, narrow that window down.
Tell me what other factors they use.
Now, the farther out in time you are from when a person died, does it become harder to estimate their time of death?
Absolutely, it becomes harder. Early postmortem changes, typically those associated with the first 3 to 5 days of death, are more reliable indicators than late postmortem changes like
He just said 3 to 5
decomposition
days.
and
Yeah.
skeletonization and so forth and so on. So in a skeletonized body, a forensic anthropologist may say this person died in such and such a century. But in early postmortem changes, you can be a bit more precise, albeit still within a range.
Now, what sources of information do you take into account when trying to narrow down that time of death estimate, that range?
Well, given the initial window of time, you need to consider the condition of the remains at the scene. Now, you would be making an assessment of the body at autopsy, but that may be a day later. The best time to make
6
that
days later.
assessment for those early
Yeah.
postmortem changes
Yeah.
is at the scene.
It happens.
In addition to the changes in the body, there are other physical parameters that one must consider. The person's general health, if known. If the person was ill and had a fever, for example, prior to death.
If
Is
they were
the
in a cold,
person,
wet basement,
well nourished,
or maybe a
poorly
hot,
nourished?
wet basement,
What's
or
the
maybe
body?
a hot,
type?
dry
Are
basement.
they muscular? Are they very thin? Are
Did
they
you check
obese?
liver temperature?
And
Did you check?
from a physical standpoint, the
You don't do that
Whatever
because that ruins the body.
environmental conditions in which that body lay, environmental temperature and clothing and other factors that may come into play regarding how those postmortem changes occur.
Doctor, I'd like to talk about some of those variables a bit more in a couple of minutes. But first off, you mentioned the condition of the body at the scene, meaning where the body was found deceased, correct?
Correct.
And in your experience, the folks who typically observe and come into contact with a deceased body at a scene, are we talking about law enforcement, for example,
That would be one.
paramedics and EMTs,
Yes,
lay persons?
absolutely.
And as a medical examiner, how much weight or value do you assign to the descriptions of a deceased body that come from those variety of people? Starting off first with lay persons.
Layperson or professional, it largely depends as well on their training and their experience. Now, a layperson would have no training, but if a layperson works in a funeral home and has seen a lot of bodies, I guess that person may know more than the average person. But lay people would typically know less about what postmortem changes are all about. But certainly first responders, whether they be in law enforcement or in emergency medical services, if they have experience with deceased bodies in various states of postmortem change, I have
But what if I
found
stayed
in
at
the
a
past
Holiday
that
Inn
their
Express?
descriptions are by and large reliable.
Now, have you relied upon the descriptions provided by EMTs and paramedics when you were investigating deaths as the chief medical examiner in New Hampshire?
Yes.
And what is it about EMTs and paramedics in particular that would lend weight to their observations?
Well, it's the training and experience that they have. In addition to life-saving measures, there's generally some component of their training.
Why is he
that
holding on to that
involves
lectern as he's going to
detecting
fall off?
what are called
Well,
signs.
because
of
he's
death
standing behind
to
it.
guide whether or not they're going to proceed with their attempts at life-saving procedures.
Now, you've used the term post-mortem changes a few times with respect to
And all
Makes
of
his
this
body of
shoulder
the
look
deceased.
disjointed.
Could you please,
Yeah,
I'd like to
and all
walk
of this
through
just
some
to
of these
say, oh, you
post-mortem,
can
meaning
totally
after
rely
death
on
bodily
what the
changes,
first
and
responders
ask you to
felt
describe
at the
what you
scene.
mean by them, starting first
Yeah.
with rigor mortis.
Rigor mortis is a post-mortem change in the body wherein the muscles over the course of time
And what's
become
that time?
stiff
What's
and
that
rigid.
time frame?
Over
Yeah.
a succeeding period of time, that reverses and the muscles become flaccid again.
And what causes that stiffening of the muscles?
That's a passive chemical reaction in muscle. It has nothing to do with life or enzymes during life. It's a passive chemical reaction. There is a chemical in muscle that provides energy called ATP. That molecule will spontaneously break down.
Stop breaking,
into
Jamie.
something called
Oh my God.
ADP.
Well, no, that's all I
When
can
that
think of.
occurs,
Just hanging on for
the
dear
muscle
life.
fibers that normally slide back and forth across each other become
It's gonna
locked.
climb up on top and do a
And
little
when that
dance.
occurs, the muscle becomes
So the muscles, just to be clear, the muscles are not contracting. Like if a person tries to make if there was a muscle here and I tried to flex it, we're not talking about contracting muscle.
no passive chemical reaction, locking of muscle fibers.
Okay.
So what's
Now,
the time
are you also
frame?
familiar with
Yeah.
liver mortis or livor mortis?
Livor mortis, that's spelled LIVOR mortis, is the term that's used to refer to the postmortem settling of blood after death. You die, your heart stops.
Absolutely.
With the stoppage of the heart,
That's a lie.
blood is no longer being.
That's why I know
actively
my kids are
circulated.
mine, because they have the same ugly toes.
Blood being a combination of solid and fluid elements will settle to the most dependent part of the body. Meaning, if I were to be on my back, it would be to the back. If I were laying prone, it would be toward my front. But the blood would settle to that area.
Well,
The
Brandon is Brandon, and we love
solid
every
elements of that
iteration of
blood
him.
over the course of several hours.
No,
Hey,
I'd feel
Pixie.
really bad if
They
this guy got
congeal
up from the stand and found out he had
and
no
become
legs
more
or something,
With each passing hour,
or just no feet.
Hey, expert raiders. Thank you, expert, for
Hey.
sending people over. And this is the Cara Rintala case. 4th try to get her convicted. 2 times it ended in a mistrial. 1 time she was convicted, but the paint drying expert lacked the expertise to talk about drying paint, so it was overturned. And now we have Jack in the Box on the stand telling us how long before rigor mortis sets in, because they really want her to be dead before 1 o'clock, or else their timeline doesn't add up. Today we had riveting testimony about the deceased was at the scene of her death. 15 different DNA samples proved she was where she was found dead. We had an expert telling us the wood chips lying next to a door frame where there was chunks of wood missing was from that door. And then we have an expert testifying that the paint that was in the basement was not the paint that was on the door. It's been a great day. Did I miss anything?
No, you pretty much covered all of it, the first half.
Yeah.
And now we're figuring out that this guy is going
We
to try
haven't
to
really.
explain to us the difference between rigor mortis and liver mortis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you just saw that, didn't you, Jamie?
And because it has been such a stupid expert day, not the expert, but experts, I think chat has just turned into make Jamie break day. And if you do that, you win.
Thomas Andrew, Dr. Peglegs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The most damning evidence was when they tested the paint container 4 or 5 years after the crime, they found out one of the people living in the house had touched an item in the house. So
Yeah, guys, like 5 years after the murder.
They figured this out.
when their third case was thrown away, they thought, well, maybe we'll find some new evidence.
Yeah.
It's always Break Jamie Day.
Oh, this guy Baker pointed it out, and then it made me. It's the funniest thing ever now.
He
You
just
notice
looks like he has to
hanging
hang on.
He's hanging on to the witness stand like he's pulling
I've got a
himself
hold of
up.
this. I got you. Got you. Just don't let me go.
That livor mortis becomes less and less fluid, and that's reflected by your inability to move it. In very fresh livor mortis, you press on it, and you can blanch out the livor mortis from the skin. But after about 8 to 10 hours or so, you can't do that. No matter how much pressure you put on it. In the interval between those two, if the body is moved, the livor can shift front to back or back to front or vice versa.
Now, a third post-mortem change that may be relevant to determining time of death is algor mortis, correct?
Algor mortis, ALGOR.
What is that?
That's the
What he's got in
change
his
in
legs.
body temperature after death.
What he had before they were removed.
Well, not typically. In practice, the forensic pathologist means deep core body temperature, not just what the skin feels like.
Bobby Baloney, he says stack of phone books.
Doctor, in addition to these post-mortem changes that are observable within a human body, are there also environmental evidence or surrounding circumstances that you take into account in trying to perhaps hone in on that time range?
Indeed, there are some environmental circumstances that can affect the onset or the speed of onset of rigor mortis in particular. For example, cold conditions will retard the development of rigor mortis and it'll be delayed. And hot conditions, just the opposite. Rigor mortis will.
It retards the jury.
Have its onset, at least its onset as far as we can feel it, quicker. There are other environmental conditions, and I had mentioned some of them before, but another one that I failed to mention was clothing, for example. If your body is insulated by a couple of jackets and a lot of clothing, that will delay
stacked under him.
Whereas that will speed up the onset. Whereas in the nude body or partially clothed body, that would slow it down because of the cold.
Okay. Now, what about the body type or body mass or build of a person? Can that specifically with respect to rigor mortis have an effect on its progression?
Well, it certainly can. The sequence of events in livor mortis that are typically described in the textbooks are generally fashioned after the prototypical 70-kilogram man, 150.
So is he saying that you get harder faster the less weight that you have, or the more weight you have?
Thin, perhaps.
I take it that
here it comes.
ladies,
Here it comes.
Very little muscle mass may not develop rigor mortis at all.
Oh, so little body mass, you just don't get hard.
Whereas a person with substantial muscle mass,
you don't
may
need those
develop
skinny
rigor
guys.
more
You
rapidly.
need someone with a little bit of bolster to get hard.
Yeah. Yes.
After
there
you kill them.
are factors in obesity that can affect rigor mortis, but the literature is in dispute on that.
But rigor mortis is not the definitive
Doctor,
one. That's just
in
portion
formulating a
of
time
it.
of death opinion, do you also take into account any information you have about the surrounding circumstances of a person's last known whereabouts, or what they typically did, or changes in behavior, changes in patterns of activity and whatnot?
Those are legitimate things to consider in terms of narrowing, if possible, the window of time. Uncollected mail, newspapers at the door, breakfast prepared and sitting on the table but not consumed, um, messages on the answering machine, cell phone activity, those kinds
Hey,
of
Mads.
things can be related to what you're seeing scientifically
Hey, Mads.
to narrow them.
No, the D is silent.
Doctor, during your
Mass.
career, both as a
Mass.
medical examiner
Mass.
and as a forensic consultant, have you had occasion yourself to form opinions as to a person's time of death?
Nope.
Yes.
And in what settings or contexts have you done that?
Well, to be honest with you, most commonly it's basically for the family. Sometimes of a family who maybe was not with their loved one at the time that they died, like some guidance as to when this may or may not have happened. It will be a regular feature of suspicious or violent deaths that are being investigated to at least have an initial window for those investigating such deaths to look into activities of the deceased or the deceased's associate. So at the autopsy table or even at the scene, those kinds of opinions can be elicited to guide
We're gonna get
investigation.
so many angry letters.
And
Do you know
probably
it's a
least
murder
commonly
trial?
would be for proceedings like this.
Now, in those cases where you're asked to form an opinion as to somebody's time of death, such as in this case, what level or threshold of confidence do you hold yourself to?
Well, I'm applying medical and
What?
scientific principles. I'm using my expertise and experience. This isn't a haphazard guess. This isn't speculation. This is
Yeah, but hers
based
was.
on
Yeah.
what the evidence
Did you look at the body?
tells me, and therefore, if I express an opinion, it's an opinion that
This is the stupidest thing in the
that I'm
world.
willing to stand on.
Doctor, I'd like to now hone in more specifically to your work in this particular case. Am I correct that you were contacted in November of 2014 by the Northwestern District Attorney's Office?
That's correct.
And were you asked to review some case materials
4
with an
years
eye
later?
towards seeing whether or not you could render an opinion
This is what it
as
sounds
to
like when it
Anne-Marie
runs out.
Rintala's time of death?
Likewise, correct.
And
Like what? We can't hear you.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't work. All you hear
No.
is a. Yep, doesn't work.
Nope.
I'd like to just recap with you the materials that you were provided with in which you reviewed.
I bet you like a
Am I
little
correct
puppy
you were
balloon there.
provided with autopsy reports
Yes.
and autopsy photos,
Yes.
crime scene photos,
Yes.
Anne-Marie
Photos?
Rintala's death certificate,
I was.
And information from that
uh,
jackhole.
reports by Granby police officers Gary Poehler and Sergeant Mark Smith,
I saw.
Mark.
statements and notes by paramedic Gene Oss and Michael Pandora,
So
Yes.
reliable.
as well as those paramedics' resumes.
4 years
or
later, and they never
CVs.
spoke about
Yes.
it to each other, what they were going to
Did you
say.
also review excerpts of their testimony from prior proceedings in this case?
I did.
Also, an excerpt from a state police
I
death
know.
scene checklist,
Rosemary tears him apart.
as well as a chart showing all
I don't
cell
know
phone activity
If they're going to
on
do it
the
or
phone of Anne-Marie
just gonna
Rintala
fly
and
by it
Cara
and let her
Rintala
expert
on
kill
March
him.
29th, 2010, between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8:15 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Well, she might go after him for what
Now,
they.
among the materials that we just recapped in which you reviewed, were there certain portions of these
hey Alex, hey Lexi,
Let's see.
and have a safe flight, and we'll be you in-flight entertainment.
Ooh.
Brought to you by the Broken Baker, Jamie and Shizzy Wisner.
Telling you.
We'll make you get high in the sky with our sultry voices.
I don't have one, but
reports and statements and materials which were either redacted
You have
or
the
held back from
eyebrows.
you?
Yes.
And specifically,
eyebrows.
what were you not
The
made
eyelashes.
privy to?
The material supplied had all references to any time that Cara Rintala claimed she left the house the day of Anne-Marie's death. There was also redaction of any references as to Dr. Joanne Richmond's estimate as to the time of death, Dr. Richmond being the forensic pathologist who conducted the primary autopsy.
So when you reviewed these materials and you ultimately formed your opinion, is it fair to say that you had no knowledge of what time Cara Rintala claims she left the house on March 29, 2010?
That's correct.
Similarly, you had no evidence or opinions regarding what Dr. Richmond believed Anne Marie Rintala's time of death may have been, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you ever spoken with Dr. Richmond about the facts or opinions of this case?
No, I have not.
Have you ever spoken to her at all?
Regretfully, no.
Now, what effect, if any, did not knowing these things have on your ability to form an opinion as to Anne Marie Rintala's time of death?
I'm sorry, please repeat.
What effect, if any, did not knowing those things have on your ability to form an opinion as to Anne Marie Rintala's time of death?
Well, it didn't affect the ability to render an opinion. However, it did shield me from any potential bias as to what other people had to say about that same question.
Now, having reviewed the materials that were sent to you, did they provide you with a sufficient amount of reliable information for you to form an opinion as to Anne Marie Rintala's estimated time of death?
Yes.
And did you, in fact, form an opinion as to Anne Marie Rintala's estimated time of death?
I did.
Yeah, okay.
Doctor, what is that opinion?
6 to 8 hours.
My review of the evidence that I was provided suggests that Anna Marie Rintala died in a window of time between mid to late morning and early afternoon on March 29th.
6 to 8 hours. 11 to 2. 11 to 1.
On the back side of that window, I think the evidence does not support death having occurred any later than 1 o'clock or so.
Any later than 1? So she was on the
I'd like to now
phone
discuss some
and
of
then
the
10 minutes
bases,
later,
the
like,
foundation upon which you formed
Come
that
on.
opinion.
Within 25
Am
minutes,
I
yeah.
correct that when you reviewed the materials,
After she touched her phone the last time.
they contained descriptions
He's
of
got to
Anne
crawl
Marie's
back up on his
body by
podium.
the first responders that evening, specifically 2 Granby police officers and 2 paramedics?
That's correct.
Please describe for the jury, what was it about their descriptions that you found relevant or helpful to
they
forming your
didn't know
opinion?
what they were talking about. Oh, I'm so annoyed.
Objection.
Objection. They were idiots.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
and
they-
again, go.
Go ahead. I'm just ready to punch these people in the melon.
Yeah, and again, 1 o'clock. How can you determine a 2-hour window? You know the last time her phone is used is 12:35 or 25.
Yeah, it was around 30. I think it was, yeah, like 35-ish, something.
Yeah, believe 12:35, and you put the window from 11 to 1, because you know she leaves the house at 2:30 to 3:30. So you can't really remember. You have no concrete evidence about the state of the body when the EMTs arrive. What was done for the new ones watching? One guy took the pulse of her and kind of shook her arm, and he could determine rigor had fully set in. Then the lead detective calls the medical examiner, says, how long does it take, hypothetically, for a body to be cold as ice and stiff as a board? 6 to 8 hours. And since then, 6 to 8 hours has been the established time frame.
Mhm.
Even though the medical examiner didn't see the body till 6 days later, it was delivered to the morgue 2 days after death.
Yeah.
They never took a temperature. They did nothing to test anything on the body, because you can't do a liver temperature check, because that ruins the body completely, even though they do it in other cases.
Mhm.
It's just too convenient.
Well, and also, as he was saying, what is the time frame? Not his guesstimate of when it happened, but what is the time frame for rigor mortis to set in and for rigor mortis to dissipate? What is the time frame?
Yeah.
Because that's and that also has a lot of variables, which he touched on but didn't go too far into, as far as how moist it was, whether if the body was laying on cold concrete, ice cold concrete, hot concrete, whether she was floating on a bed, if she was on a bed, if there was a heater, if there was moisture, just so many variables.
Was she
You know,
chubby? Was she skinny? Was she? We heard from the first medical examiner, if you've been fighting, it goes faster. And Chloe, we don't know. No one knows. No one can prove who used the phone. It's just like in the Alex Murdoch's case. The phone was used. By whom? We don't know. But
I
the
mean, she
phone,
was texting Mark, so it kind of makes me believe that it was her because,
yeah, especially because Mark wasn't listed as Mark in her phone.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
But still, I get it. You're right.
again, we don't know nothing. And the way the phone was found in her bed, it seemed like she has gone to bed and was woken up, left her phone to go check the door. That's my hypothesis after watching 2 weeks of this trial. She goes to bed. Cara leaves the house with the kid so she can get some peace.
Yeah.
While she's lying in bed, someone knocks at the door or stabs at the door with a shovel. She opens up. There is a kerfuffle. She's pushed down the stairs or something. And the perpetrator goes down and sees she's still alive, do a little of the choky funny stuff, and leaves the house. And Cara returns hours later. That's my theory so far.
yeah, because they haven't proven that that's not what happened.
No.
Exactly. There's so much reasonable doubt. And for those of you who are new, a lot of people have come in and out all through the day. This case, it's two lesbian women. The one who's on the stand had a boyfriend over the day before, not a sexy kind of boyfriend, but a friend who was a boy, according to her. When she's examined by the police, the only mark she has after fighting her bigger wife and throwing her down the stair, strangulating her, was what looked like
Hickey.
a hickey. That's I want to say a suction mark because that's the Danish word for it. But that's all she had, and that's not important enough. They put it into the report. She's watched while she's undressing at home. No one sees anything other than a little bit of blood. She's sitting with the dead body in the basement, so of course there's blood on her. They haven't seen any marks that indicates a struggle, a fight, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But she had Mike, her boyfriend, who was a friend who was a boy, not a boyfriend. The other one had a boyfriend called Mark. He was so lucky he got to kiss her on the corner of the mouth. If he would have stood in line, is the proper way to say it, the following Friday, he would have been allowed to kiss her fully on the lips. This guy gave her 3 different credit cards, which she ran up $7,000 in debt on these 3 credit cards, without him telling his wife he did that. And she had a girlfriend, a former girlfriend, probably an ongoing girlfriend, who gave her a MasterCard black card and we don't know how big amount of debt on that one. So there's so many people who have the opportunity and the means. This Mark guy was texting her, "Oh, I'm gonna come over. I'm gonna come over." He deleted texts. He didn't tell where he was. His alibi is, "I was at home," and they just believed him. This case is a weird case.
Yeah, and Mark
Yes.
has been saying he loves her constantly. So I mean, there's that little factor in there. Obviously, there was something going on more than just a friendship. For him at least.
There's your visual. That's how they described they tested for rigor. They just pulled her arm, as you normally do. If any EMTs or MEs or anything is in the chat, please tell me that's not how you do it. Oh, many people wonder word games.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what we call hickeys. We call them sugemærker. That means suction marks. Because you, I don't know. I've been single so long, I don't know how you do it anymore.
You don't know how you do it anymore.
No,
You don't know where those sucker marks go.
no, I can't remember.
I can't either.
No, I don't think there was any prostitution. She just manipulated this poor simp. It happens every day on the internet. And the other one, yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah, she didn't have a boyfriend. She had a simp.
Well, we heard that like had a gambling addiction or something like that.
Yeah.
Possibly.
She had two bankruptcies also. And we forgot to mention she faked documents and put $25,000 in debt on her wife's name. When they were going through a divorce, the wife was asked by the attorney if she wanted to press charges. She said no, it's okay, because she wanted her back. So why she should all of a sudden should kill her when she was willing to let 25K slide and she's still paying that debt? Yeah, it's there's a lot of reasonable doubt. You never had any suction marks? I'm pretty sure that even guys can leave suction marks. Sugemærker, exactly. It's almost English. Do what again?
You got her. You broke her.
Holy crap.
Doctor, I'd like
That's
to repeat my
trouble.
last question. What was it about the first responders' descriptions of Anne-Marie Rintala's body, her deceased body, that you found helpful or relevant to your opinion?
She was dead.
Yeah.
These various descriptions included descriptions of stiffness of the arm and shoulder girdle, extending all the way down to the hip area. And as a matter of fact, in more than one place in some of these records, the descriptions said that these parts of the body moved as one.
Yeah, but what does that mean?
Yeah,
Again, it's subjective.
Certainly through the shoulder girdle down in.
I move as one.
And the two police officers actually lifted and partially rolled Anne-Marie's body so that Cara Rintala could extricate herself underneath it, and describe the body being stiff from the shoulder area through the hip area. And then she was laid back down on the ground, and there were descriptions of the hands sort of defying gravity, if you will, not going all the way to the floor. And this was consistent with the images.
Was it?
Of the body at the scene in the position.
4 years later, almost like
What was
they
it about the fact that this
talked about how they should describe it?
beyond her upper body down to her hip and thigh area that you found significant?
Well, that speaks to timing, because that's the way rigor mortis develops. It as I had mentioned, it's a chemical reaction. It occurs at the same rate in all the muscles, but it more completely involves the smallest muscles first. So it appears to take on this march, if you will, down the body, the jaw and the neck.
No evidence
first,
why.
Sometimes within 45 minutes after death.
Nope.
And then over the subsequent hours, down the shoulder girdle, and finally to involve the larger muscles of the hip girdle.
Is he grabbing his pegs?
Lower extremities. This march, if you will, takes place over the course of several hours.
Now, by the time rigor mortis has reached the wrist, the elbow, the shoulder, these larger muscle groups, what condition would you expect the smaller muscles like the jaw to be in?
The jaw would be stiff. The jaw would have been stiff for hours at that point.
How do you
And
know
how
any?
would you describe or
He
characterize the
doesn't.
degree
He's hired to have
or
an opinion.
development of the rigor mortis that was described in Anna Marie's body?
Well, I don't think there could be any reasonable dispute that this is well developed.
But there is.
It involved
No.
the shoulder and the hip curl.
No,
this is well developed.
it's not well
throughout the
developed.
body.
Is the degree of stiffness and the
It's
degree of rigor mortis that was described in Anna Marie's body typically seen in less than 6 hours after death?
Typically,
Yes.
no, not typically. No.
How can
It's a bell-shaped curve, like all things are in science.
Oh,
but
Jesus.
Not typically.
So it's
no.
inaccurate. Then why are we talking about it?
Now, is there a
You
widely
know nothing other
recognized or
than
in the literature, is
some
there
guy
a
saying
time
she was stiff
frame
as a board.
within which rigor mortis
Oh,
reaches
my
its
freaking God.
maximum point?
Is this why we're here for
It's
the fourth time?
generally within about 12 to 18 hours where the body reaches full rigidity.
So why aren't they bringing in these first
remains
responders?
In that state.
They were in the
testify.
first day.
Additional 12
They were in the
to
first
18
day.
hours, however, before.
Shizzy came on a bit late, but the first responders was in the first day. They were absolutely not coached at all to have a consistent statement of in which way they found the body, because they weren't told that they had to say that because this expert is going to round it up. Yes, I have a bit of a tick in my eye right now. It's totally
They
not because
were horrible.
not at all because I'm implying anyone lied, but all of them said she was stiff as a board and she was cold as ice. She moved as one unit, just like this guy. How many times have you heard the term "a body moved like one unit"? That's
Mhm.
something people like this guy tell you
Mhm.
is something medical professionals would say. I never ever heard that before in any cases, or even on CIS, which is where I learned all my law stuff.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, and
they
just like the cops, like Shizzy, this is for Shizzy, Rosemary tore them apart and they did the same thing. The like, oh, I don't remember. Oh, I don't,
Oh,
it was bad.
I wonder what hers is going to be on this guy,
That's what I'm saying.
because it sounds to me like he's coming in as, well, he was a chief medical examiner at in New Hampshire, medical examiner, whatever. Okay, so as a medical examiner, when do you see bodies in rigor mortis? What is the time frame for rigor mortis to set in? What is the time frame? And if he can't come back and say, 1 hour 15 minutes or within 15-minute time frame, then what was the whole point of your whole testimony? Because you're giving us a broad range. It could be an hour, 6 hours to 8 hours. That's a lot of freaking time.
Yeah, and again, if we're going to do this is the time frame. She's found at 7 in the evening, so the time of the death has to be between 11 and 1 for the time frame to fit. This is where she has to die if 6 to 8 hours is happening, and that's in the. If you go to 1 o'clock, that's in the high end. We know there was someone on her phone at 12:30. That leaves this little bitty itty bitty window where they totally scientifically, by shaking an arm and moving a body as one unit, can determine she died. So we can determine from, again, they go from the last known usage of phones or sightings of people. So there was a 25-minute window she could be killed in.
And they keep on saying that she was found after she let her go, that her hands were up like this.
Yeah.
Laying on the ground on her back with her hands up in the air.
Yeah, but Cara said she found her face down. That's why it's stuck. But still, they don't know anything about the environment, but they can pinpoint it to 6 to 8 hours, and that would say there was 25 minutes you can be killed in.
Wait a second. Found her face down.
Yeah.
Well, how did she get strangled around the neck?
Well, she's found something like this. You have the stairs here, and she's found here. Cara comes, sits down, and rolls her over, and have her in her lap. So she's placed the other way around.
So whenever blood pools or goes into a certain part of the body, that area is going to get stiffer
So
in a short period of time.
Yeah, and all the body dead spots, whatever it's called, should be on the front of the body, because it was lying face down. And Cara said, "I found her face down." Everything Cara said lines up with the evidence. So yeah, and to Rossman Rance, the side mouth boyfriend was from Dead Wife. So
All right.
was the Black Card girlfriend.
So check this out. Rigor mortis is a stiffening of muscles after death. It usually begins within 2 hours of death, and it peaks around 12 hours later. The process lasts for 24 to 48 hours. Factors like ambient temperature can affect the length of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis starts in the muscles of the face and then progresses to the limbs. It maintains the body's position and shows the changes that have occurred. Rigor mortis ends when the muscles and body decompose, a process called secondary flaccidity. This happens when the proteolytic enzymes in the muscle cells break down, blah, 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 36 to 40 hours. So,
yeah, and no, she couldn't have been dead the night before. She was on a night shift. She left her job at around 8 or 9 in the morning, where Mark started texting her and telling her to call her. They called each other. Mark is the corner kisser. So yeah, and there's so many
so
questions.
you go into full rigor between 6 and 8 hours, and it stays and you stay in that position for the next 12 hours. So if you don't have to have full rig, it can be 2 hours after she died that she would be at full or like partial rigor. Like full rigor is 6 to 8 hours, and that's like completely like, yeah, you're not budging anything.
And that's why you need to have them testify exactly as they did, totally non-planned, that the body was stiff as a board, because that's full rigor. They were very trained, everyone, in determining full rigor. And whenever Porcupine asked them about it, they couldn't really say how they determined, other than they shook an arm. So it doesn't
Let's
make
put it this way:
anything.
you're not shaking her arm if she's in full rigor.
No, it's kind of like
you're not moving it. If she's in full rigor, it's between 6 and 8 hours. If she's in full rigor, you're not getting any sort of shake.
We were drawing the crime scene in my very artistic skills.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a crime scene. It could be someone kicking a field goal. That's what you get on the Baker channel. It doesn't make sense, but we have a fun time doing it. Dead Wife had the black card and the corner kisser.
Yeah, she had it going on.
Yeah, and the normal strangulation bone wasn't broken, only bruising on the inside of the neck. So yeah, and liver mortis didn't set yet. So just a corner rigger, exactly Vinosaur.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not pulling that one up, Dave. The coroner didn't arrive at the house. The coroner had the body delivered 2 days after, and didn't examine the body until 6 days after. Well, young men, this channel is for the silly conversations. No mess, not pulling that one up. Yeah, I don't get why the coroner or the ME said that they needed the body at the crime scene for 2 days. because that's how you do it. You take pictures and then you get it away, especially to preserve some dignity for the dead.
Yeah.
We all know what happens when they're put in the morgue, but don't talk about that. We don't know, Chloe. No, we don't know. We haven't heard any testimony. Don't worry about it. She was stiff as a board, moved as one unit, and it's exactly 6 to 8 hours. That's
Yeah, they didn't even need a stretcher.
no. She was they could have bent her in half and shattered her because she was so stiff. And that's the problem. We are
Yeah.
now 2 weeks into a trial where Jamie and I and Shizzy has watched endless hours of expert and witnesses, and none of us has any doubt that there's a reasonable doubt in this case. There's so many unturned stones. They didn't even get the bank data of the corner kisser till 2 years after the things happened. He lied to them when he showed him his phone records. They didn't think that was important.
Nope.
You didn't look into that. Oh, and they just found out about him lying to them after they had arrested Cara. So why look at someone else? They had the suspect.
Sitting right there with you.
Yeah. The one who was at the scene and according to all evidence was out of it, crying, but totally cooperating with everything they ask of her. Didn't try to yell, scream, make anything. Not that I believe in body language or anything, but still, why didn't they go knock at the door on the corner kisser? That guy slept in her sleeping bag for years after her death.
Yeah.
Well, they probably should have put her in the living room floor just to get all the juices out. Let's get back to Dr. Rose from the Titanic.
It starts to dissipate.
Wait, didn't I see him in Jurassic Park?
Dr. Andrew, you testified earlier about some of the
Yeah.
both physical and environmental factors which can affect the rate at which rigor mortis develops, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said that rigor is a chemical process, am I right?
Yes.
And that heat or heightened temperatures can accelerate that chemical process, am I right?
That's correct.
Now, conversely, you said that cold or cooler environments or surfaces can slow down the rate at which rigor mortis progresses. Am I right?
Yes.
And in this particular case, were there any factors on this temperature scale that you found relevant to the time of death estimate?
There were certainly things to consider. This was a rather cold, rainy day. The ambient temperature outdoors
Doesn't matter. What was the basement
was
like?
in the low
Yeah.
to mid 50s. There was a crime scene image of a humidifier in the basement that had a visible temperature on it of 72 degrees. However,
So, pause.
Yeah.
He just said there was a humidifier
Mm-hmm.
in the basement.
Yeah.
That means that the basement would be hot and dry. The only reason that you use a humidifier is to add moisture into the air.
And if you add moisture into the air with drying paint, does it take less time or more time to settle?
Less time if it's dry, but if you're
Yeah,
adding
but
moisture to the air, it's going to take longer.
yeah, because that's gonna lay on top of the paint and make it look wet for a longer time. Did they test for any of this? No.
Yeah.
Was
did they
was
fire
the
clean?
was the humidifier tested that the temperature was right? No, probably not.
No.
So,
And,
and he's saying that the temperature was set at 72 degrees.
Yeah.
He just said the temperature was set at 72 degrees. That is freaking hot.
That is hot.
I mean, 72 degrees in my house, I'm like getting naked, like more than I am right now.
You heard it here, ladies. Turn it up to 72 and get that shizzy naked.
That's right. You
Bounce
get me
it,
naked.
bounce
It
down.
gets 72 in the house. I'm getting naked. That's what.
Yep.
That's how I know what my wife wants to get a little freaky. She just turns up the heat.
I can't remember if it's 2 years, but still, remember he constantly told her he loves her, and she answered with K. So I can just as well see him being really horny and being really riled up, wanting to have a little bit of the cheeseburger, going over there and said, "You never give me anything. You run up credit card. You're ruining my marriage. I need you. I want you. Oh baby, baby," as men says. And she said, "Go away. I have another one, and I'm married to a third one." And things escalate. I could just as well see that as they got in a fight because it was Anne Marie, the deceased one, who was pissy all night because of Mike, who had been over drinking beer.
Mm-hmm.
So much, yeah. FD, exactly. They didn't test for anything. This guy wasn't asked till 4 or 5 years after the crime. We have so many questions, and that's the problem. Every freaking time we're talking about this case, I have new questions. It's yeah, he's gonna drop some sick beats about how Jesus is your friend and he can save you.
Trust me, MG Law, 72 is hot in my house. My wife makes it freaking cold in here.
Yeah, stand in line and you can get a little cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger.
Mm-hmm. Or at least taco.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's always when you buy the airplane Wi-Fi, it never works.
Mm-hmm.
He's a funny guy, especially because he's so short. So you can never go wrong. Yeah, Jesus, but we need his rap album to drop. I love that old YouTube video about the Christians going into rap to turn the young kids to Christ. It's all the cringe you can do.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, that reminds me of this band that was supposed to be. They were like, "Oh, come check out our band." I was like, "Why are these guys wearing wigs? Like they looked like they were in their 40s or 50s, and they're all wearing wigs." And so my friends and I show up, and it was some like religious revival or something, and they were playing music and trying to save our souls. And my friends and I, we just sort of looked at them and was like, "Dude, we're out of here." And there was like 10 people left in the place whenever we left.
Like, oh, we're good.
What's wrong with you people? 72 Fahrenheit, that's 22 degrees. My thermostat when it's my hot temperature, it's set to 20 degrees. That will be, I figure
About
this out.
65.
Yeah, that's below 70.
Yeah.
And daytime, I have it at 18 degrees. But again, I live in a place where we know it's cold outside. Baby.
Yeah, I mean, my thermostat almost sits at like going to sleep at night. She sets at 62 or some crap like that. It's freaking cold.
It's nice.
5 is like the perfect temp for me. And that's and air conditioning.
It's like I would love for it to be 72 degrees in my house.
72 degrees, that's a good summer day in Denmark.
Yeah, that's a cold fall day here.
Yeah. Oh,
Jesus, 50 degrees.
That's maybe a bit too cold.
Yeah.
And this, you people are weird. What do you mean about you people? Yanks.
The floor of the basement was concrete, and one can reasonably intuit that would be a cool surface. Furthermore,
Did you test the school
Anne Marie
surface?
Rintala
Yeah,
was
did you
rather
know that?
sparsely clothed.
Had the plumbing running through the concrete?
Sweatpants on, I believe. So she was on this cold cement floor, minimally clad,
How cold?
in a 72-degree microenvironment, but in
Huh?
weather conditions in the 50s. So
Oh, so
all of
he's
those
he's a
things
weather
sort of
expert now.
factored into
Yeah.
one's
But the
opinion
earth
as to how
insulates the basement
it
as
may
well.
or may
So
not affect the onset of rigor.
what? May not.
Now,
Oh,
did you
may
also
not.
take into account Anne Marie Rintala's
Ifs and
body
buts.
frame or body habitus? I think is the term you
Yes,
use.
yes, I did.
How so? How would that have factored in?
Well, she was a stoutly built woman. I can't remember her precise height and weight, but her body mass index.
You're sleeping
was
on the
about
couch. Is you ever
33,
saying that to
and
your
she was
girlfriend?
43.4.
Right?
So that would put her on the obese side of the
She
scale.
wasn't okay.
So
It was
whether-
2010. Obese was something different.
one
back
has to
then.
consider that in terms of whether or not it sped up or retarded the perception of rigor mortis.
No, it retarded the perception of your staff.
Consider that
Yeah.
in terms of whether or not it sped up or retarded the
Can't say that on YouTube. If
When
you're
I
gonna
hear
say
East,
you
though, I think of like my 600-pound life. So that's just my perception. So when they say it, I'm like, well, Jesus, no, that one she wasn't that big.
Well, if
If,
I was a firefighter, how am I supposed to? What am I supposed to use? I mean, if I can't use a flame retardant, then what am I supposed to use?
a water hose.
But what is a water hose? Without some sort of flame retardant in it.
Yeah.
It's water. Yeah, yeah. But still, when you're gonna say retard, you're gonna say it in a French accent, because then it means you're late.
Tardy.
I get in trouble when I say something is retarded. It just means a bit late,
Yeah.
like all my girlfriends.
perception of rigor mortis when someone tried to move the body.
Now, Doctor, have you seen in the literature that vigorous or strenuous muscular activity prior to death can accelerate rigor mortis?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And why would
Vigorous
that
or
be?
rigorous?
If you remember back when I was boring you about rigor mortis and said I was talking about ATP, vigorous physical activity will use up ATP, making less of it available. Therefore, what little is left becomes ADP fairly rapidly, and the onset of rigor mortis can be very rapid after a vigorous or strenuous
Okay.
activity.
Okay.
Did you take that into account for the
Now,
fact?
were there some
Did she just
signs
take
or
a shower?
indications of a
Yeah.
struggle or an altercation just prior to Anne Marie Rintala's death?
The basement was in somewhat disarray. So yes, the short answer would be yes.
Have you seen any evidence in the materials that you reviewed regarding the duration of any struggle that preceded her death?
No.
Did you see in the materials that you were provided any evidence regarding whether Anne was an active combatant in that struggle, as opposed to being on the receiving end of an assault?
No.
So then what effect, if any, what
What-
weight, if any,
Did you see if
place
she
to
was
this
yelling at
potential
somebody
struggle?
beforehand, fighting
Well,
with them, yelling at them, screaming,
Clearly, there was
arguing?
something that went on. I have no idea what duration or what extent.
You
it
don't.
was. But it has to be figured in as a possible accelerator. But then when placed against the cold floor, the minimal clothing, which would slow
Well,
things
that negates
down,
all of it. So
All
she
of
just
these
ran
things
20
factored in
miles,
together
gets back, falls
end up
downstairs, breaks
a
her
little
neck,
more than a wash. They almost cancel each other
and
out.
it wouldn't be possible because of a cold
Now,
floor.
two of the descriptions of Ann's body that you relied upon in estimating her time of death came from paramedics, correct?
I'm sorry, please repeat. I
Sure.
lost you for a moment.
I'm sorry,
Two
I'm
of the
distracted.
descriptions of Ann's body that you relied upon came from paramedics.
Yes, correct.
Why did you feel comfortable relying upon their descriptions of how stiff Ann's body was?
Because it fit
Well,
the
we
narrative.
talked a little bit about paramedics before, but in these particular two individuals, Oz and Pandora, I also had the opportunity to see their resumes as well as their testimony, portions of their testimony that spoke to their experience. And therefore, that led me to feel confident that their assessment of the rigor was adequate for my needs.
Was
Two
it-
other descriptions came from the Granby police officers, correct?
Yeah,
Correct.
he's
And
so full of garbage.
I know.
what did you make of their descriptions in terms of whether or not they were helpful or whether you considered them reliable?
The same sorts of, I did not see CVs on either of these, either on Smith or, can't remember Polar. But I did read their testimony and their description.
Oh, you read their
was Very
testimony.
consistent
Okay.
in terms of when they moved the
Didn't
body
lie or
and
anything.
having the
No,
shoulder
why would they do
hips
that?
move as
No.
one, et cetera, et cetera. I found that description.
Not like we would bring
as
evidence
my-
back to the crime
And
scene.
just to be clear, when you say their testimony, you don't mean from last week or the week before, correct?
Correct.
You mean from a prior proceeding?
I do.
Okay. Now, earlier in your testimony,
Oh,
you
sure.
talked about the three classic postmortem changes that can be helpful in determining time of death, correct? Rigor mortis, livor mortis, and algor mortis.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the extent of the rigor mortis in Ann's body was most helpful to you?
Yes.
What, if anything, could you conclude from any livor mortis or pooling of blood that you observed in her body?
Well, it said something about the case, but it didn't speak directly to time of death. There was livor mortis observed both on the front of the body and the back of the body. So Anne-Marie's
6
body
days later.
moved or was moved during the early postmortem period, but
During
that
do you just
was
hear what he
not a
said?
factor in my ultimate conclusion because
Rewind what he just said.
Talked about the three classic postmortem changes that can be helpful in determining time of death, correct? Rigor mortis, livor mortis, and algor mortis.
yes,
Is it fair to say that the extent of the rigor mortis in Ann's body was most helpful to you?
yes.
What, if anything, could you conclude from any livor mortis or pooling of blood that you observed in her body?
Listen to this answer.
Well, it said something about the case, but it didn't speak directly to time of death. There was livor mortis observed both on the front of the body and the back of the body. So Anne-Marie's body had been moved or was moved during the early postmortem period, but
Right there.
that
Yeah.
was not
Right there.
a factor
Pause.
in my ultimate.
Because that right there shows that she was still early in the stages of rigor whenever she was moved to her backside.
Yeah.
What he just said right there says that she was not in full rigor. It could not have been 6 to 8 hours because there was pooling in the front and the back. That's just what he said.
I hope.
Yeah, and that was the most important clue in all of it, but it wasn't that important.
He just said, no, that wasn't important. It was the rigor mortis that we were looking at.
Yeah, but he still said that liver that's liver mortis, that's the pooling of blood. That's the most important part of it, but it's not important.
Not on this one, no.
No, because that's all they had to go off of. And that's where
Yeah.
they want to make their time of death work for them.
And the consistent testimony in the first or second trial, where they absolutely didn't have anyone telling them what would sound really good. Yeah.
Mhm.
Conclusion because there isn't enough information for me to use in that case.
Now, What, if anything, did you make of the first responders'
She had a
descriptions
bad back
Ann's
because of her
body
double
being,
B's
quote,
is
ice
also
cold?
a testimony.
That made no scientific impact on me. It's meaningless.
Why is
You're an
that?
idiot. You're an
When
idiot,
circulation stops, the surface temperature, what you feel on the surface of the body, becomes fairly cool to cold fairly soon.
Oh,
And when
And
one
he
is
just-
talking about algal mortis in the forensic pathology setting,
There he
you're
goes.
talking about a deep core temperature. That's very different than what.
But
the
they never
skin
took her
feels
deep
like on the
temperature.
surface.
They never did.
No.
Forensically speaking,
You
how
can't
do you
do
go
that.
about getting a deep core temperature on a deceased body?
In the past, we have used, well, I say we, I've never done this routinely.
Why
But
not?
There is a
Yeah.
very long rectal thermometer. It's not the rectal thermometer you get at Walgreens.
I have that
Yeah.
one.
This is a very long rectal thermometer.
You're like
that
checking your
allows you
temperature.
to probe fairly deeply
Yeah.
into the rectum to get a deep core.
It's important to check your temperature.
Mhm.
There are devices, and I don't use them. I don't recommend their use, that allegedly
Why not?
get a core temperature from placing a probe on the eardrum, but there's no way to control for that. And who knows what's in that ear canal. Some jurisdictions, very few, actually make a small incision just under the ribs on the right side of the body and insert that same thermometer that I was talking about, or another temperature probe deep into the liver. Those are deep core temperatures.
Okay, then why didn't anybody?
And
Now, in
No
your
one did it.
experience as a medical examiner, as the chief in New Hampshire for nearly 20
I'm
years,
so sorry,
how
Valhalla.
commonplace is it for investigators to obtain a core body temperature from a deceased body at an active crime scene?
Not common at all.
Why is that?
It runs the risk of introducing artifact into the postmortem examination. Now, when it's hugely important,
like
As
this
for
one,
example,
infant deaths, for example,
no.
we generally get a deep core temperature. In deaths where there is some excited delirium or some grave concern about stimulants, we may get a deep core temperature. But routinely in homicide cases, no.
Why?
Why not?
Why?
I'd like to just sort of circle back. I think earlier you said that there are some surrounding circumstances. You said, for example, the mail that's still in the mailbox or the breakfast that's on the table but uneaten.
What?
Now, in this particular case, am I correct that you reviewed the cell phone activity on both
Oh.
Anne Marie's
No.
phone
Object.
and Cara Rintala's phone on March
Object.
29th, 2010?
This has nothing to do with it.
And when you reviewed those cell phone records, particularly with respect to Anne Marie's phone, was there anything that you
only the
reviewed
big black
which
one.
was relevant to or supported your conclusion as to her time of death?
Yes.
And describe to the jury what you saw and what it meant to you.
Hope you're safe and everything is okay, because
Oh,
that can be scary, losing power in the modern world.
yeah. Hope you're good.
Yeah, blood setting begins in 2 hours and sets in 6 hours. So that would say that this body had been moved within a 2 to 6 hour window.
So
That's what we can infer
So-
from that.
So what I'm thinking is count back 2 hours from the time that the body was found,
That's 5 o'clock.
and she shows up after around that
At-
time.
At 5 o'clock, she's at the
Well,
mall getting stuff
well,
for her kid.
Let's go back even further. How about 3 hours out? Well, I mean, how about 4 hours out? We'll just take it to that 4 hours before, or 5 hours. How about 5 hours? We go out 5 hours.
5 hours is around the time she says she leaves the house.
Okay, so we go out 5 hours, and then and we're set because they said 6 to 8 hours.
Yeah.
So if we're talking 5 hours,
Mhm.
and she deletes her, and then does all of her little errands. That's a lot of running to do. And then comes back and flips her over. Just the timeline isn't matching.
No, the blood setting ruins the 6 to 8 hours. And again, remember, Mark the corner kisser was at a store in another town buying a $7 not pound. You got away from the pound in 1776, but a $7 pair of flannel pants at around 7 in the evening. So let's say he had unalived her between 4 and 5 and thought, oh my God, I got all of this paint on me. I go home, I have to get a new pair of pants because I have to throw these away so my wife don't see them.
I do not want to be anywhere near this area.
I'm building an alibi by going to Kohl's or wherever in a town over. So he unalives her at 4 and stages the break-in and then rides off because he knows from Anne-Marie that Cara is out driving around with the kid and won't be home because she said she will be sleeping till somewhere around 5 or 6.
Mm-hmm.
Too many possible scenarios to say there's not reasonable doubt.
Yeah. But they can't bring him up.
No, you can't bring him up. It didn't do it. No, if you didn't check the armpit, you didn't check it at all.
Looking at those records, I have the time frame or a time frame in mind. And I outlined that to you earlier.
Well, I'm sure you did.
But then to see that in the early morning hours from 8 o'clock on, Anna Marie's phone is very active. There are almost 40, phone calls, texts, pictures, that sort of thing.
And then she went to bed to sleep because she had worked a night shift.
In relatively little time between activity. I mean, things were answered, very quickly. Everything abruptly sort of comes to a stop around 12:20 or so. And a little before 2, there was a phone call that just went unanswered. I don't know if it was a message. Can't remember the precise aspect of it.
Oh,
But I
wow.
thought that was certainly compelling in the light of
Yeah.
the medical and scientific and scene evidence,
What?
bolstering my conclusion that regardless of how early the death may have occurred, it certainly was very unlikely to have occurred much later than 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Thank you very much, Doctor. That's all the questions I have.
Come on, defense. Hopefully.
Oh,
something good.
come on, defense.
Please.
Maybe they'll take a short break beforehand.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
We've
Or
never
they'll
met.
keep it really
Is that
short.
fair to say?
That's correct.
Okay. I've never talked to you. You've never talked to me. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask a few questions about some of the things that the prosecutor asked you on direct examination. Do you remember the prosecutor asking you what phone records you reviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember saying that you reviewed not only Anne-Marie Rintala's phone records, but Cara Rintala's phone records?
Yes.
Do you know why they gave you Cara Rintala's phone records?
No.
Did anyone tell you why they gave you Cara Rintala's phone records?
No.
When you talked about bias, do you think, Doctor, that when you're only reviewing one person who could have been a suspect's phone records, there could be an amount of bias introduced into the investigation if you don't have the full picture of all the suspects?
Well, I wasn't made aware of any other suspects in this.
Oh.
Well, let's assume there was, for the sake of argument. Let's assume there were other suspects. Do you think it could lead to bias to only have one set of phone records to review under these circumstances?
I'm not certain that it would.
You're not,
I'm not certain. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying yes.
but it could.
Maybe.
Okay.
He's
Now-
afraid of her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he is.
He's afraid of sitting down.
You testified on direct examination that, well, I don't think you did this time, but last time, you testified that there was a window of death that you thought could occur somewhere between 11 and 1. Is that right?
I think I said mid to late morning to 1.
So, but you said there was a window.
Right,
Of about
exactly.
3
Yes.
hours, right?
You're correct. Yes.
So it's 11 to 1, right? There's a window of 3 hours, and your absolute outside is 1. You all back to 11. Is that right?
Well, I don't know that I was specific about the front side of it. I think I said something like mid to late morning, but no later.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Sure.
Is the
Change
window
it up
4
now.
hours? Is the window 5 hours?
No,
Yeah,
Mr.
he's
Chair.
not
So
quite
if
as
your
sure
outside
right
is
now.
1, then 4 hours before 1 would
He's
be
holding on for dear life.
10 or 11 in the morning.
Yes.
Be 9.
So your window was either 10 or 11 in the morning till 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Is that right?
Roughly, yes.
And that's what you started with. It's 10 or 11 in the morning till 1 in the afternoon,
No,
right?
you've misinterpreted what I said. You start with a broader window, and then you use the evidence that you have available to you to narrow that window down.
Okay.
So
Nice.
So the phone
broader
usage
window
is the what?
is last known alive.
This one. Son of-
Because you're go ahead and say what you're going to say.
You start out with a big window, and then you say the last time the phone was used, it's like this. It's we just
And
but
it narrows.
why? Yeah, but why do
It's a
you
sliding
not?
scale.
Again, he said now he said it was a 4-hour window, but 1 p.m. was the latest, and this one is he's a medical expert who testifies around. He's a board expert, and then there's a 4-hour window. And because she's a lawyer, she couldn't do math, but that would put this at 9 a.m. That's the window. Why did he arbitrarily go in and say 11 a.m. to 1 p.m.? Because that was what he testified. 6 to 8 hours. 6 to 8 hours is the window that the prosecution has determined. All the way through here, there is usage of her phone. It ends a half an hour before the 1 o'clock. Why can he say all of this means she's alive, but right here, she's probably dead? Is it because she stopped calling Mark, or did she stop calling Mark because she was in the house with her wife?
Or is it that she wanted to get some sleep?
Yeah.
So she crawls into bed at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And Cara leaves. She goes on her drive, which is going to be out and about for a few hours, keeping the child entertained. And then we move that window over to say 3 o'clock in the afternoon when something happens. She wakes up. Somebody's knocking on her door, wanting their money. So gets a little angry, slaps her around because she owes him money, and then knocks her down the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
A couple hours she's laying down there, of course, not breathing anymore at this point. And Cara comes home, goes looking for her, sees her down there, goes down and rolls her over. And all of a sudden, all of that blood starts going a different direction.
That's a 4-hour window, and we just learned by Mr. Wisnott that the blood pooling has a 2 to 6 hour window. If this is correct, she must have died at 1 p.m. And that isn't correct, because then the blood would have been totally settled when she's turned around at 7 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But you don't have to think about it, because someone shook her arm and could determine she was stone dead and in full rigor.
Yep.
You only look at the evidence that fits your theory of the case.
And I
And
have no
again-
theory of the case. I'm just leaving it out there as a, if I'm hoping that Rosie brings this kind of stuff up and really
Yeah.
hammers him on it. And whenever he
And-
starts trying to what do you call it? Whenever you try to weasel your way out of shit stuff, that you know, he's kicking his feet back and forth behind the podium. I'm so happy. I'm so happy.
Oh my god.
We are part of the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild, the Lollipop Guild. We are the Lollipop Guild. Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't got any physical evidence. No temperature was taken off the body. No description was made. And remember, he goes on description made one or two trials in where they probably had a little bit of a talk. No, of course not. They didn't make the evidence saying we have to put her dead at latest at 1 p.m. to make our story fit. And it's probably because some of the paint covering expert, and now he's gone. Now this guy has to, and he's I don't know if you can call him a gun for hire, but he's an expert that goes around, and as he told you, you can call him up and say, I have this problem. Could you explain that for me in court? And if you like his way of describing it, you can hire him. If you don't, you just
get somebody else.
Yeah. It's kind of like in the Sarah Boone case where they're shopping around for an expert who will testify that she was spousal abused. And they couldn't get anyone for the price they were willing to pay for it.
Yeah.
But they can find one if you have enough money. And that's the big problem with experts. This guy lives by doing these kinds of things.
Yep.
So let's see what else we got.
And found dead. That's the broader window. That's the window you start with. This mid-morning to 1 o'clock window is what I ultimately concluded after weighing all of the evidence that I had.
You can't do it like that.
So, but the window is, you said, somewhere before 1 o'clock and all the way to 3 or 4 or 5 hours before 1. Is that right?
That was the final, yes.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that 3 to 4 to 5 hours before 1 o'clock get you all the way back to 10 a.m. Is that right?
9 a.m.
And you said you reviewed phone records in this case, right?
Big lawyer math.
And you saw on the phone records.
The only math lawyers can do is making bills.
Yep.
Can I get the easel, please?
Oh, she's getting a whiteboard.
No, she's bringing out their records of the phone calls.
Mm-hmm.
You see that you need to step down.
May I?
Oh.
Can you take the pointer with you? It's right behind your seat.
He's gonna fall now.
Oh, careful. Don't trip. Don't trip.
Hopefully he's way shorter than her. No. Illusion broken.
Oh,
sounds no fun.
He put his peg legs on.
So your estimation of 10 o'clock as the outside.
She's still shorter than him. I mean, he's still shorter than her.
Left-hand side of this window of opportunity. Once you reviewed the phone records, you understood that there were phone calls made at, or texts made at 10:03, 9:55, 10:29, 10:34, 10:34, 10:36, 10:39, 10:40, 10:56. So 10's out, right?
10's out.
Okay. So now the window gets a little smaller because 10's out, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then let's go to 11, because that's part of your testimony was it could have been as early as 11, right? But then you see these phone calls at 11, 11:03, 11:04, 11:05, 11:07, and 11:11, right?
Right.
And then if we go to the next chart.
Yes, Baker has a better board.
We have 11:12, 11:13, 11:15, 11:22, 11:29.
This is just what we sat and talked about for half an hour.
11:37.
We should just let the Rosary run the case.
11:49. 11's out, right?
Yes.
Okay. So your first two assumptions, 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock, are both wrong. Is that right?
No, they aren't assumptions. They are window that accounts for the medical evidence. If you add the circumstantial evidence, the first part of that window is eliminated, and then nothing bupkis after 12:21. So the 1 o'clock.
12:21.
outside
So
range still stands.
39 minutes.
You always consider it a range, right? You can't say,
Absolutely.
somebody can see on TV, they died at 10:21. That's not a thing, right?
I agree.
Okay. And you usually have a range of a couple of hours, right?
Yes,
You don't have a range of, say, 39 minutes, right?
correct.
Okay. But in your case, you've eliminated 10 o'clock to 11 o'clock. We've eliminated your range of 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock, right?
You're mischaracterizing what this range is about.
No.
That's what needs to be made clear to you. Scientifically, the range was mid-morning to the outside of 1 o'clock. Clearly, the circumstantial evidence suggests that there was activity during that 10 o'clock hour, 11 o'clock hour, 12 o'clock hour. Or excuse me, at least up to 12:21.
Right.
So my range is still my range, but what the evidence says pushes that time of death to the outside of my original range. It's not narrowing my range.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
a mischaracterization of what the process
But
is.
that's what you did.
What it does
She
is,
couldn't have been
I
dead.
think, in my
So your
opinion,
range is wrong because she
bolster
couldn't have been
my
dead.
opinion that
Right.
it was
Look
not
at
likely
all the
to
evidence
know
before you
that
make your
Henry
a range.
Rintala was alive at 1 o'clock.
Yeah?
You
Oh,
done?
yeah. Here he
Unless
goes.
you have another question.
Yeah. Well,
Is
just wanna
that
make
what
sure you
she-
finish your question.
Yeah.
My next question is, your time was 12:21. Is it fair to say
Hey, Josie.
that when you testified in 2016, you weren't even aware of the 12:21 telephone call? Is that right?
I don't remember my testimony from 2016.
Oh,
in
she
that
does.
detail.
Okay. Well, do
No,
you have
but
a
I have
chance
it.
to review your testimony before you came to court here today?
I'm sorry, counsel, do you still
Objection.
need this witness at the?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge. No, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay.
You can resume the stand. I apologize.
I love this woman.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that next question I just asked you. Let's go back to your range. Your range was sometime regarding 10 in the morning till not after 1 in the afternoon. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was based on what you said was the medical evaluation.
Gigi, please go and give Shishi a little bit of bump in his watch hours. I'm so happy that I have made a new great friend on the internet, and I really hope everyone will go over and check out his channel. Give him a little bit of watch hours because we're dual streaming, so you don't miss all my shenanigans if you're watching on his channel, and vice versa. And this cooperation is because we have fun watching this trial, and we can help each other grow. That's what YouTube is about. Don't make friends, make friends. Don't make enemies, make friends. Don't
Yes.
make friends.
Don't make.
You heard that,
make
Jamie?
enemies.
Don't make friends.
Don't make war. Make love.
Yeah. On this channel, we don't make love. We make sweet, sweet, sweet love. Sponsored by Jamie's Umbrellas.
Evaluation of the evidence. Is that right?
Among other things, yes.
Okay. And we've already established that the 10, she couldn't have been dead by 10, right?
Correct,
She couldn't have been dead by 11, right?
correct.
And you're saying that the earliest that she could have died is 12:21 or sometime right thereafter. Is that right?
That's when the cell phone activity abruptly stopped.
Okay.
Abruptly. Why?
Abruptly.
Why?
How
She
did
can
it
go to
stop?
bed.
How did it stop?
My cell phone activity abruptly stopped around 3 o'clock when I sat down and turned on the television, the computer. Then it started up around 7
Do you
o'clock again
remember being
when I
asked
started, went on my break.
on September 27th of 2016?
It's
about
in the
that
top of
12:21 call. This is
the chat.
153 lines 16 through 20.
It should be.
No, are you willing to share it with me?
Yeah, it is.
If you can read these to yourself, lines 16 to 20. Let me just take my pen out of it. Thank you.
I don't have any independent recollection of it, but obviously it was recorded. I was asked about it and I did not know about the 1221 call.
Okay. So in 2016, when you were asked about the 1221 call, you didn't even know what happened, right?
I could not recall having seen it in my review of the records.
So your memory got better from then to now?
No, I wouldn't say my memory got better. It's just that the review was closer in time than 2016.
Oh yeah, we
I
just
can't remember when in relationship to that testimony.
That
I
doesn't
had
make sense
reviewed
at
those
all.
phone records.
yeah, of course not.
and it-
Sorry.
Do it.
His testimony is based on what's in the report from the ME and the 4 people who were at the crime scene.
Yep.
And to narrow it down, he watched the phone records. But at that time, he didn't see the 1221 call because his memory is clearer now than it was in 16. But if I'm not mistaken, he was preparing himself for a trial back in 2016 as well, where he just as likely has watched the exact same data as he has done this time. It's almost like he was hired to set a timestamp that coincided exactly with the prosecution and just forgot something. It happens. We don't say they cheat, but sometimes they do.
You.
you know, that one wasn't in my recollection.
All right, so let's get back to that range, the range that we just talked about. The bottom end of the range, when you said the medical evidence suggested 10, 11, or 12, and the top of your range is 1 o'clock. You'd agree that if 10 o'clock is out, if 11 o'clock is out, and 12 o'clock is out, at least as until 1221, that you now recognize the phone records show that you didn't know in 2016. Would you agree that 75% of your range is not viable based on the evidence that you reviewed that was non-scientific?
That's a very complex question. I'm going to
No.
have to ask you to sort
No.
of reframe that thing.
Sure,
because
sure. So you'd agree that with respect to your range of 10 to 1, based on the phone records, 10 o'clock is not a viable option for her to be dead. Is that right?
Yeah, we've gone over all of that. Yes,
Nor is 11,
correct.
and nor is 12, at least up until 1221, right?
Correct.
So if your original window was 10 to 1, would you agree with me then that 75% of your window includes the time period that Anne Marie was alive, at least according to the phone records?
Yes.
Okay. And so that leaves from 1221 to 1 o'clock, which is about 39 minutes. Is that right?
Correct.
And you just told us before that you could never narrow it down to 39 minutes, right?
I also told
Hey,
you.
Melissa.
So answer my question, sir.
Your
You told me
question
that
is.
you could never narrow it down to 39 minutes.
Hold on. You can ask him the question, but you have to let him answer.
Sure, Judge.
Yeah, but then answer a question. Just
Oh,
start.
sure, yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to block your view.
I am not going to
Hold on a
answer.
second. Is this blocking your view as well? Thank you.
I am not going to answer a misleading question unless I have an opportunity to explain it. Which
Oh,
I previously
okay.
did.
Oh, really? That's not how it
Medically,
ends.
The range was
But
that
you'll get
4 to 5 hour range.
Misleading answers.
I think that's very clear to you. Circumstances, particularly these phone records, eliminate the early part of that range, but they don't eliminate the backside of the range. And they certainly don't make my range 39 minutes. That's a mischaracterization of the scientific process that went into the formation of this opinion.
Sir,
So, are you done?
are you done?
Unless you have any additional questions, yes.
Oh, I have lots of additional questions. I'm just
Well,
asking, he's not answering that question.
Let's get to it.
I'm sorry?
Let's get to it.
I will entertain your next question now, please.
Sure.
Don't
I'm
be
gonna ask you
pissy.
again. If Anne Marie Rintala was alive at 12:21, and your outside possibility is 1 o'clock, you agree with me that there's 39 minutes between 12:21 and 1 o'clock?
By the clock, that is correct.
Now, sir, you just said that you wouldn't agree with me that you'd lost 75% of your initial estimate. Do you remember that testimony just a few minutes ago?
I did not say that. I did not say that.
Asked and answered
Sustained.
several times.
Sustained,
Judge, this is a prior inconsistency.
which you have gone over a couple of times. So the objection is that the question has been asked
Uh-huh.
and answered previously, and I'm sustaining the objection.
So, sir, when you realized, based on the evidence and the phone records, that 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and up to 12:21 was not a viable time for Anne Marie Rintala to have been dead, did you change the window? Did you move the window at all?
Why would I do that?
I'm just asking you, did you, sir?
No.
Hey, Sean.
Okay. Now,
She's getting there. She's got to be very careful with her words.
Because they're trying to object. Yeah.
Yeah. But Blazy, there's not much to watch. He's really, really bad.
Yes.
Just start with the cross-examination because he's
Now, sir,
he's
one of
hired
the
to
things
say a time
you
stream.
reviewed before you made your determination of time of death were crime scene photos, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember, and reports, is that right?
Yes.
Do you remember before you made your estimate of no later than 1 and sometime after 10, did you know?
Did you say pause?
No, I said yes, Moss. It is.
That Anne Marie Rintala had worked
Still mess.
the night before? She
Yes.
did an overnight shift?
Yes.
She did. Okay. Do you remember testifying in 2016 that you didn't know?
Oh, I know now. In 16, I did not know. I answered Attorney who said I didn't know because I didn't. I didn't know that she had worked an overnight shift in 2016.
So
I
his
subsequently
report
learned that she-
wasn't good in
Okay.
16.
So when you gave your opinion, the same opinion that you give me today, when you gave that in 2016, you didn't even know that Anne Marie Rintala had worked an overnight shift, right?
Correct.
And when you gave your opinion in 2016, which is the same opinion you're giving here, you didn't know that there were crime scene photos that showed an unmade bed in the master bedroom. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And when you gave your opinion in 2016, which is the same here, 10-1, you didn't know that that the shades were drawn in that master bedroom. Is that
That's
fair to say?
That's correct.
And when you gave your opinion, well, let me ask you this. Is one of the reasons that someone could stop using their cell phone is because they're sleeping?
No.
Yes.
No.
And you didn't consider that, that drop off in phone activity in 2016 when you gave this opinion because you didn't know about it. Is that right?
Didn't know about what?
Didn't know about her overnight shift.
Oh, I did not know about the overnight shift. Correct.
Okay. Now, sir, let me ask you this. You also didn't know in 2016 when you gave the same exact opinion that there was a cell phone that was Anne Marie Rintala's cell phone in her bed, tucked under or right around her pillow. Did you?
No, that was news to me that day.
Okay, so you didn't know that when you testified in 2016 either. Is that right?
Correct.
And you gave the same exact opinion that you gave today. Is that right?
That's correct.
Almost like all the facts changed, but none of his testimony.
Right.
Weird. He must have been really lucky without all the facts to narrow it down.
Yeah. Amazing
And
how
you
that
told us
works.
on direct examination that one of the things that you relied on in making your determination
So do I.
of Riger. Is it Riger or Rigger? I keep saying Riger.
Either is correct.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Of making your experience, making your determination of Riger was the statement of Michael Pandora.
That was one of the factors, yes.
And you weren't aware when you testified in 2016 that Michael Pandora had testified that he didn't even touch the body. Is that right?
I don't recall that.
Whoop.
Whoa.
Says page 165,
One of the guys' testimony he relied on. He didn't touch the body.
lines 23
Mm-hmm.
to 25, and the top of the
Of course.
page 166. Can you read lines 23 to 25 on 165 and the top of 166 to yourself, please, Doctor?
Well, that's you.
Yes, ma'am.
So does that refresh your memory as to whether or not when you testified in 2016, you didn't know that Pandora had indicated he didn't touch the body? That fair to say?
I'm not sure at this point what I did or didn't remember about that in 2016.
Well, sir, do you remember being asked the question? As a matter of fact, what you looked at last week from the testimony last week didn't even give a description of him touching the body. Isn't that correct? And your answer correct?
Yes, that is what is on the transcription.
You think the
But-
transcript is wrong?
Oh, no, the transcript is undoubtedly correct. These
Okay.
folks are experts at what they do.
Okay.
But
So let me ask you the next question then. In terms
Okay.
of
What?
Yep.
Have you seen the
Huh?
Muppet Show? The Muppet
Yep.
Show dog. The one with this is no, he's in the band or something. When she looked in, it was just like seeing the Muppet Show. I can't remember
Yep.
his name.
You're not talking about Fozzie, are you?
Was it-
Fozzie's actually a bear.
Fozzie the bear, and then there's
No, it's a big dog.
Oh no, I think you're talking about Fozzie.
Chat, help me out. 86 people must remember some of this. And sorry, we stop at stupid times
everybody
because
related this Ralph.
Rolf.
Rolf.
Google it. See if I'm right. No, not Animal is the drummer.
Oh, you're right.
He's
You're right.
cool.
It's Rolf. Rolf is the dog. I know which one you're talking about. Yes.
Officer Pandora, it's fair to say that he had no training in death scene investigation. Is that right?
Dr. Pandora had no formal death scene investigation.
So
training.
no training.
Okay.
I hate it when they
And
always have to.
essentially, you're aware from your many years of dealing with EMTs and paramedics that their role is essentially to deal with the living, not necessarily the dead. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say that once the body is dead, they hand it off to the medical examiners or to the detectives, but they're not going to transport the body? Is that fair to say? Typically,
They typically would not transport a dead body.
okay. And you said that the other person you relied on was paramedic Oz, is that right?
Yes.
And when you gave your opinion in 2016, is it fair to say that the statement you have from paramedic Oz at the time was that he pulled on the wrist and the arm of Anne Marie Rintala. That's what he did.
Yes.
Yep.
And then he hadn't manipulated the arm at all. Is that right?
Other than what you just described.
And he hadn't manipulated the jaw at all. Is that right?
Well, I mean, he could have
Jaw.
manipulated the jaw all night long. The jaw would have been stiff. If the arms were stiff, the jaw would have been stiff.
So I'm asking, sir. I'm asking, when you testified in 2016 regarding paramedic Oz, you understood that his testimony at that time was limited to the fact that he pulled on the wrist, he pulled on the arm. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And is it fair to say with respect to Pandora, that at least as far as back as 2016, when you testified, that you didn't even recall that Pandora, in his report, said he never left the carpet at the bottom of the stairs? Remember that in 2016, sir?
I don't remember it. I'm sure it's in the transcript.
Page
Happy
168
to
lines.
concede the point.
Well, let's be sure.
He's getting
168
testy.
Lines 5 through.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
he knows.
Please read these to yourself, sir.
Because
Sorry, doctor.
what she just said was he never left the carpet, is
Yeah,
what
he
he
never
said in his
touched the body.
testimony.
So, sir, is it fair to say in 2016, when you were testifying about how important Pandora's testimony was, that you acknowledged that, at least at that time, his report had said that he never left the carpet at the bottom of the stairs? Is that right?
Correct.
And that you didn't know that in 2016 when you testified?
I didn't recall it.
Didn't recall it or didn't
So
know.
you knew it and you were taking his word. Oh my God.
And in fact, in his report, at least in 2016, when you testified, you acknowledged that Pandora doesn't describe touching the body at all. Is that right?
If that's what the transcript reflects.
This is 169, lines 6 through 9. Can you read those lines to yourself, please, sir? Sorry, doctor.
6 through 9. you said?
6 through 9, yes, the highlighted portion. So it's fair to say when you testified in 2016 and you gave this opinion, you acknowledged that Pandora didn't even touch the body. Is that right?
That's what's in the transcript.
He really doesn't want to say yes.
Mm-hmm.
No, he won't say it
I know.
because he is
Yeah.
mad right now. Maybe a bowl of chata. Lobster.
I love it.
You talked a little bit on direct examination about the potential for a struggle based on the physical evidence
Yes, ma'am.
in the cellar that night. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony regarding the potential for a struggle is that if there was a struggle in physical exertion, it would speed up Ryder. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
What would be
And-
considered physical exertion? Come on. Get there.
If there was a struggle where Anne Marie Rintala was clawing at her own neck to try to get free from the person who was strangling her, would you agree that that would, or could, not would, could increase the rate at which Ryder sets in?
It could, depending on the intensity and the duration of the struggle.
Okay. And you'd agree that, let me ask you this. You have personally seen rapid onset of Ryder within minutes, is that right?
Yes.
And you acknowledge that it's possible for Ryder to set in within minutes of someone dying, is that right?
Correct.
And in terms of the scene in the basement and the disarray, and the clawing at Anne Marie's neck, are those, in your opinion, consistent with a physical altercation happening?
The disarray of the basement, maybe. You ought to see my basement. Certainly the clawing on the neck indicates that there was an altercation.
So the clawing on the neck indicates there's an altercation,
Yes, ma'am.
and that Anne Marie Rintala would have had to have been alive for that altercation to grab her neck and pull against it. Is that right?
Well, if that's what those marks are, they could just as easily be violence fingernails too. But certainly an altercation occurred.
So with respect to the marks on Cara and on Anne Marie,
Someone should have
you
defensive.
couldn't rule out the possibility that they're Anne Marie Rintala's fingers pulling at the person who's trying to strangle her. Is
Oh,
that
not at all. Absolutely, yes.
okay?
Possibility of parole or death.
What the freaking
In
fuck?
making your decision about whether the defendant should be sentenced to life without
Yep.
the possibility of parole or death, you must weigh the following factors. One, whether sufficient
you just
aggravating
do?
factors exist.
I did nothing. It's still
Whether the
should
proven
be.
aggravating factors outweigh.
Why did it just jump to another? It's jumping to this one. Why is it doing that? I'm so sorry.
I was just wondering.
Did it just?
Certainly an altercation occurred.
Maybe
So
it
with
just.
respect to
Oh, it's because
the marks on
it
on
ends
Cara
in.
on Anne Marie Rintala's neck.
It's
Gotcha.
because
You
the
couldn't
stream
rule out
ended.
the
Sorry.
possibility that they're Anne Marie Rintala's
We are a
fingers
little
pulling
behind.
at the person who's trying to strangle her. Is
Oh,
that
not at all. Absolutely, yes.
okay? And they're consistent with physical altercation. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware that in strangulation cases, if someone is conscious and struggling, there's often an effort to pull the hands off of the person's neck. Is that right?
Correct.
And we see some indication of that in the photos. Is that right?
There
We
are
have
marks
no
on the neck.
testimony of that.
And it's fair to say that in this case, some of those marks on the neck would be consistent with that sort of thing, that pulling off. Is that right?
They could be consistent with that, yes.
Well, in 2013, you said they were. Remember that?
I just
Nope.
said they were.
Okay, so you review testimony page 180, lines 18 through 21. Yourself, please, sir. A doctor, I'm sorry.
Right.
Sir, doctor.
So
Sorry.
today you said there could be, but in 2016 you said yes, they were, right?
Is that different?
Yeah, could be. Or
Could be, and
yes.
yes, yeah, I think it's different.
Yeah, maybe to a lawyer. I think it's the same answer.
Yeah, and
So yes,
I
I
pledged.
think it's gonna be-
Pause.
Yes. Yes.
Pause.
And
Wrong
I have
people.
Is this the
I have-
Amber Heard defense?
I have
My
pledged
God.
$1 million to Shizzy's channel when he gets monetized.
Man, I am
So-
so looking forward to that pledge. Gosh, I mean, when that pledge happens, I'm just feeling so, man, I will be so rich.
You can go to the bank right now and say, well, I got pledged $1 million, so I'll take out a new mortgage and I'll buy a new house. You can just make
He's
it out.
using
to
the
me.
Amber Heard defense on that crap. There's a difference between would, could, and
Yes,
should.
or could be. It's totally different. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's when you're saying there would be marks or there could be marks, especially because, as he said earlier, the victim is a stout woman. The defendant is a slight woman. And she had no marks on her hands, on
No
her
defense
forearms,
wounds at all.
nowhere. She had a love bite around here. Oh, hickey.
You're getting ladies worked up. Slow down.
Yeah.
This
Gotta
will
show
be
that again,
clear.
but slower. Right.
Do
right
some
about
more. Oh, I should say, She had a love bite right near her clavicle because she said it
Clavicle.
was Saturday night. You know what happens.
Clavicle is such an unsexy word.
I can make clavicle sound delightful.
A good moist clavicle. You know you like it.
Oh my god. This is our life.
Yeah, put cancer in that sentence. It kind of changes it because one of them you're thinking, oh my god, the other one is, well, I hope not. That's
Exactly. Good example, Val.
Yes.
it's so stupid. Yeah, it's gonna be about Bakecraft. When we start the nightly baking streams, there's gonna be moist sponge cakes on every stream. The lava cake with a gooey center, just
And
for the
then
ladies.
bacon guy.
Extra chocolate.
Extra chocolate. Boy.
Oh, he just spilled it down his chin.
And
Yeah, he's
No.
nervous drinking.
in addition to what's going on with the neck, the crime scene photos also show a number, in the autopsy photos, show a number of bruises on Anne Marie Rintala's body. Is that right?
Yes.
Indicative of a struggle.
Yes.
Okay.
No, because there's defensive wounds on her neck, so she can't be unconscious.
And would you agree that time in which your arms would lock, which was important to what you described for Mr. Pandora, that can happen in as little as 4 hours? Is that right?
Yes.
What did I just say?
Yeah. We are stupid people using Google, and we
Yeah,
have
would
the
you agree
timeline
that
better than the defense,
Virtually
the
all
prosecution.
experts agree that an isolated use of rigor mortis to fix a time of death is not sound practice. Is that a fair statement that you testified to in 2016?
Right hook. Right hook.
Right.
Stick.
He's so proud of himself.
He's got to check, make sure his pegs are still there.
Yeah. He's sitting funny because he got a new hole.
Look at
Yes.
him.
He has a bonus hole now.
He
Yeah.
sure does.
He's the fourth hole wonder. Oh my God, she's good. I love her.
Oh, Rosemary. Yes.
She just makes them all so just hate their life.
He's-
Look at it.
This is the moment that his soul totally left his body.
Yep.
This is the problem. Now that we hear there were defensive marks on her neck, which implies she were awake or semi-conscious, even though she had a head wound when
Yeah.
she was unalived. And again, she is quite a stout woman, and the other one is slight. She had absolutely no observable marks on her, except the little love bite from Saturday night. So,
Well,
again, reasonable doubt.
all it would take is one scratch on her hand, like one just
Yep.
good swipe, and then I mean they notice it. Well, I mean they didn't notice a lot of things.
Yeah, now
but
here's what you're taking into consideration: a hand doing this number, and a hand reaching up underneath, and there's defensive marks on her neck from her own hands trying to remove whatever is grabbing a hold of her. And if she's fighting, she's probably grabbing here, anywhere that she can to get that hand off of her.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
that's what they're talking about, those defensive marks of her trying to get whatever is around her neck off.
And again, we haven't had any testimony about nail scratching, about DNA or anything. It's yeah, maybe it's because she liked a little pressure when being corner kissed. We have heard it before, a little corner kissing going too far. So
my God.
we should absolutely not do that because Sal will use it every time I'm on his stream.
Yes, he would.
That's fine with me.
Yeah, Iris, that's the big problem. The only thing where you put a bit of doubt in my mind was, could the phone calls be building an alibi? And then they told everything, and these are the expert witnesses. This is, I believe, the last witness, maybe. I'm not sure, but he could be, because we had three crime scene investigators and the DNA expert, and now we have a special medical examiner, and there might be one more, but I'm not sure.
Yeah,
But if
this
he's the
guy
guy,
is not the ME for this particular body, from what
No,
I
no.
understand.
No.
He's just called in as a witness, or
he's called in to confirm the ME's findings.
Let me
Yeah,
ask you a question. Do you agree with the statement that isolated use of rigor mortis to fix time of death is not a sound practice?
She won that
Is that a
one.
fair statement?
Yes.
And did you include that statement in your report?
In my report to the
Mr. Yang.
DAs, I may have, I don't recall specifically.
Let's look at the papers.
Well, let's look.
Yeah.
This is page 2 of the report. Can you read the second to last paragraph? Starts with virtually.
Virtually all
No,
experts
stop,
in the,
stop, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I did not make that clear.
yeah, that first sentence is exactly what you quoted to me, so you quoted my own report.
I'm sorry?
Yes,
You agree with that statement?
yes,
And you included that statement in your report
yes,
to Mr. Gay?
I did.
Okay. Now, you talked about
The more inconsistent the happier
temperature being something
Rosemary
that
is.
could be fixed and could assist in determining time of death on direct examination. Do you remember those questions?
I did.
And in this case, is it fair to say there was no effort to take Anne Marie Rintala's temperature?
There was no temperature taken.
And you're basing your determination of cold on the temperature outside that day, is that right? 50 degrees.
Cold what? Cold.
Outside.
Oh, not coy now.
Maybe it was a bad question, so let me try again. So when you talked on direct examination about temperature being important to time of death determination, do you remember that testimony?
Temperature in two different contexts. One was the temperature of the body, and
Yes.
the other was environmental temperatures.
Okay, so let's talk about environmental temperatures.
Okay.
That's the word I was missing, environmental. So environmental temperatures in the cellar that day. You didn't get any information from anyone who actually took the temperature of the cellar that day, is that right?
All I had was the image of the humidifier that said 72 degrees.
And you don't know when that dehumidifier was put on, is that fair to say?
Correct.
And you don't know how long that dehumidifier was on, if at all, that day before Anne Marie Rintala died, is that right?
Correct.
It was a dehumidifier.
And
Oh, that's totally different than a humidifier.
Yep.
It's kind of the opposite.
So it's making the basement dry.
Yeah, so it was a damp basement.
in addition to core temperature, which wasn't done in this case, is there another way to determine time of death where you talk about I'm gonna say this wrong, vitreous
At
fluid?
some point, it just becomes
find that very
we
unreliable.
want to win. We
Yes,
need to
there
win.
is a technique in using vitreous fluid drawn 2 or 3 hours apart, comparing the potassium content and then plotting that on a graph. I have found that to be very unreliable.
How many times have you done it?
I have done it 3 times, and
3 times?
what convinced me to not do it anymore was a double homicide, which clearly took place at the same time. And the vitreous fluid analyses put the murders 18 hours apart. I never did it since.
So that was the example that said no more vitreous fluid for you.
Correct.
Okay. But other pathologists can use vitreous fluid, is that right?
They can, very few do.
Okay, but it's possible.
It's possible.
Okay.
Pause.
Now,
I got to address this, Chloe. There's a big difference also between a dehumidifier and a humidifier. They're
Yes.
two separate things. They can still, you can have one do both, but
Mhm.
he said it was a humidifier.
Yeah,
Big
she,
difference.
but she just said dehumidifier, and he said yes. So
Yeah,
again, the consistency in statements is kind of like consistency in Jello.
Or
It
pudding
wobbles a bit.
pops.
pudding pops.
Pretty babs.
In terms of,
But he should just he just tried to shoot down her witnesses' way of determining rigor.
the questions that the prosecutor asked you about what you did and didn't know before you started your evaluation. One of the things that you said you didn't know was the time that Cara Rintala had indicated she had left the house when she said Anne Marie Rintala was still alive. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, normally, she wasn't a defendant in the case. A description by a person as to when someone was last alive is a viable issue to consider unless there's evidence to the contrary. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And in this case, there was no evidence that when Cara Rintala said she was at the house at 3 o'clock, that her phone records were somewhere out of the state, right?
Correct.
And there was no evidence that was presented to you that when Cara Rintala said she left the house at 3 o'clock, that she was on video somewhere around 3 o'clock somewhere else, right?
Correct.
And if it was Anne Marie's mother who had said she last saw her at 3 o'clock, you had to consider that, right?
Objection.
Why?
Why?
Why? It's a hypothetical. He's an expert.
Let me ask you, we shift to another topic.
I don't know
When you
anything
talked
about browsers.
When you first started testifying, you talked about time of death.
Brave browser.
You agree that there's no certainty with it. It's all an estimate. Is that right?
It is an estimate.
Okay. And when you're giving an estimate, there is typically a mean on the bell curve, the top of the mean, the top of the curve. That's when death usually occurs, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, that bell curve at the top, is that the 6 to 8 hours? Or is that your 3 to 2 to 4 hours?
I'm not sure I'm following.
Sure. So if you have a bell curve of when death usually occurs, if the top of that bell curve is 6 to 8 hours.
See, that's where I'm losing you. I don't know what that means. I mean,
Neither
when I'm
do we.
referring
You
to the
said
bell curve in terms of time of death, where rigor is concerned, 6 to 8 hours is on the uptake. It's at maximum at 12 to 18 hours.
Okay.
So that's where I'm.
That is not true. That's not true.
Full rigor is 8 hours. As I have Googled, you have Googled.
Yes. Full rigor is 8 hours. So that bell curve, and she's correct, 6 to 8 hours is up here at the very top of it. That's the absolute most amount of time for full rigor. Yeah.
You're in this segment if you say 6 to 8 hours, because then it breaks down again and rigor goes away.
Well, actually, no. It's 6 to 8 hours is at the top. Okay, so it bells up and then it stays like that for at least 12 to sometimes 48 hours.
Oh, so this line is a 12-hour, and then we go down the ski slopes again.
Yeah, after yeah. So it reaches peak rigor 6 to 8 hours, stays like that for 12 to 48, sometimes, I mean, longer out. I mean, it could stay there for a while, and then it will drop drastically, like just gone.
So, ladies, you heard it here. It can stay there for 24 to 48 hours if you go over and subscribe to Shizzy Wisnuts.
You too can read Google.
You too can reach the top of the bell curve with Shizzy. If you give him a little sub, tickle his thumb.
Tickle his subs.
I do, and that's what I talk about. So the maximum is 12 to 18 hours, right? And
Yes.
6 to 8 is on the way up. It's not at the top of the bell curve, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And in that 6 to 8 that you talked about, that is the mean. Is that right? So where everyone lies, if you did these in a controlled environment and you could figure out what was going on.
6 to 8.
6 to 8, well, let's just say 6 to, did you say 18 was the top?
No, 12 to 18 is where when you're at maximum rigor.
Okay.
6 to 8 is on the uptake.
So on the left-hand side of the curve going up.
Yes.
Okay. So if 6 to 8 is on the left-hand side of the curve going up, and 12 to 18 is at the top of the curve,
Yes.
is it fair to say that that curve doesn't necessarily take into consideration
Hey, Chris.
vigorous physical exercise or struggle right before death? That's just all deaths.
That's correct.
Okay. So if you had vigorous physical exercise right before death, you would expect that 6 to 8, or what would you say, 12 to 18?
It would speed up rigor.
It would speed up rigor. Okay, that was my point. And when you're talking about rigor, I think you testified already that you've seen rigor happen instantaneously. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware that if there's this bell curve that has the 6 to 8 on the left-hand side, the top to be somewhere between 12 to 18, and then it starts going down on the other side, that there are outliers on either side. Is that right?
Yes.
And the outlier on the left-hand side can be as quick as an hour or two. Is that right?
Hopefully the
And
experts he
outlier on the
brings
other
will
side
do
can be
that.
As much as 13 hours. Is that right?
Or more.
Or more. And in order to get a confidence level of 95%, is it fair to say that you have to consider the outliers and not just what's on the bell curve?
That's true. You have to consider outliers. But if there's an outlier, it needs an explanation.
Outliers need explanations?
Yes.
But you said you saw rigor start instantaneously, right?
Yes, I did. It has an explanation.
Okay.
This was a very slightly built woman, less than 100 pounds, who was viciously raped on a rooftop in the Bronx.
You can't say that on YouTube.
An attack that may have gone on.
This is not
for
medical
an
advice.
hour. Her rigor set in very, very quickly. And the explanation for that outlier was the circumstances of her death.
So in this case, sir, did you ever look into explanations of outliers for 2 hours, 1 to 2 hours of onset of rigor with respect to this case?
Right, and that's what I talked about during my entire direct testimony.
Just yes or no, sir, did you?
It is not a yes or no question.
Hold on, I will permit.
Here's a yes or no question.
Yeah.
Answer the question.
Yes, is that what you talked about during your testimony?
All of the
Yes or
things
no?
that I considered
Yeah.
were the kinds of things that could speed up or slow down rigor. And I found
This is
that
why she
in a
asked him
lot
3
of
or 4
cases, they
times.
basically canceled each other out,
No,
leaving her
not
on
true.
the more typical sort of bell curve. So yes, I consider.
But this wasn't typical.
But you didn't, in considering the bell curve, that curve doesn't consider vigorous struggles, is that right?
Correct.
And your estimation doesn't consider the outliers because you said there's no explanation for the outliers, is that right?
No, that's not right.
Okay, so let me ask you a different question then. When we have the bell curve of the 6 to 8 going up the left-hand side, the 12
Damn, congratulations on losing 64 pounds in only
Oh,
half a
man.
year. That's amazing.
That is absolutely amazing. Very much
Yeah.
so. Congrats.
Congrats.
It's especially if you're a bit on the portly side and heading for type 2 diabetes. There's a lot of changes you need to make in your diet and your lifestyle. So congratulations.
Absolutely.
And hey, Chris Mullen, wasn't he a basketball player? I don't know. Yeah, there was a
Oh.
Chris Mullen. There was Mullen.
Great
18
success.
o'clock,
That
and then
was he was that was a
declining on the
hypothetical
other-
of
the right-hand
somebody
side.
that he knew of.
Are you aware
Yeah.
of a study back in or a paper back in 2016 that talks about confidence levels of 95% when you include the outliers,
Is this the, what's the name? What's the name of
methods
the
of
author?
determining time of death?
Yeah, the author's name.
The author's name is, hold on, Burkhard, I don't know if I'm saying this right.
The German guys, the German.
M-E-D-E-K.
Yeah,
The Germans.
Yeah.
The Germans
Germans.
knows a thing or two
And
about
is
that.
it fair to say, well, first of all, you're familiar
Rigor
with
mortis.
am I correct, because I'm not an expert, am I correct that the conclusion in this paper was that in order to get a 95% confidence interval, you have to consider the outliers. Is that, I'm not saying you agree with that. Is that what the paper says?
That's what the paper says.
Okay. And as far as you're concerned, your testimony isn't at a 95% confidence interval. Is that right?
Well, I never quantified
Right.
my testimony, but I did tell you that I considered what could possibly explain outliers, and nothing rose to that level.
But with outliers, what you said you reviewed in this case, a possible opinion was
I know my
autopsy
basketball.
report and death certificate associated with Anne-Marie Rintala, right?
Yes,
The crime scene images, right?
yes,
Excerpts of trial testimony from Polar and the first responders, is that right?
yes.
And is it fair to say, sir, and the cell phone records, we know about the cell phone records. Is it fair to say, sir, you know what, that's a bad question. Let me start again. Sir, when you read the report or the study done by the German guy, Burkhardt and Medea, MEDEA, who indicated that in order to get a 95% confidence interval, you have to consider the outliers. You disagree with that, is that right?
I'm not sure that we disagree. I think we may disagree, you and I, on its interpretation.
Well, I
think,
can't interpret it all because I'm just a lawyer.
well, yeah.
There you go.
Those outliers are outliers that require an explanation. So you have to consider for the possibility, but you can't.
Well, Chris, me and Shizzy really likes to have you in bed and listening to us. It's all we ever wanted. A little bit of Chris Mullen in our bed, or in her bed. This is turning into Dateline.
What's going
Raise
on under
them
those
to
covers?
the level of sort of
Only
being
Chris.
Suck in.
the determinants in a case.
Snuggle
You rule
up.
out reasons for there being
Let
an
us take you on a
outlier.
journey.
Then you're left with what is that typical
Tucking Chris
center
in
of the
at this
bell-shaped
time
curve.
of morning.
That's what I
Just
found in this
snuggle
case.
right
There
in.
wasn't sufficient evidence that
Keep
for struggle or obesity,
comfortable,
or environmental
moist,
temperature, or body
and hot.
habitus, or anything to push that needle very far to the left or very far to the right. Hence the conclusion that I reached.
But the conclusion you reached, that bell curve of 6 to 8 going out, 12 to 18 on the top, again, that doesn't take into consideration the violent struggle, is that right? In the curve itself, not in your testimony, in the curve itself.
Well, in the curve itself, it does, because at the far left end of the curve, oh no, that's right. That curve would not consider violent struggle. That curve is based on the 155-pound man, the 70-kilo man. Yes.
And in this case, so the answer is, it doesn't take into consideration violent struggle.
Correct.
And it doesn't take into consideration women, because it wasn't the study on women, it was men, is that right?
Yes.
And it doesn't take into consideration a woman who could weigh about 200 pounds, is that right?
Correct.
Next time, Your Honor. I have no further questions, thank you. Thanks.
You may.
Hello, Doctor. Just a few more questions for you.
Sure.
After you just got your.
Do you recall turning to PGO using the phrase vigorous physical exercise
Yes.
multiple times?
Yes.
In the case materials that you reviewed, did you find any evidence, any data to support the notion that Anne-Marie Rintala was engaged in, quote, vigorous physical exercise prior to her death?
No.
Did you find it, for example, a photo of a rowing machine where she just completed a 2,000 meter erg?
My
I did
God.
not.
Jump rope next to her body?
No.
did you find any evidence in this case to support the notion that this was an outlier, as it's been called?
I did not.
Now, you were also asked some questions about this journal article by Burkhard Medea, correct?
Yes,
And am I correct that in that article, Professor Medea discusses an earlier study by a fellow named Niederkorn?
yes.
And what was the Niederkorn study?
The Niederkorn study, you'll have to refresh my memory as to the specifics of it, because that was a long article.
Yes.
But I remember the name Niederkorn.
If you recall, this Professor Niederkorn examined 113 bodies.
Oh, that's right. That's right. This was an old study. This was an old, so it might have been done in the previous century, but they looked at over 100 corpses in terms of onset of rigor and basically developed a bell-shaped curve.
And of those 113 bodies, am I right that the number of bodies in which rigor mortis reached its maximum within 2 hours? Remember, there was only one?
Yes, there was one. It's an outlier.
Now,
What
you
about
were
3
asked
hours? What about 4
questions
hours?
about
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
marks
What about 5
on
hours?
Anne-Marie Rintala's neck, correct?
Yes,
And you were asked if it was, I believe the question was, could it be consistent with Anne scratching herself? Am I right?
yes,
Is it equally true that it could be consistent with the person strangling her, leaving those marks?
yes.
So that wasn't rigorous or fighting back?
No, it's
You were
it's
asking many questions about what
doucement
may be possible.
fighting back.
Those questions.
Yes.
In fact, you were asked the question, is it possible that rigor could reach its maximum within minutes, correct?
I don't know that she said minutes, but it was within 2 hours or something. It was very quick.
And you gave that example of the rooftop assault in the Bronx as an example where it was.
You said it was
possible to
instantaneous.
occur.
Yes,
Yeah.
That was an outlier.
yes.
Do you consider there to be, within your field of forensic pathology, a difference between what is possible and a difference between what is probable?
I do.
And what's the difference in your mind?
Well, anything that doesn't violate the laws of science and physics is possible. But when you're talking about probability, that's when you have to add the layers of evidence that are used to evaluate a specific question.
But if you're not showing all the evidence, then the layers don't mean diddly squat.
Thank you, sir.
Exactly.
This is just, yeah.
Sir, you'd agree that in addition to the disruptive sort of crime scene,
Get 'em.
we've got the number of bruises and the marks on the neck, and we've got the hemorrhages, all indicative of a struggle. Do you agree?
Hide the screen. Thank you.
Yeah.
with that?
Yes.
Okay. And in this case, this is exhibit 18 and 20. The marks on Anne-Marie Rintala's neck. You can't rule out the fact that Anne-Marie Rintala may have made those marks herself with her own hands. Is that right?
Correct.
I don't have any further.
Exactly. Think about the little guys.
All right, may step down, thank you.
Oh,
You grab those from the witness stand.
might be able to share it again. I can't see the screen, so I don't know.
Thank you.
Oh, it's just when you take it off, you.
That's fine. I wanted didn't think you wanted that shown.
Call the rest of this case.
Whoa.
This is the one you rest on. A guy who was chewed up
and spit
by.
out.
Well, I did a poll, and my poll right now, everyone, there's 59 viewers on my channel. Please go and say now you have they have provided you all the evidence they will provide you. So now you can determine, because as Dave always says, when the state rests, you should be convinced the person is guilty. So it's up to the defense to claw you back. Where do my chat stand? Do you think she is guilty after they presented their full case?
Absolutely
And-
not.
And you can come over on my channel and touch my poll too.
Yeah. Give that poll a good jiggle.
My poll's been up all day. All day.
Guys and girls, what do you get when you get dual streaming? You get 2 polls. Jimmy can handle 5 guys, but some of you can only handle 2 polls. So grab on, give it a little shake, and let's see what you think.
Oh boy.
Sometimes we're kind of idiots.
No. You're hilarious idiots.
Yeah. Should can I finish my vote. So far, not guilty 61%. I need more expert 23%, and guilty 15%.
Who's the 15%? I want to
I'm
hear.
gonna, I'm gonna end my poll here in about 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're ending the poll. Poll has gone away. Has prosecution proven her guilt? 81% say no, 18% say yes, 32 votes.
Yeah. So it's kind of the same picture. And Brandon, yeah. But we're the good kind of idiots. We're the ones who give the ladies polls.
They're
Ladies like having polls.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. So no, this is where they leave us. This is the evidence they give us, with an expert who can exactly narrow down the time of death without knowing that she actually texted until an hour later than he had previously seen. Yeah. It's one of the best experts I've never seen.
I do have to jump out of here in a little bit.
Yeah, let's finish this up and then we can finish the stream. Hey, Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Sidebar.
Director Birdman, see you later. Bye-bye. On back. Tell us if we go tomorrow.
Right.
And the ladies like to be on polls.
As long as it's not a broken poll.
Case for today, so I'm going to release you. I'm going to ask that you be back here tomorrow for 9:30. There's a quick matter I have to attend to first thing. Again, between now and then, I instruct you not to.
Well, so 9:30 tomorrow it is. That's
yes. Well, and I will be on with the expert tomorrow morning. For the business sentencing.
So she's going to send it tomorrow.
Right. I may be a little bit late, or I may not come on. I don't know how that's going to turn out. And
well,
you
get the links and all the stuff. So if and when and stuff. An expert, yeah, he's one of the best experts, but the best of the ladies. If you like a man who's an expert in all fields of life, goes up to the expert. Me and Shizzy can give you polls, but he can give you the rest. You know what you want. He knows how you like it. Go give him a sub, ladies. I like that you're going to be on with the expert, and he's asking you what time it is.
It's his show. I don't know what time it's coming on.
That's what I love about that guy. He's something else. He
Oh,
has
there
no-
might be more after. Well, I shut it down. I'll just take a quick gander and see if there's anything. No, because I think he's gonna do. I shouldn't open my home screen because I don't show it. I'm an idiot sometimes.
So lovable though.
Yeah, I'm a lovable idiot. It's because I'm late in French.
You just say tardy.
Because he can make clavicles sound warm.
And moist. Remember?
Oh, they
He's
just say
fun.
thank you, Your Honor, to
You say
and
that.
leaves. So, yeah, exactly. Go sub to the expert, the man who knows everything about the ladies' bodies, inside and out. And tomorrow he'll gonna watch your business to know just what makes you tick.
And ladies, he knows shoes better than most ladies do.
Shoes?
That man knows women's styles. Oh yeah.
Need to hear about
Like
that.
he can look at a woman and see what she's wearing and know where she shops.
Really?
That's why you follow the expert. Purd.
That sounds like a fun time.
And yeah, and some
You just like them or like wearing them? Like what do you
No, not wearing them. He likes looking at them.
yeah
He likes the
On-
curve of the leg.
Okay.
on his own feet. Likes it. Money G, thank you so much for showing up. Everyone, thank you all for showing up because now the trial is over. People will start to fill out. So remember, please, and thank you. Go to Shizzy Wisnut, linked on top of the chat.
And
Give him
reach over
a
there and give him a thumbs up and a like. And we need to get this man to 1,000.
yeah. We need to get this man to 4,000 hours, 3,000. I can't remember your demands.
Just 100 more subs and
Yeah.
probably about 600 hours, and I'm done, or even less than 600, I would imagine by now.
Yeah. Yeah, Chris Mullen. But they wouldn't ask for direct verdictment if the jury wasn't present.
Right.
Because that's a motion you file, and they will file a motion tomorrow to dismiss, and they will be denied, and then they will say, okay, we'll start. And then they will probably go for a day or maybe a day and a half with their experts. But ladies, a day and a half is nothing if you follow the expert. He can go for weeks.
Hours and hours on end.
Hours. And there's no rigor in him that ends after 12 hours.
Jesus Christ.
His bell curve is always peaking.
He's always at peak.
Everyone, thank you so much for hanging out, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9:15, getting ready for another crazy day. And hopefully you enjoyed our show. It gets off the tracks, but it's fun while we ride it. See you later.